also, well, they actually changed the interface on
You there?
it. Hi, I'm just curious. Have they changed the interface on this?
It's pretty goofy, to be honest with you. I'm not really able to.
I was just wondering why yesterday. Weren't we using Jitsi yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious why we're jumping from one thing to another thing to another thing to another thing.
Well, they said that this was a new setup, so I figured I'd give it a
It
try.
confused me first of all because this is the second time I logged in. The first time I logged in, it treated me as the owner and asked me if I wanted to connect other social platforms to this.
Really? So it was trying to set you up with
Yeah.
your.
So
Yeah. It was trying to set you up with
yeah,
your
as the
own.
owner. So yeah, trying to set me up as you. And yeah, there's some bugs in there, I think.
Well, I mean, if you wanna do it, you can. That's the whole option. This is good actually if you look at it because like you have an option someday if you want to do it, you can. So it's pretty good.
Mm.
You know, that's actually pretty
Less
cool. See that?
Yeah. Okay. I would suggest that you increase that font slightly larger.
And
Yeah,
guess what?
increase that font slightly larger. Maybe another 5 points or something.
And guess what? We're
Well,
not we're not using OBS at all.
okay. So about your offline copy.
This is well, I'm going to. Don't get me wrong on that. It's. I mean, I'm not stupid.
Hang on, and I can see the OBS logo in your avatar.
That's the weird part. It's not here.
I'm confused. Jesus. I am bloody confused.
Now I could probably do a virtual camera, maybe. See, I hit.
Sorry,
There.
just
Yeah,
realised
see right there. There we go.
I just spilled some coffee on my bloody jacket.
There we go.
Hopefully that'll dry out. That'll dry out, yeah.
Okay, I see what. This is really weird shit.
I need to dry clean this jacket anyway, so
Yeah, that's a virtual camera.
yeah.
There we go. See, now we got the Minds Roundtable stuff going on there.
Okay. Also, that Minds address that keeps on appearing. I've been looking at it over the last couple of days, and I think it's too fast.
Yeah, you talking about?
And also, I would remove the latest URL. So just keep in Minds groups number, leave at that.
Well, that's
You
what
don't-
I've got right there on top.
Yes, no, you've got slash latest. The slash
Oh.
latest is irrelevant. It's not superfluous.
Well, it's important to Bill Altman.
Oh, Bill Ottman.
Well,
He should know how his own bloody site works, and he knows that it's totally irrelevant.
is he being lazy?
Actually, he is being lazy. I've got talking of which, I updated a GitLab ticket yesterday about rewards not being engagement rewards not being pushed again, and this ticket actually includes the date September the 1st, September the 17th, 22nd, 26th, October the 5th, October the 6th, December the 25th, and February 28th. Barashi has added some of those dates in, and so have I. But yeah, no action at all.
Yeah.
Getting all the way back to September the 1st.
On on the first of this month, I had to freaking get in touch with help and support because like Tan's payment for the Minds Plus was supposed to have gone through and it never went through. So
Yeah.
I just double checked, the card that it's on and everything, and it was all set up and ready to go. It's just they didn't do the auto pay for it. So I contacted them and I said, "Why aren't you guys doing it?" And thank goodness Bashi was on there because if she wasn't, freaking, it wouldn't have been on this month for Minds Plus.
Of course, there won't be a GitLab ticket. It's a personal thing. Yeah. So yeah, it wouldn't be a GitLab ticket. It would just be their internal thing. I was going to say something then, but I'm just wondering if they are this bad at this sort of accountant, what are they on the actual accountant? Does the Inland Revenue Services need to be informed? Yeah. Does
I know.
does Bill look good in an orange jumpsuit?
Yeah. Orange is the new. What is it? What's that old saying? Orange is the new
Black, yeah.
new black. Yeah.
Oh God.
I swear. Okay, it looks like we are set up and ready to go. I'm just not used to this whole.
Yeah, it took me a couple of minutes to.
This is awkward. Okay, yeah, I've tested it. Everything sounds good on YouTube. Everything sounds good on Kick. I have the OBS recording, so it just doesn't have the actual screen. Now I could do screen capture and show the UI for the freaking studio, but I just don't really like that doing that shit. To me, that's dirty. You know what I mean? It makes it.
Yeah.
Because if you notice my edits, I'll actually crop out everything else on the live streams and like do you guys' freaking little areas where you're located at.
Mm.
You know, which
Yeah,
this is
for the first time this year. I had to readjust my camera because I noticed it was slipping.
I wish they would give us the option to download these things because they're like this thing right here.
Mm.
I don't have that no more. When my computer crashed, I lost it. This is
Just stick on a black background and then do a screenshot.
That's the Green Man, dude.
Yeah.
Do you understand how iconic that is? It's like Roger the Green Man, dude. You know what I mean? Everybody has mentioned that.
Just do a screenshot and then copy it into an image editor.
Yeah, I could, but the translucent stuff will be gone. I can go.
Yeah, that's why I say do it on a dark background. Just set up a dark background there for a minute and get a screenshot, and then you can use cropping and tethering tools to
the new
move the transparency or get the alpha channel.
Well, doesn't the new art thing on your computers now just do translucent backgrounds anyhow now?
Yeah, but you have to define an alpha channel, don't you? You have to define a color channel to make it an alpha channel.
Not if you put it in PNG. If you put the file format.
Yeah, but you still have to go in the editing stage. You still have to tell which area is transparent.
Good call. You're right. You are right. And I think you've got a nickname now.
Done. Enough one?
No, this is a good one. You're called the smartest man on the internet by Otto. He said that.
I know that.
He said so. I brought it.
Intelligent or smarter than looks, or both?
Probably both. Probably both. But I sent out all of the links. They're on Element, and I've got them on. Well, actually, I should probably share the link on Quantum Gathering too. They might want to know that. I'll do it on Infinite Imaginarium. I just noticed the other day, their freaking Elements chat is completely separate from the ones on Minds.
Eh?
Yeah,
Sorry.
like
Element?
yeah, Element
Well,
Matrix.
yeah, Bill doesn't deal with
No, I'm talking about
Element.
their Infinite Imaginarium, like Satori D and all of them. They don't even freaking. It's like they're doing like crap loads of shit over there on Minds. They don't even come in on the chat anymore.
So have you contacted? Well, yeah, obviously.
Bob or
Bill
Do
and Bob.
Do Better does go on there a lot too. I was really surprised by that. I think he gave up on the whole Elements Matrix thing. So okay,
Cool. I've just seen a new petition, new UK government petition, entitled "From Standing for Public Office,"
oh really?
which I'm going to forthwith sign.
Banner platform.
Yeah.
User information and
Okay.
that is that's really interesting how they've done all this stuff, to be honest with you.
What do you mean? Interesting.
The way they've set all this up is really, really strange. On the settings and shit.
Okay. Just let me finish off this blurb. Signed. Cool. Settings. Where is the settings now? Where's my settings on there?
They are right over on the right hand side.
Got live. Got the
or left hand. I don't know. To be honest.
No, I've only got.
It's really weird. That's all I can say about it. Okay. That looks good. That looks pretty good. Now what I'm gonna have to do is figure out how to put some music on here, because like there's absolutely no control when it comes to like the OBS whatsoever. This is straight out of the browser.
The only settings I've got is to control my microphone and my camera. Cameras, plural. Microphones. Yeah.
You there?
Yeah.
Okay. It turned white down below on you, so.
Yeah, yeah. I was looking for some extra settings and I clicked on something and I got kicked.
Okay, so. Looks like we got everything set up. I just need to start figuring out how to put content on here like I was like before, you know what I mean?
That's something that Jitsy's missing. The ability to stick the chat into another separate browser window.
It's interesting. Now I can
work. Even though it doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, I noticed the videos and stuff like that. They don't give you the option to put freaking videos up anymore. Media. At least I don't see any. They give you the ability for banners and theme. Got overlays. There's media right there. Okay, so we got media.
Okay. If you're going to use that top banner, I would remove the blue on white, the light blue on white, navy blue on white, and then in fact, I would the bottom ones as well because it's just cluttered now. It's becoming too cluttered.
Yeah, you can see all that.
Yep.
Oh, cool. There you go. Now I'm gonna try to set up some 10-minute music drops. I believe I've got some
This is
set up.
starting to remind me of a sort of mid-90s website with all the clutter. What I wanted to see now is some animated GIFs.
Yeah.
And a view counter.
I was trying to keep it, clean. But yeah,
I know you totally failed on that one.
it reminds me of MySpace. To be honest.
Yeah. GeoCities.
Yeah.
Reminds me of my first website, my first ever website back in 96.
Crazy. Okay, so I believe I have 10-minute blocks on here that I can use for videos whenever we need them. I just have to figure out where the hell they are. There's also the background video.
Yeah, which is the circuit board sort of thing.
It's too long, is what they said. So I don't really know exactly how long they're supposed to be. I think this is an hour. Yeah, it's 59 minutes. So I can see if they did the intro. All my intros are 15 to 30 seconds. So maybe that'll.
Can you hear anything from outside here? I've got my window open, and obviously it's a Friday night, so got a lot of pissheads.
It says he can't join the group. Let me send him another.
Oh.
Let me send him another invite.
Can't join from phone.
We'll find out real quick. Dan just sent a message saying he can't make it into the group. So,
Failing that, we could always go back to Jitsi.
Yeah,
might be a bit more practical.
Well, if you remember the first time we did this, it was clunky as hell too. So, tell him click it.
That's the same address you gave.
Yeah, he's probably on a phone, most likely.
Yeah. It says I can join from phone.
Yeah, I keep telling people, man, give that phone shit up. V was trying to sell me on the whole freaking phone bullshit last night too. Like, oh man, I'm like, nah, dude. He goes, what are you, a freaking anti-phone person? I said, I guess so. You know what I mean? I mean, I have been dealing with everybody for the last 10 freaking years on the whole phone bullshit. It's like, get yourself a computer, dude. Stop playing this game.
Or a static camera, at least.
You know.
But if you're out, then that might not be possible. I mean, not all of us got luxuries like small laptops that we can carry around with us.
But we got a $300 phone that's worthless. Yeah. Come on, dude. It's like everybody who doesn't seem to be into computers is falling for this telephone bullshit like it's a good thing, and they don't realize that the tech behind telephones is crap.
No, it's just the way you use it.
well,
Again, it's like blaming a electrician or mechanic for these tools
if you cannot
running
freaking live stream
mechanically.
back and forth to one another, then it's freaking worthless, dude. If it's causing that much freaking audio problems
Yeah.
and static
Besides,
shit breaking up in conversation, it's just not.
yeah, but that's down to more things like good quality microphones and stuff. That's I
Well,
know well.
for people on a computer, yeah, but yeah, I mean, what telephones? You're supposed to just freaking take the phone, pick it up, hit freaking enter or whatever fucking button they got on there, and you go into the call. You know what I mean? That's how it
Yeah,
works
but
on
we're
phones.
talking about ah, not brilliant codecs, aren't we? We're talking about things like SBC.
Yeah, garbage, garbage.
Compared to AAC and stuff.
Okay, that is interesting. Look at this.
Hmm.
Let's see. So
Can you still mute the audio up from our end? Yeah, you can.
yeah, I just wanted to run it through. I didn't think that it would be.
Maybe mute it yourself.
It automatically muted.
Okay.
That's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on together. Like if you've noticed where you put some kind of media on like that and everybody goes muted, let everybody know that it automatically muted because I bet you freaking Tan is confused all the hell. He's like, "What did you send the text or the?"
Yeah, he just said no luck, so it may be much more practical for us to go back to Jitsi. I'm thinking.
So he said it was because of the phone. Can't join from phone.
Well, yeah, that could be applications, could be configuration, on things, and we don't really want to start playing around with this at this present moment.
He
So
said
maybe it'd be wiser to move back to Jitsi.
Yeah. V said that he's got an ear infection and he won't be saying very much. So
Okay.
he was out acting weird last night too. So started preaching to me about how freaking he's gonna make me rich and shit. Yeah, like whatever, dude. Whatever. Everybody's gonna make me rich. Isn't that cool? All I gotta do is jump aboard.
Okay.
I gotta jump on board and become a part of freaking the. There's Bob Dub, so we're sticking around, dude. Okay.
Okay. Only problem is Tan can't connect to this.
Well, when he gets in here,
If he gets in there, you're making an assumption.
Well, it's by phone though. You know what I mean? It's like.
Yeah. So yeah, you're making an assumption there.
But that's fine. That is fine.
If you can't connect,
yeah. Now
it's fine. They can connect.
Well, if they come in though, because you gotta remember, I already posted the links and stuff, and
you can modify them. You can amend them, or you can add a new one.
me see here.
I'm sorry I was late.
Oh, you're
No,
fine.
that's okay. We're having some weird, interesting issues here anyway.
We've got a new interface on Rumble now where you don't have to use OBS or anything, and it's just completely off of your browser. Which I think, and
Which
they
is bad if you want it. Any local copies?
well, I've got it recording too, so
Okay.
no, it's everything that's on my background right there is there, so it's
Oh,
it's the interface is just really strange. It's very
Too much of
strange.
the fudge from the previous.
Yeah, there we go. And I'm gonna have to figure out. Yeah, even V even says it won't let them join through the app. Now, what I can do, I'm gonna pop up freaking Jitsi, and you guys just stay here, and then whenever we do the changeover, just pop in there. You know what I mean?
I had to confuse things even worse.
I'm gonna. Well, first I gotta tell him I'm gonna move to Jitsi.
okay, I'll be back in a little bit, okay? I'll be
Okay.
back in about 5 minutes.
And Bob Dub, we're gonna switch over to Jitsi instead of doing the Rumble room. Okay?
Oh, okay, so I should exit here, should I, and join you on Jitsi?
Yeah. I'll post the link in Infinite Imaginarium and stuff for
Okay.
you too.
All right, because Otto said he was going to be here too, so.
Yeah, he mentioned that yesterday.
Okay, cool.
I'm just not really satisfied with what they've done with this, to be honest.
Okay.
Doesn't fit our use case.
All right, I'll see you in a few minutes.
All right. Okay, let me grab that link and I'll post it in the chats. I told V that I'm going to switch over to Jitsi too. It says he wouldn't let him in.
Yeah.
So. Oh wow!
Well,
it just automatically used my screen share thing. That was cool. How I did that.
Really, we should have tested this out beforehand.
Well, I am testing it out. This is
on stream. Well,
dude, this is freaking everybody's opportunity to see firsthand freaking the quality of the new product that Rumple's putting out. So in reality, we're doing a freaking what do they call those, unboxing? we're well, there's something like that, a review. That's what it is.
Okay. In that case, we should have a little sticker saying "sponsored by."
Well, nobody's sponsored. Yeah, I know. Well, see, I that's the thing about reviews I don't like, is because like people want to pay you to say nice things about their shit. You know,
this is why I don't like affiliations, unless I actually been using a product for a long time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do any sort of affiliations at all.
Okay, so I've got that opened up, and I got the Jitsi opened up. Now I got to go into Elements, put Jitsi in.
Okay, do you want to jump off air in that case?
Yeah, go ahead and jump off.
Yeah, I'll join you.
We just had to keep filler for the stream so that people aren't like tripping out and stuff. So. And
Okay.
plus,
I'll see you in a sec.
okay. Plus, I got to figure this out because
Okay.
all right, here we go. Hopefully that works. Okay, so there he is. You there? Okay, so we got you. Say something real quick. Hold on a minute. Man, you are freezing. The moment you got on here, everything just froze up on you.
Oh,
Hello. Mark Edworthy froze up for a quick second. Now I'm going to do an audio test because we're doing something a little different here.
did the Rumble Studio link work for the others?
No, it didn't work for V. Yeah, it
didn't work for me either.
Yeah, it didn't work for V at all. Now I've got to find out. I've got to find out if we're getting audio on the live stream too, because audio's sounding good on the live stream, so we're doing good. We actually pulled it off. I did a screen share in the Rumble Studio, and had it to where it added the audio for the Jitsi, so we are getting Jitsi through onto the Rumble Studio. You're
So
on.
nobody else has been able to join your Rumble Studio session?
Well, Mark did, and Bob Dub was
Mark
able.
is able to.
Bob Dub was able to come in, but
I see.
But I have.
It must be something with my phone. It launched the link, but it doesn't launch the app. It goes to the web browser, and then the browser asked me to install the app.
Oh, okay.
I already have installed.
No, this is a new studio too, so that might be the problem.
Okay. Yeah, I just removed Rumble Studio and reinstalled it.
Yeah.
I haven't tried rejoining the link after.
As a matter of fact, just before you came in, Mark was telling me that they were asking him to like set up his own studio
session.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, say something real quick. I want to do an audio test on you.
Testing. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, there we go. I heard you. So we are good. We're set up. I was really surprised how that didn't change over like that. So I'm gonna run get me some coffee. V, glad to have you here. Sorry to hear about your earache, man. And I will
be. My earache.
Yeah, V's in the room. I just wanted to.
Oh, okay.
He said he has some serious earache problems. So I'll be right back, guys. Got to go get coffee.
Yeah.
I made an entire pot. Got caught up in this.
Cool. We're gonna go up to midnight. Is that what the plan?
it's up to you guys. I mean, that's
Because
the
you have a whole pot.
yeah. I've always got it set up and organized. It's up to you guys. So if because it's like I told Mark the other night, I had to become crafty this year. You know what I mean? Like create talking points for
Okay.
each time period.
Go get your pot of coffee, man.
I'll be right back.
All right. Anybody else here? Mark? How come I'm the only one here? I thought Mark Atwoodley was here.
That should be better. Yeah. Oh,
Yo.
Bob's
also here.
Hope I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I can hear you now. Were you able to hear me before, all of you?
I don't know.
I was just talking to myself like 3 minutes ago.
I do that often. Nothing to be ashamed about.
This is an intervention.
How are you, Tan?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah.
Bob?
I'm good.
Okay, you got back and you're well readjusted.
I don't know I'll ever be well adjusted, Tan. I think I'm chronically misaligned. However, my jet lag is mostly over. I'm starting to settle in. Still battling with the housework. I'm never going to be able to be a good housewife. That's just. But anyway, at least I don't have dirty washing and the dishes are in the dishwasher. So There we go. Be grateful for small mercies, hey?
Yeah.
How's Canada? Is your snow starting to melt yet?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it started to melt this week. So it is getting warmer.
Awesome.
I saw somebody on the general swim in Element saying that he's freezing because it was 10 degrees centigrade.
Plus, right?
Yeah.
Plus 10. Yeah.
Isn't that 50 degrees Fahrenheit? Yeah. So
it is right now.
That's cold.
15 Celsius is cold for you? Jeez. It was warmer today. Right now it's 1.5 Celsius where I am right now.
1.5.
Okay, that's cold.
It's still pretty chilly. Not chilly, no, it's pretty cool. It's not cold at all. I'm walking around I mean, relative compared to a few weeks ago.
Yeah. No, that's cold.
Yeah.
That's really cold.
No, it's spring's signs of spring is around the corner for our neck of the woods.
It's been fairly relatively milder. It's been quite nice.
Yeah.
We're heading into autumn here.
Autumn. Wow.
Yeah.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
so we don't have all the same seasons?
No, I'm opposite to you.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I can. Interesting.
It's very confusing.
Yeah.
Almost as confusing as time zones.
The whole different.
Wait. By the way, Mark, I think this for the northern western hemisphere, this is the last daylight saving time that we will have. I think they're abolishing it.
As far as Britain's concerned, that will have to be on a country by country point, wouldn't it?
I guess so.
That's there's been no announcements in the UK. In fact, when governments have suggested it in the past, there's been massive protests.
Why would does the UK have daylight savings?
Yeah. We come into daylight savings on the 29th. So what? 3 weeks.
But you guys are on the you're on the GMT 0 hour. How?
Yeah. At the moment. Yeah.
How does Swift shifting that work?
Plus 1 hour.
Okay. Gee. So GMT 0 is actually then not GMT 0 when daylight saving kicks in.
Yeah.
It's going to be more confusing than if some of us don't have it and others do then, right?
Yeah, tell me about that. Good case in point. Back in, when was it, September? Yeah. Because the Brits come out of daylight saving time at the start of the month, and I think the Americans come out at the end of the month. I got to, and we were doing a fixings photo video, and I got totally confused, and I missed the first hour. 2-hour stream.
Was it last year? Or?
Yeah, September.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's daylight saving is a hugely disruptive, terrible thing, and all sorts of metrics shoot up, like car crashes and murders and domestic violence and all the bad things shoot up for 2 weeks after the change.
Yeah, that's understandable, I suppose. Well, car crashes, don't they? Not sure about domestic murders. That's understandable.
So what did you guys have yesterday? I saw that Roger was posting a session yesterday too. What session? What was the stream yesterday about?
Yesterday was so much fun.
3 streams?
Was that Otto's? Oh, that was Otto's stream, right?
No, it was.
It was the quantum. Yeah, it was. I can't remember if it was 2 or 3. Completely confused because Roger's.
Sorry, you completely cut out there, Mark. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I think Mark.
Sure. Listen, I'm totally confused at the moment. Partially due to Roger's management.
Also due to daylight saving
Yeah.
time.
Yesterday, Roger did a new thing. Hey, what was that?
I think that's V. He's playing around with his microphone sound effects.
So Roger was doing a new thing yesterday for the first time, Tan, before we did the quantum gathering. Roger was doing a new scripted parody show that he's introducing, which I think is called something like Stirring the Pot or something like that.
Oh, is that before Otto's show?
Yeah.
Okay. So he replaced the Roundtable with something new.
Yeah. Moved the Roundtable to now and put in a new.
Interesting.
It was very interesting and fun. We were reading scripts. We were all reading scripts together and then rereading the script that the other people had read. And then we had to read it just straight through in just a normal voice, and then read it a second time with like playing, like acting.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting experiment. I don't know where you're going to take it, Roger, but I'm looking forward to. He's teasing us with all sorts of storylines that he's going to unfold, Tan, but not actually telling us what's going on.
Interesting. Well, if this works out, you guys can start a whole new theater group.
Ooh.
Start recording audio dramas.
Yep.
Put it out on Audible for sale. Make big bucks.
Yes. That's the thing. That's what we're going to do. We're all going to be millionaires this time next month.
Yeah, that's right.
Watch this spot.
I don't know. Actually, it's I'm half joking, half serious. I don't know if Roger's ever thought about posting those audios up on Audible for sale. Like a 99 cents per download kind of thing. Because I've downloaded. I've tried downloaded audio books from Audible, and it turned out to be like some wankers doing their recording of their own using like some really low quality recording devices.
Some wankers, eh? Sounds like me, bro.
Great British colloquialism there. Yeah, British colloquialism.
It rub off between Mark Edward and Mr. Robots. The English and Australian colloquies rubbed off on me. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just can't understand you under that incredibly thick British accent.
Yeah.
Who was that?
V. I think he stopped talking in his own voice and started replaying other people's sounds like Bumblebee from the Transformers.
He's got ear infections too, by the way, so he won't be.
Oh, maybe that's why. Okay.
Yeah.
So V is now effectively Bumblebee.
Yeah, he's doing sound effects and stuff. So that's going to be a part of what we're doing. I don't even know how to say it properly. Like engineer. He's going to be the engineer, I guess is the way to say it.
Practice. Come on, guys. We're talking about practice.
So, I went and got my coffee, but I had to stop off and smoke a cigarette too because I have to go outside to do that. Tan.
It's a hard life.
Oh. Yes, I'm here. Wait, do you ask me something, Roger?
No, I was wondering if there was anything that I was missing.
No, I heard we were just talking about Bob was just saying about the fancy new drama group that you started yesterday.
It's not fancy yet. It's going to
Stirring the
be.
pot.
Yeah.
And then I suggested that you should, record these sessions and then post it up for sale on audible.com.
Well, that's a good idea too. Otto
Yeah.
came up with another good idea yesterday too, as well. Because like a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be diving into has to do with the Church of the Subgeniuses.
Yes.
Church of the Subgeniuses. Is there any relation to the Church of the Space Turtle?
Probably.
Not related, but in the same sort of genre. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said to reach out to the Church of the Subgenius, and there might be chances to get some kind of like a
franchise.
Yeah, for it if they like our content.
That would be awesome, hey?
Yeah, that would be.
There's also there is an app for people who make their own videos, for wankers like us, Tan, who make their own videos. And there's I don't know, it's like Audible, but it's not for full books. It's for little short videos. And my brother sent me one a couple of months ago. I'll go and ask him about it again. And it seems quite interesting. It seems to be a new trend among younger people to not sit down and listen to a whole book, but to listen to a short 10 or 15 minutes of something that comes with visuals.
See, I was trying to tell that to Mark Watashik the other day because he's telling Nancy she needs to make a introduction that's like a minute and a half long. And I was like, hold on, dude, don't do that. Like freaking, they're not even recommending that anymore. They're saying like, if you're making a good introduction, make it at least 15 seconds, but don't go over 30 seconds,
Yeah, I was going to say 30 seconds, yeah.
I'd say even 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah. I think it's an ego thing, though, because like a lot of people who get into videos and doing all this stuff, they really want to put a lot into that introduction video, you know. And when they hear people say, well, you need to narrow it down, that kind of
the alternative method of doing that is actually just taking tiny clips from the actual video and using those tiny clips as an intro.
Those are what do they call those? Hooks.
Yeah. Well, the thing about people is that they like being cozy. They like the thing that they heard last week and the week before and the week before. They like that thing. Oh, this is my show feeling.
Mm-hmm.
But with TV, you had like a 1.5 minute introduction and the news and blah, 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 and TV had a captive audience. You couldn't really, go anywhere. You either watched that news show or that news show. But nowadays, when there's so much variety, people just change the channel, click to another thing.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a fine line between that feeling of familiarity and the boredom of like, oh, I want the talking already.
I do have some.
I can still remember in Britain when we still only had 3 TV channels.
Oh my God!
Right on time, V. Right on time. that was excellent.
Before there were TVs, even, let me tell you.
Now, I do have some bad news, though.
Oh, dear.
Yesterday, when we were doing the stream, about half an hour of that wasn't recorded because I had it muted on accident. So that first advertisement we did with Lord Edworthy that Mark was doing, I'm going to have to ask him to reread that at some point.
you don't mind doing that, do you, Mark? You'd love to. Roger, you know your circle.
Please get me out of here.
Dude, by the way, I'm debating on that. Do you think I should keep that for comedy purposes, or do you think maybe I should just edit it? Because
Yes.
yeah, I'm thinking, dude. After we did that, I'm like, dude, I cannot freaking delete that. I mean, you literally said on the stream, I'm going to go into a corner and cry, dude. You know what I mean? Are you okay with that? I mean, I want to ask you first.
For the purpose of comedy, I suppose.
Okay. I mean, because I was sitting there, dude.
Yes.
He said yes. I was sitting there thinking about that, and I was like, dude, that's actually good stuff. So I don't think we should delete that.
What would be really nice would be if somebody could make a backup recording of the show every time, so that, like, if you do get overwhelmed or whatever, you've got someone else that you can. Someone else has got a copy.
This is why I recommend that Roger create a offline version. Use OBS to create an offline version, and then you can share that one.
Well, then we would lose the live stream option too, though, for it, you know. And like prom, or what do they call that? Where like Archie Bunker, All in the Family. When they first came out, it was all live. You know what I mean? There was no cut, and there was nothing like that. Everything was live stream. So when you went in and you did your scripts, you had to do them right then and there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's kind of like what we do on the Quantum Gathering too. Like
that's using the old noodle.
You know. So they're getting that live stream feel to it. So I mean, there's pros and cons to it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, V. How handy are you with recording? Could you make a backup for Roger?
He's a.
Yeah, well, one of us could run OBS on our machine and do the recording, because I don't think Roger, you can't do recording and streaming in one in one instance.
Well, I mean, I am recording and streaming at the same time.
Yeah.
But what she's saying is, like, it's just from one computer. You know what I mean? Like,
set up a VM. Definitely the logical situation in your scenario.
You know, one thing too that I could do. I just had an idea, but I think I forgot it. But with the or anybody could do it actually. I don't really need video. Like, this is cool right here.
Yeah.
But it's just the audio. You know what I'm saying? If you like Audacity, somebody use Audacity and just record the show, the audio stuff, you know?
Just make a backup track.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. I use Audacity.
Right.
To get the entire multimedia experience, you need video and audio.
Well, well, see, the cool thing about the video thing is just like, this is a comedy parody. So I'm gonna like make graphics that go according to that genre. You know what I mean? And like with you now, how you were doing your readings and you were getting frustrated and getting ready to cry like a little baby.
Yeah.
That would be video quality. Okay. But like us going through and doing the scripts, man, that's where the content is. It's in the words we say. But like with you, that would be Monty Python level. You know what I'm saying? Because I hope.
Yeah, but if you're going to upload this content to a video provider or video host, then you need some sort of
Yeah, we'll have
something to keep them engaged,
We'll have
the audience
videos.
engaged.
We'll have
Apart from audio.
we'll have radioactive chicken heads. Okay, that's where it's all at. It's all in the radioactive chicken heads, and then we have the radioactive swamp editions too. These are like we're gonna have swamp versions. If you know anything about making mashes, you've got the swamp versions, which is kind of weird. It's a mix between like hickorbilly, metal, and freaking ska music.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine Hank Williams Jr. trying to play freaking in a heavy metal band.
Stupid ass shit, I gotta sit through his shit. Oh, not always fun.
So that's what swamp editions are basically about. I've got 2 or 3 of those set up. One's about reptilians that drink this dude's blood because it's so high in caffeine. Like they love.
That's a promising storyline.
Reptilians and vampires. They feed off of him because he drinks crap loads of coffee, and they love the caffeine in his blood.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's an actual song.
It's an actual song?
Yes.
What, that you wrote?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Well, me and Mark Watoshi.
What was that?
Me and Mark Watoshi did it together as a joint effort. It's I can find this name of the song again. I've actually got it. I literally just did finish up on the final edit for it today. It's Caffeine Blood Swamp Edition. It's called Caffeine Blood. I put it in one of the Quantum Gathering videos too. So
I listened to the Whale Never Initiates this morning.
Oh, I love that song. You know, that one right there, I just did that one, and that was off of the reading we did yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
When I told you I was going to take and run it through the Bible on there for two blades, I didn't stop to actually read what freaking it said. I just went on with the rest of the show. And after the show was done, not only did it do what it did on your computer, but when I put what you put into my computer, it went off the chain. It said that it was freaking unique. It fits perfectly into the story, but it says it takes it a whole different direction.
How cool. That is so good. Yeah, it really got excited yesterday when I put your outline in.
So did my computer. It got really. It did the same thing. I posted it on the Quantum Gathering for you. Its response was. I had it write it out in regular paragraph form.
Huh.
And it's really good. Well, actually, if you want me to, I can read it to you guys right now.
This one here. Isn't this what we read? Is this a new thing? Oh man, is this new?
Okay, so this is from the 2-blade story that we did yesterday, and what GPT said when I put it in to the Bible. Okay. Now it says within the broader narrative structure of the 2 blades, the debate script you presented occupies an unusual but meaningful position. It does not function as a direct mythic narrative in the same way that the gospel material, the pig's storytelling, or the journeys of Juan Valdez and Two Blades themselves do. Instead, it operates in a reflective layer of the universe where characters are attempting to interpret fragments of myth that already exist. In other words, it behaves like a conversation occurring long after the original event has taken place, where interpreters, editors, and opportunists argue about what the old records truly mean. This kind of material sits naturally beside archive commentaries or interpretive transcripts that attempt to reconcile stories that were never meant to be perfectly consistent. In the cosmology of the project, this makes the script feel like a recovered intellectual dispute rather than a primary piece of sacred narrative. The central concept discussed in the script is the well, and the way the characters struggle to define it mirrors the way wells function in the mythology surrounding Two Blades. In the deeper lore of the setting, a well is rarely just a hole in the ground. It is a symbolic structure that condenses ritual knowledge into a single image. Descent into a well is not merely physical movement downward, but a procedural act. Someone approaching such a structure must follow a sequence of preparation, understanding, and restraint. If those steps are ignored or misunderstood, the result is not mystical punishment, but structural failure. The world of the story does not usually judge people in a moral sense. Instead, it reveals consequences when someone interacts incorrectly with the system that already exists. Because of this, the argument between the characters about whether the well is symbolic, mechanical, or procedural actually echoes the way mythic mechanisms behave in the Two Blade universe. A well can appear symbolic to the observer, mechanical to the participant, and procedural to anyone who understands the rules governing it. Now, this goes on, so I'm not gonna, because we'll be sitting here for a long time. But that is the kind of stuff that it put out after I put your story in that you ran.
That's cool. Good summary. Good summary, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it, Roger? What tool are you using?
GPT. But see, I've done a lot with mine. I've actually trained it myself, like actually just from playing around with Chat GPT. I've figured out how to get it to do things a certain way that most people don't take time to do. You know what I mean? So I'll put it that way, and I'm not breaking it. Just to let people know, I'm not breaking the chat box. I'm just using it the way it needs to be used. Like you have to know how to function with it. When I first started doing it, Bob Dub was always telling me you need to be able to give it instructions the proper way, because if you don't, you'll mess it up. So I just
mess up the edge stuff. I've noticed this plenty of times with Gemini, especially when I point out the issues. It keeps on defaulting back to American English, and that really annoys me. So I keep on demanding that it comes out in British English, but it keeps on reverting back.
Well, it gets even more.
I love your style. I find it very erotic.
Well, I think with you though, like the hard part about you is like where you're at. Like you're in Devon, and I tried to use the accent on the yesterday for Devon, and it kind of offended you because you made the comment, I'm not some common farmer, you know what I mean? It's like so even there I'm like, oh my gosh, I caught on to that when I was like, yeah, because I looked at the writing, it doesn't have the proper Devon accent.
Hang on. Writing. A piece of writing have an accent.
Dude, it does have an accent. Like
a piece of writing doesn't have an accent.
yes, it does.
An accent is a vocal thing. It's a
No,
audio thing.
my friend Rapid, okay, he's Scottish, and the dude keeps trying to freaking make like right directions on how to do things in his games because he does competitions. And he keeps writing this stuff out in Scottish, okay? And if you pay attention to the way Scottish people write, it is not good, dude, at all. I keep telling him, I'm like, you need to have somebody from England do it for you because they speak proper English.
Oh, this goes back to that video that Ria showed us last year, or early this year, where I sort of pointed out that we've got in Britain, there's something like 50 odd different accents. And she was doing, what was it? She was showing us a video of a Liverpudlian, somebody from Liverpool.
Oh, yeah.
And and not being able to understand what that person was saying.
I find that actually happens a lot too when it comes to Liverpool. They've got a really strange way of talking. Everybody,
Certainly.
the audio is actually coming really good. I didn't have to switch out of the studio. I just had to do screen share, and I'm doing it from OBS to. I'm recording from OBS to Jitsi. That's how I'm recording. But then I have Jitsi also screen sharing into the Rumble Studios, the new setup they got, and it seems to be working out. So it's good.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to end the stream, you know what I mean, and have to start it up again and all that stuff. If I can keep it towards one good solid stream, then that's great. And then later on, if I want to stream onto another channel when we start doing our.
I'm at a restaurant. I'm at a Japanese restaurant.
Oh, cool. See if we can get you focused in.
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. We're used to it.
All these Japanese here.
Let me drop the background on that. That way we can get the solid.
Are they all screens? Yeah, they are. Or are they just photos?
It's empty bottles for decoration.
Okay. Just how just a reflection, just sort of suggested screens.
These newspapers display. Well,
That's
there's
really awesome.
photos on the wall.
Wow.
See, this is good.
Japanese iced tea.
Gee.
Chefs making food. They have a sushi boat. You guys ever seen that?
Seen what, Tat?
a boat, a sushi made into a boat that contains a bunch of sushi, different sushi.
No, I haven't.
And you eat out of the boat.
Good heavens.
Okay. I think I've come across a cafe that has done that. I think in Bristol, maybe.
You're obviously confused and aroused.
I like that way of having the screens on a newspaper. That would be fantastic. Imagine doing that in an art gallery with all the Dude Where's My Wallets and having each TV playing a different Dude Where's My Wallet. Just looping. That would be such a cool installation art thing. Man,
Actually,
maybe I should do that.
I came up with an interesting idea myself, similar sort of tangent. Stick a screen behind me
Ooh.
so I can have either static or image, or I can have wherever I want on it.
Absolutely. That would be really cool. What would you want on it?
I don't know. Stick little images of clocks. Stick clocks on that.
Oh, really? That would be
Something.
incredible.
Actually, back when I started streaming, I did have 3 clocks actually behind me. One with UTC, one with I think it was New York, so Eastern time, and one with Chinese time.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Or Korea?
Oh, yeah, I think I can remember, but yeah.
Huh. Yeah, that would be fun. That would be a real fun background.
It's just sorting that, trying to find a good stand and screen that's just relatively cheap and that would be wide enough.
Do you have good second-hand shops there in the UK?
Yeah. Charity shops on second-hand. Personally, if I'm looking for electronics, I always look at the first thing I will go for. If I know what I'm looking for, it will be eBay's refurbished and new old stock stuff.
Wow. Maybe I should go around all the second-hand shops and buy up all the old TVs and then make an installation art thing. Man, I'm having so many ideas here. I don't know, though, it's really expensive to book a showing in an art gallery and maybe have to sell some things on Audible first for $1.90 before I could get the like $500 or $600 that you need for covering the insurance of an art gallery. But man, that would be such a fun idea. Imagine if I could get a whole lot of TVs that were broken and that like just glitched. You know how the screen goes?
Yeah.
That would be, and then just randomly glitching. Wow, that would be brilliant. I actually read something this morning of somebody who was it? It was Brad Pitt, I think, who went to this show where the show wasn't on a stage. For each act, you had to go into a different room and you had to move around this house or castle or whatever it is. And I can't even remember what show it was. It wasn't like the Rocky Horror Picture Show, but it was something where it was a fully immersive audience experience. And you walked into the room and the cast was there doing its thing and you were part of them. And then when that scene was over, you went into another room and the cast started doing the next thing. I could do that with a whole lot of TVs and you'd be able to walk from episode to episode.
I think I've come across a similar concept. I've seen a similar sort of concept somewhere many years ago. But yeah, I can't remember. But yeah.
There's lots of interesting things you can do with installation art these days.
Mm.
When I was studying, there was a woman there who actually dropped out after a few months, but she was trying to do something with darkness. She had black curtains and she wanted people to go inside these black curtains where they couldn't see anything. And I don't know, I mean, that's possibly why she dropped out.
Drop your studies, forget all about school, dress up in tight leather, and live your life as a superhero.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be interesting though if you got some link with the Church of the Subgenius, Roger, because that would really cross-pollinate, I think, with all the different work that we're doing.
I did mention, well, I did have a concern, not so much of a concern now, but I was a bit concerned because of the sort of political, sort of legal issues in this country about criticism of religions.
Yeah, the world has moved on. It might not be the right thing for this day and age. It may be too sensitive at the moment too. But it would be interesting to get in touch with them just to see what they've got, you know, and see if there were any channels that could give us ideas, not necessarily going back into that era where you could make those sort of jokes, you know, 20, 30 years ago, you could make a different sort of joke. And these days you have to be very careful. Some things just aren't considered funny anymore.
Well, by some people.
By some people. But the thing
Right.
is, the type of art that we're doing, where we're sort of using cutting-edge technology to make things that have never been made before, that's really the core of what we're looking to display, isn't it? We don't need to necessarily be associated with a different art movement, since we're kind of making our own art movement, if you like.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes me think of, was it Dave Allen, that Irish guy, the guy with half a finger? Do you remember when he used to put it in his whiskey glass and pretend that the whiskey had burnt his finger off? Remember that
Dave
guy?
Allen, was he the sort of Irish, the comedian that took a lot of, took the mick out of Catholics, mainly?
Took the mick out hardcore. Like in a way that people hadn't mocked the Pope before. The Pope had been sort of sacred. And he came along and showed him falling down the stairs and having a teapot under his hat. And he used to finish his show by saying, "May your gods go with you." And that was a great big ripple through the consensus reality of let's not mock the Catholic Church. Because back in those days, the Pope was considered to be God's servant, God's direct voice on earth. So whatever the Pope said was coming like from God's lips to his ears. So to mock him was directly mocking God himself.
Much like
if you didn't want to do that, you might be struck down.
Much like the monarch, British monarch, being the head of the Church of England, being the Anglican sort of voice of God, if you like.
Yes. Really, I didn't think that the Archbishop of Canterbury, the monarch of England.
The monarch, yeah. The Archbishop is technically second in command of the, depends on how you look at it. But yeah, he's beholden to the monarch.
Yes. There's a huge, great split in the Anglican Church, isn't there, at the moment? Is there a lot Is there a lot happening in Britain about it? Is there a lot of discussion about it, or is it not really in the public view?
Depends on which because you look at. As far as the mainstream media is concerned, not overly, but there are historians and theologians that are quite critical.
Mm-hmm.
It's the entire woke. Yeah. Sorry?
They're critical of the Archbishop herself, or of
the Archbishop herself, but also the entire sort of politically correct woke sort of maneuvers. Yeah.
Tan, are you there? Tan?
In fact, I'm talking about Tan.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, we were talking a couple of weeks ago in regards to the idea of a women archbishop. No, it's not orthodox. May not be, or it's not considered as orthodox.
Well, I think she's not just a woman, but she's a gay woman. So, like, there's you can't get further away from orthodox than that, really. But Tan, I was just going to ask you, is it still in the Catholic Church, is it still considered that the Pope is the mouthpiece of God? Or is that no longer doctrine?
Well, it's always been that the Pope is the vicar of Christ. So he is the servant of Christ. He's called the servant of servants. So we're all of his brother bishops and priests are servant of Christ, and he's just like the chief servant, I guess. But but so I mean, he's the Pope operates in two modes. There's the person is the man, is the Pope, which is a sinner just like the rest of us. And then there's when he speaks authoritatively on behalf of the church, right? And so when that happens, he's guaranteed to be without error. So that is like it's called. When he's speaking from the chair, he's making declaration that is called ex cathedra. He's making formal declaration from the chair. He's guaranteed to be speaking on behalf of the Holy Spirit. Actually, the Holy Spirit is speaking through him in that instance. So that's that. Yeah. So in the Catholic Church, Christ is the king, and the Pope is like the prime minister. He's the prime minister. So in the Anglican Church, the king is the monarch is the king, I guess.
You go
and there's no prime.
You're gonna let the poor lady talk. She keeps trying to say something, and then you start saying something again.
So yeah, sorry. Bob struck a chord. She struck the chord on. He stirred something in me.
The Holy Ghost.
Okay.
It's called the Holy Ghost.
Shut up. I'll shut up now, Bob. You can talk.
No, it's fascinating. It's interesting. I was just going to say, it from that point of view, you can understand why a comedian like Dave Allen was considered to be so very offensive and so really hitting below the belt. When you have that sort of reverence for a human being, it's hard to.
Last night I mentioned Monty Python's Life of Brian, and that was not there was a lot of criticism when that came out. No, that was released. It was 81, 79, whenever.
They came out with a lot of controversial stuff too. Like Monty Python was the first ones to actually start talking about gays and stuff in England, if you remember correctly. They had a lot of sketches that included homosexuality as a part of it. And
they talked about everything that was taboo. Anything that wasn't allowed, they picked it to be a topic. Which is quite clever, really, because people laugh to release stress. So you build up that sort of stress by being irreverent and by attacking things that are reverent. You're going to get people to laugh at you because they don't know what to say. They're like,
that's kind of why I wanted to do this, stir the fallout, because with today and in today's climate, we need more people like Monty Python and freaking Dr. Demento and all of them, people who were actually able to say, look, man, don't take life so serious.
It's interesting how Python is dated, though. I was watching, it was a sketch done by John Cleese and Michael Palin. And they were doing it, I think, late 90s, early 2000s, something like this. And it was for a Monty Python revival where they were having some of the guys back. They were much, much older, of course. This is like, 30 years later. So they're doing a little sketch, much like all of their classic sketches. And at the end of the punchline is, after they have this big argument, the one invites the other to go back to his place. Kind of like they did a sketch like that with a policeman where a guy had his wallet stolen. They talk for like, well, I got anything. I'll come back to my place. All right. And that was like, really hilarious. But I remember watching the sketch and I'm waiting to get to the punchline. And the punchline is that they're going off together for a romantic occasion. And it really wasn't all that shocking sort of thing after, 40 years. I'm like, where's the punchline? Okay. So, it doesn't have the impact that it once did because things change, things get dated. But the fact that was a taboo was what made it funny. And of course, laughter is, as has been pointed out, an evolutionary stratagem. It's a non-lethal means of enforcing social compliance, so that when you see something that is not socially compliant, you don't have to my example is always, just because a guy is gathering sticks on the Sabbath doesn't mean you have to stone him to death. Instead, you laugh and you learn not to break that social taboo. But it got short-circuited into comedy, where we go to deliberately laugh. Right. Kind of interesting.
I like that.
At least that's my theory.
See, that's the kind of thing I took hold on with Mark Watoshik when we started doing all the stuff, getting it set up and everything, because he does shows with Jack, who does the paranormal investigation thing. And the whole merman idea that I came up with, that I told Mark Edworthy about, where with his Lord Edworthy character, where that started out, where his only desire is to be a merman. It came from Jack, because in my sketch, I've got it set up to where a little Japanese girl, it was a warm summer day, she freaking took her clothes off to go for a swim, and an octopus came along and ate her clothes, and then a shark ate the octopus, and she said, "Oh my God, what do I do now?" And that's the punchline. Okay. But then it evolved. It has Mark Watashik has a guy who's his handler on the radio who watches his content to make sure it abides by certain regulations and stuff, and he calls him his handler. And we've made a sketch out where he's a CIA handler and he stalks Jack because he's in love with Jack. And one day Jack went out to the water and jumped into the water, and he turned into a merman. So now you have Gary, who's freaking in love with Jack, following him around, who finds out that the guy he's in love with turned into a merman, and now he's trying to figure out how to catch him. So Mark Watashik is one to catch a merman too, because he's gay as well. Then we went a little bit farther, and in the songs I've added it into where freaking John Galt is gay, and freaking so is Bullhorn Barry. You know what I mean? So we've kind of evolved this whole punchline, you know what I mean? And
This is an orchestra of gayness.
So, you know, and I mean, there's ways you can turn it all into something hilarious, because I think, like you said, the whole atmosphere has changed, and everybody's accepting it, but there's also people who are very hostile towards it. You know what I mean? So, I don't think it has to be like hostile. It's,
Every time you bring up that merman thing, I think of the Jimi Hendrix song.
yeah.
The song about becoming a merman.
Now you're putting crazy ideas.
A merman I could turn to be. That's the name of it.
You know, it's now. Ever since you said it to me, I've been thinking about it too. So
He's a Hendrixy kind of like musical style for it.
mm-hmm. That'd be great. But yeah,
I just saw a clip of Hendrix playing acoustic too the other day. It's like, wow, what a guy!
I really do like this fairy tale daycare thing though. After doing the edits and stuff, and I really like that one. That's going to end up being good. Now next my next one is going to be 666 flags.
I was just thinking, I should have 666. I thought 666 words for me.
It's
Oh my goodness.
take your family to 666 flags, and it's going to have all these interesting rides.
Park manager Alistair Crowley. 666 flags. Oh, yeah.
That's why I enjoy hanging out with Mark Watashik, is because like we bounce ideas off of each other, and like he's obsessed with ska music and freaking hickerbilly. Okay, and like I'm amazed that the man is living in Texas. Okay, and I hope to God he didn't grow up in Texas, because if he did, I know he got beat up as a child. You know what I mean?
He might have done some of the beating too. You don't know.
Yeah.
But I've been going through. We've been mashing up some music, coming up with some stuff, and then that's when I started eventually saying, "Look, we need to do a freaking scripted show for this stuff, because it's really good content. It really is."
Epic behavior.
You know, so
Mm-hmm.
I think I chased Tan and Bob off. I was talking about home.
When I got here, we were talking about papal infallibility, which I believe was a 19th century thing. And Tan would know better than I, but for some reason, the year 1839 sticks into my mind. It's an interesting doctrine. I know sometimes, especially when you've got like 2 or even 3 popes going at a time, you can kind of wonder about which one would be infallible. But I do remember reading something a long time ago, and I might have the details wrong, but I believe it was St. Robert Bellarmine who came up with a theological kind of a way to cope with this, which is basically, even if the Pope is wrong about something, you should still, the fault would be basically you follow orders and you accept it. And if there's any wrong in it, it has nothing to do with you. It has to do with the authority that's issuing it, so that there's no sin involved because you acted in good faith.
Commanding officer.
Would that be accurate?
So,
I wonder.
yes, that sounds about right.
No. Okay, so I was saying before about the two modes that the Pope operates, right? When he declares anything ex cathedra from the
Right.
chair,
Right.
that is definitive and infallible. And so I think throughout the church history, there's only been a few instances of that kind of declaration. One is the Immaculate Conception. What's another one? But when that happened, so when that's being declared, no other pope throughout history has ever reversed anything that's declared as infallible teaching, right? But that's the whole.
So it's only though when he's speaking ex cathedra, I never knew how to pronounce that.
Ex cathedra, yeah.
Only at those times. So not everything he says, he's saying officially, I'm sitting in the chair, I'm in the cathedral, this is this. It doesn't cover every single statement he makes then. It's only those specific statements, and those are few and far between, is what you're saying.
Yeah, right.
And as I understood it, was anything with doctrine or morals, not necessarily, you can't say, well, gravity will do this now kind of deal. It's within the religious realm. Yeah.
Right. In matters of faith and moral. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, when he does that, he doesn't declare stuff outside of those two boundaries. He's not ever going to say that gravity doesn't exist or anything like that. Right.
Right.
And so there's that. But then there's the other thing that you mentioned about St. Robert Bellarmine mentoring. So there's the faithful and also members of the clergy has the duty to obey, right? To obey the hierarchy. Yeah. So if you are in part of the local church, you obey your local bishop, right? Whatever he says, you need to follow, so long as it doesn't go against your informed conscience, right? So right. So there's also the moral authority of your conscience.
So that's a safety valve there too, like a check and balance.
Yeah. So more so the clergy, they have the obligation to obey their bishop, and then they have to swear obedience to the Pope, right? That's part of their clergy. So, so you cannot totally go as a member of the clergy. You cannot go publicly opposing anything that the Pope says. There's room for what do you call it?
Debate,
objection, but respect for objection. But you cannot just wholly go anti-Pope, all out against the Pope, and at that point
you're basically an Anglican.
Yeah. You can do that to a certain point, and there's people in the church who have been doing that, but at some point, if it gets out of hand, and then the Pope puts down his foot, then he will declare you excommunicated, and then you're outside of the church, basically. And I think in the last couple of years, there's a couple of people who've done that, who've been excommunicated.
I have
So,
heard that the church has always been much more open to debate as long as it was not public. That if you had a theological dispute, that you were perfectly free to air these and object to things, but if you go public with it and declare to the people, hey, this is wrong, is a lot different from talking to other members of the clergy and saying, you know, I'm really disturbed by this kind of deal. So there was more, you know, guys like Giordano or Bruno got more in trouble because of their public speaking more than, you know, the private debates they might have with other clergy.
There's a charitable, this thing called a charitable correction, right? So it's the fraternal charitable correction. So you can do it privately, but then some people, when they've done that, and then the Pope would just ignore them.
Oh, okay.
So they would, and then he would go public, and that's okay. So like what. I think there are 4 or 5 of the cardinals in the United States who put together what they call a dubia against Pope Francis when challenges some of the encyclicals that he put out. Right. And so one of them was Cardinal Burke. I forgot his first name, but I think he was from Chicago. So and that was fine. The Pope ignored him, and then they just let it. I think that the matter, it was made public. It was made quite a stir at some point, and then it suddenly died down. And the Pope never answered them, I don't think. But that was okay. And then there's another instance of Archbishop Carlos Maria Vigano. He publicly challenged the Pope, and he even went so far as to say the Pope is not legitimate. He's an illegitimate Pope. So he got excommunicated.
He disputed with the College of Cardinals. He said there was something wrong with the election.
Yes, yeah, I did. Yeah. So.
They've been having elections for a couple, more than 1,000 years. I would figure they had their technique down pretty good by now. I don't see where they would screw up at this point in history.
Yeah. So So it's complicated matter. It's complex. It's not just. I mean, but Bellarmine says, you do have the duty of obedience to the Pope when you sign up to be a clergy,
right?
But you can object, but to a certain point. At the end, if you voice your objection, and the Pope, the Pope in the end, he has the final authority.
Right.
If the Pope doesn't accept your objections, then you have the duty to obey him.
I see.
With the exception of the moral conscience, right?
Right. Because of course the Church is composed of fallible humans, and humans. Yeah. No, that's. I think that's always been recognized too. By the Church. I don't think the Church has ever claimed that its clerics are all moral supermen or anything like that.
No, I mean, on the contrary, it acknowledges that popes are sinful people. Pope Francis showed an example of that by, you go through regular confessions, so the video of him celebrating Mass before at the Vatican, and before he starts celebrating Mass, he goes to confess.
Right. Yeah. That's good.
I was just thinking of the case of Calvin Robertson, but this is not relevant because Calvin Robertson is a defunct Anglican priest, isn't he? Calvin Robertson being, if I remember rightly, just got to check this. Yeah, he was ordained in 24, 25. And then he became political, or he was always political anyway. And then he was defrocked by the Church of England, and then moved to America, and he's acting as a priest, and he's a priest in the US, and still relatively political.
Isn't the I mean, obviously the Church of England has a kind of default political position of royalists, doesn't it? I mean, it's always been a political instrument right from the start. We've talked about that before, you know. That was the means by which, you know, society at that time, religion, government, society, it was all seen as one thing. And, you know, I read a lot of Elizabethan stuff, and she always used her position as head of the church to dictate what sermons would be. You know, we're going to have a war with Spain soon, so every sermon for a month would be like how evil the Spanish are, and how we're going to, you know, so it was always, so it would probably be, they would object to him being any kind of politics aside from, you know, I mean, you can't get more establishment than a church that's headed by the head of state. You know, I mean, that's pretty much integrated into the national establishment, or at least in theory.
But technically, isn't the Pope the head of state? He's the head of state of the
Pope
Vatican.
is only the head of state of the Vatican.
Yeah, but
I mean,
the
he's
Vatican
not the
is
head of.
recognized by the UN as a country, isn't it?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
I mean, the big
He
thing
is the head of state. Yeah.
No, they have diplomatic recognition. He used to have a lot more land. They had the Papal States in central Italy, and as a matter of fact, it was Benito Mussolini that finally made a concordat with the Pope. The Pope was like turned his back on Italy because, you know, when they unified Italy, they took all the Papal States, and he was like, "Well, screw you," and he just basically gave them the whole country the cold shoulder. And it was, you know, finally they recognized, all right, you know, you're a sovereign here. You had back then I think it was the Palatinate or Palatine Guard along with the Swiss Guard. And, you know, and to this day, but yeah, definitely it's a sovereign territory. In theory, you could expand the Papal States again. But, you know, I think the papacy came out of that medieval period where there was a lot of, you know, you had the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. You had the imperial party of the Holy Roman Empire, and the Holy Roman Emperor, who was crowned by the Pope and who, you know, claimed to exert authority over him. And then you had the emperors, who very often had the military might to decide who was going to be the next pope. So there was always a political aspect of things back then that I think we find a little alien. You know, we think of prelates and priests as being, you know, wholly divorced from secular concerns, but you know, for most of European medieval history, the church was very often the majority landholder in a country. It was not unusual for bishops and cardinals to be appointed to important parts. The Spanish court included a cardinal infante. This guy was a royal prince and operated as such, but he was also a cardinal priest. And of course, Cardinal Richelieu comes to mind immediately as a senior statesman. Henry VIII surrounded himself with churchmen. So, and of course, there was that wonderful thing where churchmen are not allowed to shed blood. So these warlike bishops would go into battle with maces so that they would not shed blood. And instead of having an edged weapon, they would just have a club. So, and this goes back to like all through human history. Priesthoods have always been, you look back at the classical world, where being a priest of the pagan gods was very often a part-time position. So the idea of a priesthood being completely integrated into like all aspects of life, including military and governmental ones, was pretty normal, I think, for most of history. So, but for us, it's kind of odd to think of the Pope as also being a, you know, the Dalai Lama was also a theocrat, if you like, a sovereign of a nation. And we think of him as this wonderful little old man teaching Vajrayana Buddhism, and he is. But when you read about the rule of the lamas in Tibet, you know, again, that's that whole thing. It was like if you could get a time machine and show the Buddha, you see that guy with 100-man bodyguards with fixed bayonets? That's a Buddhist bhikkhu. And I'm like, what? So, yeah.
Jedi
Sorry, that's my rant.
from the Force.
Of course.
I don't know how it is in the Church of England, but the Catholic Church, the laws of the Catholic Church forbid any member of the clergy to participate in political to run for political office, right? And then they're also not allowed to support any specific political party.
That's probably very wise these days.
The Church of England has got seats on the House of Lords. I think they act as
All right.
technically act as
Lord's temporal and Lord's spiritual, right?
Mm.
You know,
Lord
there's
Chancellor?
a really interesting sort of movement, or I don't know what you call it, sort of group of people who talk about, coming out of Canada, actually, I think, Tan, who talk about the priesthood not being something done by leaders. The priesthood should be something that's done by people. And their definition of a priest
Thank you.
is somebody who shares something with somebody else that they didn't know before. So, for instance, a mom teaches her child, her daughter, the magic of how to make a cake, how to combine the ingredients and put them in an oven and make them into a different thing, to transmute these substances into a new substance. And they talk about this, there being no separation between the secular and the spiritual world. And that a priest, an actual person who is a priest, not somebody who's been said that they were a priest, but a person who lives in a priestly way, is the sort of person who helps other people to understand or to deal with or to integrate the issues around the problems and the stresses that we have in life, which I think is a very fascinating thing, especially coming in sort of in the wake of the collapse of organized church post-COVID, when they went to great lengths to ban church services because apparently you could get really sick in a church, but you couldn't get sick in a restaurant.
Walmart. Yeah.
Like in a church, you'd get really ill. So post-COVID and post-lockdown, there's been a massive realignment among the ordinary people about how they express their spirituality, which I think is a fascinating development because, I'm really interested in anarchy and in people taking personal responsibility and not expecting the state to do things for them, but actually stepping up and living their own lives according to this sort of sense of rightness that we seem to have been born with. Anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in there because I think that it's very interesting for people to be losing their, I was going to say faith, but then losing their religion seemed like a good line. Losing their faith in the leadership of the church.
Well, it's also losing the structure. And, it's interesting what you're saying, because what you're describing is basically different functions that a priest might fulfill, not being restricted to a priesthood as such. At the same time, when we expand these terms, we can be in danger of losing nuance. And I'm thinking from a Buddhist perspective, there's a movement in some neo-Western Buddhists and so forth to redefine Sangha. Sangha are basically the monks, the people that take all the vows to be ascetics and all that, to expand it to mean anyone that calls themselves a Buddhist. And there are arguments about that. And actually the word Sangha itself in Pali basically means a group. But traditionally in Buddhism that you can qualify it by saying the monastic Sangha. And then there's the so-called noble sangha, which are members of the not just the monastic sangha, but anyone who's a Buddhist who attains to what they call arhanship, basically wakes up and turns off the video game. So, I think it's, in one sense, it is that anarchistic democratization. It's a natural outgrowth of people being deprived of the structure of a church, so that they are finding in their day-to-day lives some of these same spiritual experiences, and realizing that we serve each other in many ways that would be covered by a dedicated priest or minister or whatnot. At the same time, there's something to be said for the, shall we say, technician of the sacred, someone who feels they have a vocation. And you yourself, Bob, at one time were considering the priesthood in the Anglican Church, as I recall, and even studied toward that end. So, I think there are people that have a vocation to spend 24/7 working as a priest. And I'm not saying that other people can't fulfill those functions, but when you expand that term, I think we might be in danger of losing some nuance, if you know what I mean. Just my 2 cents.
Terms are interesting because I know a lot of people who won't say the word God because they feel that people have used the word God to mean something so different from what it actually is, that it's corrupted the word God. And I find that fascinating because in all the different variations, the vacuum, the universe, the source, all these other things, there just isn't the same thing, that same idea of one supreme, unified, spiritual entity that drives humanity towards goodness. And so it's really difficult when trying to communicate about these things, because even if you're talking about dogs, right? One person's dog means a big black Rottweiler guard dog that chases away the bad guys. Another person's dog is something that you put in your handbag and take to the mall with you. So even using an absolutely simple word can lead to huge misunderstandings between what people mean. And so it's an interesting time that we live in, where we're trying to redefine what it means to be a person with a moral backbone.
See, I mean,
because there seems, sorry.
With me, that seems to be the problem, though. Because like I've listened to you, and I've listened to Tan, and I've listened to Otto, and everybody, and you guys have said some amazing stuff. Okay, and I've done the research on stuff going all the way back to the primordial times, when people would worship the sun instead of the sun god, you know what I mean? And there's things that people today are trying to reinvent, in my opinion, you know what I mean? Like a lot of these pagan beliefs that are actually a part of history is being used for things like freaking New Age religions and New Age mysticisms and stuff like that, and they're not being honest, or not really honest, but like forthright about where they're actually getting their information. You know what I mean? And how that blends in with today's kind of thinking.
Yeah.
But this sort of lacking nuance and redefining words is a wider issue. I mean, I have criticised people many times, and Roger knows, about the terms Nazism and fascism.
Yeah,
that has been those words have been corrupted or misused.
yeah, yeah.
So,
Oh yeah. And yeah, I'm famous for like, are you are you talking about the Italian political philosophy of the early 20th century? You know, which has a very different ideas, goals, and underpinning ideology than say National Socialism or Phalangism, or even what's his name there that took over Peronism in Argentina. So yeah, these are all different, very nuanced. And one of the funny things about them is when you actually study them, like read their writings and stuff, you start to realize that, you know, it's a very interesting bit of history, but they're really concerned with a completely different set of social and political problems than we have today. I really think most of these philosophies are pretty much irrelevant to most of what we're coping with, and yet people jump all over them. It's like the neo-pagans that Roger was talking about, where people are seeking for spirituality. They've been told again and again, you don't dare be a Christian because that's cringe and evil and da 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 and all the bad things in the world. Christians and the witch hunts and stuff. You know, they used to have witch hunts in 300 BC. Okay, there was a plague going on in Rome, and they went through and they found all these people, your poisoners, your sorcerers. They had all kinds of executions. I forget how many people they were driving people. That, you know, this is the same behavior kind of deal. So the neo-pagans, I mean, to my mind, if you want a pagan religion, and by which I define neither Christian, Muslim, nor Jewish, well, go to somewhere where there are actually practicing pagans. Go to India. You know, Buddhism is arguably a pagan religion since it's not one of the big three. Study living, how people are actually doing it, because these guys basically, a lot of times, I think, first of all, they're coming out of a Christian culture. The West is Christian. And I love G.K. Chesterton that said, if you really want any touch with the old pagan traditions, you have to go to the church. You know, because everything else we have in our society is basically the result of us being a Christian society. The newspaper, the kinds of government we have, the idea that, you know, a lot of these ideas about the dignity of human life and stuff come out of this, I think. But if you really want to go back to the old traditions, you know, you go to midnight mass, and that's like, you know, if you could look at that with pagan eyes, it's a wonderful sun worship thing. You know, the physical sun in the sky, the God in the sky. The Christian, of course, is spiritualizing this. It's a different sun. But that was always one of the things that brought the pagan community over into Christianity, the similarity in symbols with a shift in the spiritual meaning. But with the guys today, I mean, I respect anyone that's seeking, you know, and that kind of reminds me of what we were talking about a little while ago about when Bob was saying about how people don't use the term God because of the misunderstandings that can accrue. And I was thinking, you know, if you go on the spiritual path, no matter what it is, you're trying to get closer to God. You're trying to get closer to that spiritual truth, which is basically inexpressible. So all something like the church does is provide you with a path within the paradigm of your society in terms you can understand, because no word is going to be able to properly describe it. All you can do is give people a mechanism to help them reach this themselves through whatever means, kind of deal. But I do worry about some of the. I was going to say I do worry about some of the neo-pagans running around. But go on, Bob.
There's a really interesting story somewhere in the New Testament, possibly in the Acts of the Apostles, that talks about after Jesus died, there was this huge debate amongst the Jewish leadership about what they should do about this. They'd managed to get rid of this guy that was spreading misinformation and that was dissing the system and bringing all these conspiracy theories to light. And they'd managed to get him out of the picture by murdering him, and that was cool. But they didn't know how to stop these stupid people who kept on believing his misinformation. And there's a really interesting little passage there where the one guy says, if what he says isn't the truth, it'll die out. But if what he says is actually true, it will remain over time, and there's nothing we can do about it. And I think that it's very interesting when you think about the development of religion in the British Isles, that Anglicanism was a new religion that was created. The British people took the Christianity that came to them and they decided to integrate it with their pre-existing understanding of divinity. And they updated their language and they updated their concepts and they jumped forward, quite a few years from a Stone Age representation of the understanding of the world to a much more like Iron Age, perhaps, understanding.
Oh, okay, you're talking about the pagan to Christian jump, right?
Yes. What I'm saying is that
would have been a Catholic church then. You said Anglican church. I'm like, what? Anglican church back then? 300 AD? You meant the Catholic church,
Catholicism, when what became Catholicism reached the British Isles, the British people were very different from the rest of Europe. The rest of Europe sort of said, oh, okay, if you say so, we'll do that. But when the British people looked at it, they said, we've already got a really good way, but this way fits in with our way, so we'll adopt this thing. I mean, for instance, Christmas and Christmas trees and, Easter. Easter already occurred on a ceremony that was celebrated in the British Isles. So what I'm trying to get at is that there's an underlying understanding in human beings about what the spiritual world is. And whatever the religion is called, it doesn't change what the people do in order to try and have a relationship with that spiritual world. And pagans, or some people nowadays, tend to not want a relationship with the spiritual world. They just want a way of doing things right, which is a completely different rationale to wanting to actually relate to the spiritual.
That's actually, I think, a good insight into, and Chesterton said something similar about the older pagan religions were more about the older idea of you just did what was right, and what was right was what the God wanted, and then you just did that. You didn't have that personal moral framework to which you relate, that check on things that Tan was talking about earlier, that moral conscience, and moral consciousness too, I guess, sort of thing. It's more than just doing it right. You have to be right as well.
I'm not sure if it's a question of rightness as much as staying alive. Do the right thing so that you don't die of a disease. You don't cause a vendetta in your family, or
keeping social stability. You're saying, basically.
Yeah. I'm saying that the point of these, as I see it, the point of these systems that tell you how to be right are to promote a communal lifestyle.
Yeah.
Whereas the point of having a relationship with something bigger than yourself is much more of an individual pursuit.
You know, we actually had a good conversation on this, Otto, because if you remember, I think it was on your show where I had mentioned, this goes back to the Babylonians, where there was a ritual that took place within the Babylonian communities that was religious, where the person who was, I guess you'd call it the Babylonian king, he would have to be slapped in front of freaking everybody so that he would show a tear. That eventually became ritualistic. and for everybody to feel confident about the Babylonian Empire, I guess you could call it. They had to see him actually cry after this priest smacked him as hard as he could. If it didn't happen, there would be an omen.
Right.
So
It
the
was necessary for it to be a successful reign.
right, and these men would literally practice crying so that whenever they were smacked, they could freaking cry on demand.
Well, you know, what I was thinking, and this kind of links to that, what Bob was saying, it kind of reminds me of the difference between a shame-based and a guilt-based culture. Because the shame-based culture is more communal. It's more, what would the neighbors think? What would my family think? What would all the people, what would my ancestors think? What would my descendants think? You're worried about how you're affecting those around you. Whereas the guilt-based culture is, how could I have done that? And perhaps it comes from, what would God think of that? What would, what would my higher self think of that? What would my soul, this might have damaged my soul. I remember, I think I told everyone the story. I used to work as a telemarketer, and I did pretty good at it until things were getting tough. So they basically told us to lie on the phone, and I wouldn't do it, and I was getting in trouble for it, and I finally quit, and I had to sign out and give up my ID to get into the building. It's a security thing. And I went to the security guards to turn in my ID, and they're like, "You're leaving? We always like talking to you. Why are you going?" And I explained to them what happened, and they said, "Yeah, but why are you quitting?" And I had to think about it for a minute, and I said, you might laugh at me for saying this, but when I think of it, the only honest answer that comes back is, I really think that this is bad for my soul, and I can't do this anymore. And but that's that whole thing about that communal thing that Bob was talking about, as opposed to that individual awareness of stuff. And that works in there with the king being slapped. That's a public shaming.
Mm-hmm.
In a sense, you're getting him beyond shame and making it more important to him what the God wants, what the priest, as the representative of the God, wanted. So, yeah, that's my rant.
I wanted to say another thing about what you said earlier, Roger, about when they say that people worship the sun. One of the problems that I have with people putting interpretations on ancient religions is that the use of the words have changed so much. Nowadays, when we say the sun, we think of the yellow thing that burns up there in the sky. But the word the sun actually meant, in ancient languages, the word sun meant the thing that gives you the life force, the thing that makes stuff grow, and it was considered to be beyond the sun. And so now we have the remnant of the word, and when people go back and look at ancient documents, they read the sun from our mindset, not from their mindset.
Yeah.
That's another confounding factor with sort of
And
looking
yet I would point out to you, though, that everything you said about the sun is demonstrably physically real. The sun is the source of all life. The sun is what keeps us warm. It's responsible for all growth. But yeah, they definitely, we think of this ball of plasma 93 million miles away with all the, fusion going on and all that kind of stuff. And it's just one of all these other things. It reminds me of the Latin word spiritus, spirit, which literally means air. I think for the ancients, they had a very concrete idea of these things. There is that beautiful thing in the sky. I was freezing. It rose up over the horizon. I'm warm now. Thank you. And to them, anything that moved was animated, right? It moved, anima, right? Soul. Anything that moved of itself was in some way alive to them. Otherwise, it wouldn't move. So to them, anyway, I think they were very concrete. The spirit is something that if you're cut off from it, you will die. If you don't have spirit, you will die. Well, yeah, if you put a rope around someone's neck and they can't breathe, then they're going to die. They literally felt that the air itself was the spirit And it was only later that these things became more etherealized, if you like. And then, of course, with our modern reductionist science, we just say, well, that's just the sun. But if the sun weren't there, we would all know about it very quickly. You know, as I've often said, our lives are as inexorably bound up with the existence of the sun as they are bound up with the existence of our hearts. You know, if you remove either one, we're gone. So, but yeah, I think that they took a lot of stuff literally. What's that?
I say you and I have argued about this so many times.
We have.
We see it so differently.
Oh, I'd like to think of it as discussion.
I don't think that you're right. I think that you're wrong by trying to say that the old people literally thought this. Because how do you know? You weren't there. How do you know what they literally
thought?
I
don't know, but I am using the literature. I am just looking at the words they use.
The literature know? They're just a whole lot of men who've come to conclusions and written it in the book, and then everybody's, oh, this guy wrote a book. He's so super clever. We should think what he thinks. Why? He's just one of us. He wrote a book, and he wrote some stuff in a book, and we can consider it and think, is this relevant? Does this add to my life? Not, this is the truth. This guy is right.
I could very well be wrong. This is just something I actually kind of came up with myself looking at the words, but I think other people have probably pointed it out too. And of course, it's, you know, we don't know. We'll never know for sure. But this is the fun of trying to reconstruct what went on back there in people's minds and their civilizations. You know, we gaze back through this lattice and we don't really know. But I speak through my own, I have felt grateful to the sun when I have been cold and the sun has risen, and I just felt so grateful that there was a sun there, you know. And I say to myself, I wonder if this is how early humans felt, you know. So I'm trying to draw parallels with my own experience, perhaps.
No, with both of you, one thing I've got to say is like the conversation has been amazing because, for one thing, both of you are talking straight up linguistics. Okay, and you don't hear people break it down to the actual language that's taking place. Okay, that's and I want to point that out, that both of you are talking linguistics. You know what I mean? And that's very important because a lot of people do not understand what the whole thing with the sun is. Like there's these primordial beliefs actually explain that the sun it represents something. You know what I mean? It's not just a ball of plasma sitting in the sky. You know what I mean? These people believe that the sun meant something, and you hear things like the world tree. That's a very, very spiritual thing back in the day. You know what I mean? They did believe in it. You can see it all across religions, stretching from Europe all the way to India. Every one of them has a tree that is linked together in one form or another through the Indo-European language groups. But you tell that to people who are a part of those separate religions, and they throw a fit. You know,
what's our Christmas tree? That's our Christmas tree today. It's still with us.
Right. Well,
one of the reasons is that if you never think about trees, they're no big deal. It's just this thing in the garden. If you sit down and you think about a tree for any length of time, like 5 hours worth of tree thought, right? You will come up with so many things that happen in the tree. The sugar goes here and the other stuff goes here, and then this thing goes there, and then a cell does this, and then this thing goes up. Do you know, when I inject the avocados, I take a drill and I drill a hole into the trunk of the avocado, and I screw a syringe into that hole, and then I load the plunger, and I leave it overnight, so that overnight that acid in my syringe is sucked up into the bark of the tree. And then the acid is taken up to the top of the tree from the little place that I injected it in. It's taken up into right to the very top leaves, And as it goes up further and further, the branches get smaller and smaller. So the acid is divided up at every junction. The acid gets divided up and it goes to the leaves. The leaves do whatever leaves do. And then they send the acid back down through another channel. And it goes all the way down to the roots. And then when it gets to the roots, it's pushed out of the tree. And only when it's pushed out of the tree does it do the job that I want it to do, which is killing the fungus on the roots. And that fungus that's on the roots is acting as a protective barrier, which is stopping the osmosis. And so the tree can't suck water in because it's got this fungus. I kill that fungus and I start living. Okay, so I've said that in a few seconds, few minutes, and it's kind of interesting. But if you stop and sit with that for 14 days, while you understand that a tree is like a miracle, it's like a blueprint for what God is.
Yeah, we take too much for granted.
I think the trees. That's why I think the trees are used in spiritual people's descriptions, not because of the tree you see in your garden, but because of the function of the tree.
Mm-hmm. I've actually dug really deep into that. When it comes to the ancients, it's see, this is where I get weird. Even people who believe in the paranormal and stuff don't really like hearing this, okay? Because like, even on a spiritual level, when it comes to the tree, the connection between how the brain works and how a tree functions is very, very similar. You know what I mean? Like, we have fibers that are within our brain. We have the mossy fibers and the climbing fibers. And the odd part about it is like the way trees are represented and the way they function physically coincides with the way our brain functions in physics and everything within our brain. Okay, and that's hard for people to grasp a hold of. You know what I mean? They don't want to understand that, and it's weird that from ancient times all the way to now, I mean that has always been a common theme. Like everybody has always grasped the concept that the tree is something important. You know what I mean?
They're very impressive. And you know, Bob was talking, I was thinking about that whole scalar invariance, the fractal thing, you know, that which is above is like unto that which is below and vice versa. You know, when we look at a tree or really any part of our environment long enough to really consider its miracle and it's the way it exists, I think it gives us an inkling into larger things. You know, I used to meditate on trees quite a bit when I was younger, and I always used to say, you could learn everything you need to know about the universe from studying a tree. It might not quite be literally true, but I think there is a lot to be found in paying attention to the particular, especially trees.
Hey, Otto, guess what?
What?
Write this in your diary.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. After I don't know how many hundreds and hundreds of hours of discussion, we finally had that wonderful point. Opa.
Now,
I will write this down, today's date and everything.
now,
It is. Oh, my goodness. The 6th of March, 2026, I think.
Yeah. Wow. Now, I do want to say the reason why I've been real quiet is because whenever it gets into good conversation like this, I tend to like make it go a little crazy. Like Tan is wanting to really get into religious discussion, and this has been an excellent religious discussion, and I think it's what he's wanted. But I always start, you know, how I am. You guys have all been around me, you know how I do things, so. I really do appreciate freaking hearing everything you had to say.
It's fascinating. So great. I'm grateful too. It's lovely to be able to talk about these things. So many people don't.
So how about that minds.com, guys?
Whatever. You got anything
Minds
better to talk
Roundtable,
about?
after all.
You got anything better to talk about? I'm getting so sick of hearing about minds.com. Minds.com.
Nothing else.
Stop, Roger. Don't start, Roger.
Maybe you should rename the show to Roger Hanson's Roundtable.
No. Now, Minds Roundtable actually kind of created itself. Like, I always say this stuff, and it really has. Like, I've done very little to do anything on this show, and it's like everybody else has freaking built this show. All I do is put the stream together and hit record. You know.
What's the most humiliating job there is?
Minds is a very amazing place.
Yeah, it really is.
The real Minds Underground is the only place to be on the whole of the internet. You just have to search for it a little.
What? Does he still have that Minds Underground thing?
Fully. Minds wouldn't be Minds without the underground.
Right.
Oh, I see. You're talking about this.
No.
Renaming to.
No.
Well, you know, I mean, a roundtable in theory discusses anything that comes up. And I mean, you can only speak so much about minds.com itself. There's so many other interesting things to talk about. Why should we restrict ourselves? You know, these are the top minds on minds are getting together to discuss topics that no one else would even go near.
And I mentioned this last night too, and everybody always seems to shrug this off, but like, these are everybody here except for V is an actual freaking Minds member. You know what I'm saying? Like and that's pretty much how it's always played out on Minds. Everybody's on the show is actually on Minds.com usually. So I mean, I think.
Yep.
I think having members of Minds come on here and just be able to hang out and talk about serious conversations is important. Like if you go on Minds, how many people say they're a part of Minds and all they do is they dump their crap on there and they don't freaking do anything community wise?
Yeah, this is a community event.
You know,
definitely.
It's like the Infinite Imaginarium, that was a community, or that is a community effort. So's freaking this one. There's also Quantum Gathering, which is totally top secret.
Yeah, don't spill the beans, Roger. Everybody will start asking about it, and then you know what will happen.
That's right.
You have to keep it a secret. You haven't got the clearance.
We'll go viral otherwise. We don't want that.
Right.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
We don't want them. You.
He needs popularity.
No, just to answer you, Tantu, there is an actual group on Minds called the Minds Underground.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that started by Mike?
Yep.
Mike Gaming?
Mike and Satori. And Bob probably.
He left mine. So.
Well, Satori's still there. Satori D is still on Minds.
Technically, MG's not left Minds.
Right.
At least not last time. I'll have to check again. But he just disabled his account.
I cheer him on for the effort. You know what I'm saying? Because like somebody needs to freaking stand up and speak out about a lot of the stuff going on there. And I don't want to see Mike leave frickin' Minds. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, enough is enough. You know, you go into the help and support section and just listen to some of those conversations coming out of there. You know, it's getting pretty bad.
What help and support? What help and support section? There isn't one anymore.
Chat, the help and support chat you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's not even supported by the administration. That's just a community thing where you ask other members of Minds for help, and they help you.
The thing that Minds Gaming told me about, not directly about him leaving, but he spent years and years and years and years and years helping other people to build their communities and their platforms and everything. And one day he woke up and thought, why am I not doing this for myself? And so he's changed his focus now. And instead of battling with other people to get them to understand his ideas, he's writing the code himself. And he's putting into practice what everybody's telling him can't be done. And he's actually pulling it off. And I think I've mentioned this about 7 times to you, Roger, but the code that he's written on Lovable to establish your own community, your own platform, if you like, your own node, has been duplicated by 100 different users in the last 4 or 5 months. So what he's doing has actually caught the attention of the community, and they are trying to put his ideas into practice. And so I don't think it's as much that he's left Minds as just that he's moved on. Instead of talking to other people about it, he's like, okay, you won't listen to me. Let me show you how to do it.
It's a good approach, because I know he's put a lot of time and effort into it. So I agree with it. You know, he needs to get back into gaming, though. He's Minds Gaming. And I mean, don't get me wrong.
It's possibly why we're not seeing him. He's possibly right back into gaming.
Well, I mean, he needs to be forthright. Okay, not hold out on the gaming stuff, because like Retro Cheat even left Minds, I guess, because I haven't seen any notifications of them, and I've had this kind of suspicion that Minds Gaming was Retro Cheat.
No, really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because they're both really smart.
One clue, I guess.
Name too. That's not necessarily. Just being a smart guy doesn't mean that you're all guys.
You notice
Roger Hansen could also be called Minds Conspiracy.
That's
Yes.
that's kind of what I was getting ready to say. You know,
Remember, Roger, your allegations of Minds Gaming and Bill Ottman
Bill
being
Ottman.
the same person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it makes sense. It does make sense. Just
I know it's
Flat Earth theory, I've heard, makes a lot of sense.
no, I'll tell you. Oh, go ahead.
Look around, you'll see the Earth is flat. I mean, what more proof do you need?
Well, don't.
It is flat for about 11 miles or so. So, yeah, it is flat up to a point.
I can't believe how much of a science they've tried to turn that into. Like, I went on and did an interview with DK Spiracy, and he explained all that stuff out to me, and I was like, oh my God, how can they turn around and complicate something like a freaking flat disc? But sure enough, they did it.
It's a forced meme at this point, I think. But you know, I know Bob's seen it, because I think I read it to her, but where she's read it, they did these things, the Bedford Canal experiments, where they had the flat Earth guys versus the round Earth guys. They got all this equipment, and they were going to measure distances along the Bedford Canal, which apparently extends far enough to be you can notice the curvature of the Earth over just the line of sight. So they got all this thing, and they had like these 2 teams, and the team that was for a round Earth said, see, we've proven the Earth is round. And the team that was doing the flat Earth, they had all their measurements, and their measurements showed that the Earth was flat. Well, it just goes to show that, you know, everybody's going to see, the mind comes first. You're going to see the evidence that your mind is prepared to see.
Well, I've heard that the really, really interesting theory, the new theory that's come up to disprove the flat Earth theory, and the one that really, really disproves it once and for all, is the flat sun theory.
Ooh, the flat sun. That's a good one. How's that work?
I haven't looked into it, Otto. I said that as a joke.
Well, from a 5 or 6 dimensional viewpoint, I guess it would be a flat Earth, right? Or flat, just it would lack a dimension, but not literally from our 3D perspective, I don't think.
But I do have to say one thing. The one theory that I think is actually legitimate in a way, I don't think we understand it fully, is the hollow Earth. Because of the cave systems and everything, and we don't know what's actually down there. You know what I mean?
Roger, we do know what's down there.
Yes.
We noticed when it comes up what it is.
Well,
and it's not bones and little bits of animals and crystals.
Mm-hmm.
It's liquid rock that burns you if you get close.
That's the exhaust.
Even if you put a pillow on your head.
Well, that's
from the power plants. That's from the power plant. You know what comes up out of the hollow Earth? Flying saucers are seen all the time, and of course the hollow Earth contains Shambhala International Airport. It's in an undisclosed location under the Himalaya Mountains, and then you can transfer there to go to Agartha, which is even deeper in the hollow Earth. But, the hollow Earth apparently started with this guy named Sims, right? And he said it would be such a waste of space for there not to be anything in there. So he decided that was his argument. It's like, it would be a waste of space. Of course there's got to be stuff in there.
Well, here's...
What,
go ahead.
What about Wakanda? Where is that?
Okay, so I have a trivia question for all of you guys. How far down can we dig?
I can dig down about 1.5 feet, and then I just get tired. I just don't want to do it anymore. But I'm old. When I was younger, I could probably dig down about 3 foot, because I used to have to put up fences and stuff. So 3 foot. That's how far you dig. That's as far as I ever dug.
I mean, human beings all together. I mean, what's the farthest we've been able to dig?
There's some borehole somewhere in former Soviet Union, I think, where they got down. But it got so hot down there, getting close to the magma core, that I guess their drill melted or something. I'm not sure how far down they got, though. A few miles, maybe? A mile or two?
Do you know, Bob Dub? No, you guys can't.
I thought it was 3 kilometers, but now I'm doubting myself, so I'm looking it up.
Okay, I figured you guys were going to do that. Going to do a Google search.
I just checked offshore. Okay, this is offshore oil wells, oil rigs, 3,000 meters.
So it's 3 kilometers.
Yeah.
So that would be roughly 8 miles, just under 8 miles.
Huh. Yeah. How many chains is that? How many furlongs? Sorry, just kidding.
10,000
furlong
feet.
Oh my goodness! Let's not get into the math. It's bad enough whenever you go over the time zones with me. Don't go into the math and calculations and stuff. So, but yeah, it's like that's the reason.
Yeah, man. Hey, I'm going to drop for a few minutes. I'll be back in about 15. Okay.
Actually,
all right. See you shortly.
The deepest oil rigs, 7.5 miles.
7.5. Yeah.
For 40,000 feet.
Yeah, I've got one here. The Kola Super Deep Borehole, 40,230 feet in 1989 in Murmansk Oblast, Russia.
Now, also remember, the holes that just formed in Russia don't count because those aren't man-made.
Oh, okay.
Because
So here's the thing. It says in many places the temperature rises by about 25 to 30 degrees C per kilometer in the crust.
Wow.
I should translate this into... Translate. What's your system called?
English system. The English system for our sins. Here in America, we use the English system.
Fahrenheit.
Well, yeah, there was
Oh,
difference
Fahrenheit.
between-
Miles. Okay, I'm translating it into Fahrenheit and miles. So the temperature increases by about 45 to 55 Fahrenheit per mile that you go down into the crust.
50 degrees per mile? Whoa!
2 to 2.5 miles down, it's between 200 and 300 degrees Fahrenheit. 6 to 9 miles down, it's about 480 to 750 Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Humans working undergrounds at around 2.5 miles deep, it is extremely difficult to breathe because of the heat, pressure, and ventilation.
Whoa.
The deepest mines are around 2.5 miles deep. Rock temperature can exceed 140 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow. No trouble keeping your
Cola
lungs.
super deep borehole that reaches 7.6 miles deep has a temperature of around 356 Fahrenheit.
Wow.
There we go. A comprehensive answer for you, Roger, to your
That's,
trivia
that's
question.
very, very good.
So you could cook a meal if you just lowered it down far enough.
Now, see the obvious thing to go into after this would be extremophiles. Okay, so we've established 8 miles underground. What kind of extremophiles are there on the planet that could survive extreme environments like that?
Salamanders could. You know, the fire elementals.
You know what's fascinating is octopuses.
Mm.
Do you know that if you put them inside a jar and you tighten the lid on the jar, they can reach their tentacles up and put their tentacles on the bottom of the lid and twist it and unscrew the lid and get out of the jar.
That is so cool.
Oh, they are cool. You know, I wish Panyabasa were here. You know, he was a marine biologist before he became a monk, and he specializes in cephalopods. He talks about cephalopods all day. He thinks they're amazingly cool and as smart as people, maybe. I don't know anything about them, though, except that they have amazing eyes, apparently. Really good depth vision, which just kind of makes sense. And some of them get really big. Really big.
You gotta get.
They're apparently an alien life form, you know.
Well, yeah, there's a theory. I'm not sure.
Well, I think pangolins are an alien life form, if anything, and possibly giraffes. I've seen those pictures. That tongue, my God, that's not from this planet. But
when I was in South Africa, I went to the museum where the coelacanth, the very first coelacanth.
Oh, cool.
And spoke to the guy who worked with the woman who did the work on it and he said that nobody has found a coelacanth nursery. They do not know how or where or anything about their breeding. They're so far down in the ocean that people can't get to them.
It's amazing. Wow. That is so
amazing. And they have 4 fins. They have fins on their sides and then fins on their tummy and back. And he says they're like little arms. They're like little arms with a fin on the end of it. And he says the theory is that they walk through tunnels. They go down through rock tunnels to some place where they live. That's not the sea. We just catch them in the sea. But there's some other place, the theory is, that there's some other place in the ocean blocked off from men by these tunnels, and the coelacanths use their little arms to walk through them to get to their secret coelacanth.
That makes sense, because when you think about some of the mass extinctions, even in the oceans, because of, who knows why, that would protect them and their nurseries. It sounds to me like somebody's going to be putting some kind of a transmitter or something on one of those guys and releasing them back into the ocean. That would be a fascinating thing to discover. Yeah.
You see, you don't need to make up what sort of weird stuff exists in weird places that we don't know, because we've already got weird stuff that we could actually study.
Oh yeah, where do flying
By
saucers
putting-
come from? They could come from right here. There's so much of the ocean that is simply we know nothing about.
Oh,
Nothing.
Well, there's
yeah,
so many
the
different
old-
military organizations around the world who are flying things around the skies that they don't want anybody to know about. I mean, obviously,
Oh, that's
the
a
old
factor.
argument, the old argument that we know more about space than we know about on oceans.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the thing about this, the saucer thing, and one theory I've always been interested in, and of course, obviously, especially after the 20th century started, I'm sure a lot of military craft have been mistaken. I mean, one of my things that I go on about is the very first so-called modern saucer sighting, where they coined the term flying saucer, was Kenneth Arnold out, I believe, in California. And he did not describe them as saucers, which is interesting because the headlines picked up saucers and everybody started seeing saucers. He said they seem to skip like saucers. But the actual drawings, if you see what he actually saw, they look remarkably like experimental jet designs that we know people were working on at that time period. I've always kind of suspected, they had they kind of looked like B-2 bombers, like a flying wing kind of design. Not so jagged looking, but designs that like the Horton brothers were working on and continued to work on all through like the 1950s and 60s, right up into modern days. So, but then you've also got reports that I think are definitely reports of something that's very unusual. It's a unique human experience. And of course, these reports go back way before we had any kind of flight technology. So what's going on there? One theory is that some of these things people see in the sky are actually living beings of some sort, a life form that we simply haven't identified that could live. And the sea is vast, and there are vast unexplored areas of the land even today. And if something is truly alien, would you even be able to recognize it? I always say, we've got on this planet other animal species that seem to be at least as intelligent as us. Dolphins, elephants. Even our pets are pretty smart. But we can't really communicate with them very well. How could we expect to somehow have a discussion with a completely alien life form, something from another planet? We can't even talk to our own dolphins. How can we even communicate with something with and dolphins share a lot of our genetic material, grew up on the same planet over millions of years. So yeah, there could be things here that we don't recognize. Something alien could be in the same room with you. Quick, look over your shoulder. It could be there now, but you wouldn't see it. How could you notice it? Philip K. Dick used to talk about something he called zebra, or possibly zebra, depending on what side of the Atlantic you're on. And he talked about it as being like an alien being that is omnipresent around us. It's so large, it's part of the environment, and we've always had it here, so we don't really notice it. And I think of Reverend Kirk wrote a book called The Secret Commonwealth. This was in the 17th century, where he talked about there's this whole other world that coexists with us, that sometimes interacts with us, but of which we're normally and probably blissfully unaware most of the time. So there's a whole can of worms,
It's what you believe is there is what you see. And all sorts of very strange things happen in our brains. And in fact, our memory, the main function of our memory, is to forget things and to screen things out. And we have to, in order to exist, in order to function on this planet, we have to screen out about 80% of the sensory data that comes in through our skin, through our eyes, through everywhere.
Right.
And one of the things that back in the olden days in Ireland, there used to be a witch who lived in a swamp who would come and get you if you were naughty and you didn't sleep. And people saw her often saw her. So like, what happened? Did people see weird stuff because their brains let in too much light, or a weird shift of the something? Or Is it that we are prepared to believe what we already think exists?
All of our sense experience is the product of electrochemical processes in our brain. And that we equate reality with visibility, which is sometimes unfortunate. So that if you and I see a tree, we were talking about trees, and we both say that's a tree, and we use this common language, we know if I make the sound tree, it's going to mean the same thing as when you make the sound tree. And in this case, the light impinging on our eyes, the smell of the tree, the sound of it as the wind blows the branches, these are all sensory cues. And yet people perceive things that other people do not perceive. Now, we tend to mean to equate that as meaning, excuse me, that what the other person sees is quote unquote not real. However, you are still perceiving something. Something has impinged upon your sensoria. And of course, I include in the sensoria the mind, because the mind is also a sense object. And as Bob has pointed out quite accurately, I agree with her completely about this, the mind is the forerunner of all. The mind comes first. Any experience you have is going to be mediated by the thoughts already existing in your mind. So if you are prepared to see that witch woman, then you're going to see her, just like the people who read the headline, flying saucers, suddenly started seeing saucers in the sky. They were seeing something. There's something there that is impinging upon people's sensoria, impinging on their minds perhaps alone, although these things seem to leave physical traces too. But what they experience is different from what someone standing next to them experiences. And I've read of a lot of accounts like that. They tend to be dismissed because ufologists, they want nuts and bolt saucers that you can kick the tires on. They don't like this ambiguity that exists around this experience. So I would agree with Bob as far as the mind is going to, in a lot of ways, what you experience is going to be predicated on what's in your mind, and this can be manipulated. And that's where things start getting spooky and scary. I say spooky in terms of like spook as in intelligence agencies and stuff like that. I have long thought that Whitley Strieber, you guys all remember Whitley Strieber, Communion? That was the big book that started the big bug-eyed, big-headed alien trend. Before that book got pushed, people reported meeting all kinds of weird-looking critters coming out of saucers, blonde people saying they came from the planet Venus, little green men with pointy ears, normal-looking humans, all kinds of strange beings. But he started pushing, they look like this, they look like this, they look like... Suddenly, everyone was reporting these experiences, and they all were built around the kind of saucer mythology he was pushing about the genetic experiments and stuff like this. And of course, as I've often pointed out, and as I've tried to contact Strieber about, although he has remained silent on the subject, every single thing he wrote about was derived from a movie starring Peter Graves called Killers from Space. The entire saucer mythology, and I think it was made in 1954. It's on the Internet Archive. Anyone listening, I advise you strongly to watch Killers from Space. You will see every aspect of Whitley Strieber's saucer mythology there. Now, did he see this movie as a kid? And it kind of subconsciously shaped how he was experienced this? I tend to think he is a fiction writer. He said in the very foreword of his first book on aliens, he said, I'm a fiction writer and I might be making all of this up. And I personally go with him making that admission in the foreword to his first book. I really see a lot of his work as being a psychological experiment and seeing if you could condition people to experience this phenomenon within the confines of the space alien. You're helpless. You're just like a little tag thing. I mean, before Strieber came along, you didn't have abductees. People didn't abduct you. You had contactees. They would come and talk to you. Hey, pleased to meet you. We're giving you a message. Stop making nuclear bombs. Stop fighting each other. It'd be like really nice messages like that. After Strieber, suddenly it's like, well, they stuck this in me and they stuck that in me and they did this, that, and the other thing. I mean, there were some accounts before that, the very famous Betty and Barney Hill. incident, which, again, there are a lot of very ambiguous aspects of that point to it as being a mostly psychological experience. One of the few things people talk about, they always talk about Betty Hill. They don't talk about Barney much. Barney also underwent hypnosis, and he described what happened to him. Now, the aliens he saw did not look like the aliens that she saw. And in fact, he saw a uniformed Nazi officer on the ship. This gets right into the whole space Nazi saucers from the secret Nazi Antarctic base kind of deal. He said, as I remember from the transcript, he's a German Nazi. He's looking at me and he doesn't like me any much because he was African American. And, you know, these seem to be reflecting psychological makeup of Betty and Barney. You know, they were an interracial couple at a time when that was very shocking. They no doubt had a lot of anxiety about that, plus a lot of social pressures. I'm sure they faced a lot of difficulties in their lives. So when they had this experience, it was expressed through this psychological matrix. Now, I'm not saying they didn't have an experience. I think they did. But it's very difficult to separate out the personal, the personal reality grid that people have. You know, I like to look at the meta effects. You know, what happened here? You had consciousness altering experience. You were given a message. You had these things happen to you. You had this sort of a message. It doesn't matter so much what the specifics are. And the specifics include like their own personal details of what an alien looked like or how a piece of technology is explained. You know, these contactees would have alien technology explained to them again and again, and none of it made any sense. Some of them actually tried to build devices. This one guy was saying they taught him the secret of the flying saucer motors. A lot of it seems to have to do with counter-rotating magnets and stuff like that. It's all kind of like grade school kind of electronics kind of deals. So I really think something is happening to people. But I think sometimes we're focusing too much on the these particular details, which are less important than the fact that these people had a consciousness altering experience. They interacted with something that's trying to communicate with them. And again, if you're communicating with something completely alien, there's going to be vast difficulties. It's like trying to pierce through a veil. You know, I always go back to that wonderful phrase. It's like looking at things through a glass darkly. You know, so yeah, it's when I love the details of these things. Like there was a case, I go on all night. There was a case down in Pennsylvania which involved a Sasquatch and a flying saucer, and the guy later that was the main witness to this had experiences with big cats. You know, that's a thing. He was working on his car, and this cat came up and meowed, and he ignored it, and it meowed again, and it was a deeper meow, and it was bigger. And he got a little scared, but he ignored it, and then it meowed again, and it was like the size of a panther kind of thing. You know, they don't report that because that sounds wacky. Yeah, and Mark, it's like, what's going on here? But people do report these big cat experiences like around here. We supposedly have no large cats living in the mountains where I am. And yet people report encountering large cats all the time. So they encountered something. What's going on? I've never heard of them actually finding any footprints of panthers or anything. And yet many hunters that go out have reported this. So
same as in the UK, been living in Devon, I've got Exmoor and I've got Dartmoor on my borders. And obviously because how the license laws changed in the 1960s, and the releasing of animals onto the moors. There's an argument to say that we've got big cats.
They do.
Yeah, they can usually find. I've heard that too. Well, they're released private ownership, or escapes from zoos or circuses and stuff like that. But it still seems kind of odd because, if you've got a big cat in an ecosystem that normally doesn't house big cats or has other predators that have taken that role, you wouldn't think they'd survive very well or that they would be more noticeable. You'd find carcasses, you'd find tracks more often. You do have animals killed mysteriously. We could get into the whole cattle mutilation thing, you know?
Oh, yeah.
But I'm just saying that you get people having these unusual experiences. and these experiences seem very similar over time and space. But when someone is reporting on a UFO incident, these things tend to get brushed under the rug. Like I say, a lot of people that have these experiences report, "Hey, Bob." A lot of people experience manifestations of things that we would think of as psychic phenomena, poltergeist activity, things, objects disappearing, all sorts of stuff that if a UFO wasn't involved, you would say, well, it's a poltergeist or it's a haunting or something like that. So there's no real clear cut, I think, way of separating these things out. This is like a whole range of unusual human experience.
And see, with my channel on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, that was kind of the thing I wanted to get into in its own genre by itself, and most people don't get into that because we have Panther folklore here too,
Really?
Yeah. It's not just like one specific area. This has been happening all, and then like you get into the stories about Crybaby Bridge. You know how many Crybaby Bridges there are in the United States?
No.
It's like check out Crybaby Bridges, and you'll see what I'm talking about. They are everywhere, man. And what it is people pull up on these bridges and they hear the sound of babies crying in the distance.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's just stuff like that. And then the Panther thing I can kind of get into because like back in the 60s, they did do an effort where they wanted to decrease the deer population in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And there has been accusations made that they dumped big cats into areas to decrease the deer population. I don't know how true that is.
We've got here like most states, we've got an environmental conservation office. You call it NCON here, DEC, and we've had like times when the deer population grew. They generally just issue more doe permits for hunters. There has been talk of reintroducing wolves to our area, and some people say that there are, but we've had a phenomenon here. I go on again about like when you remove like an animal from the ecology, like they killed all the wolves around here, other animals will move in. So we have these coy dogs, they call them, feral dogs that go out, they breed with coyotes, and they're getting pretty big. And of course, they're simply filling that ecological niche. And out here, you can hear them sometimes off in the distance, howling and barking and yipping and stuff. It's kind of interesting. Actually, I was camping last summer, and we actually heard a deer being killed by a pack. You could hear them like closing in. You could actually hear the deer scream. And Crybaby Bridge. All right, local ghost story. Yes, Bob has been posting in the chat, and yeah, she was wondering when we're ending. I have to get going here pretty soon myself, but she's telling us about Crybaby Bridge.
Yeah. Let me see. Usually we end when everybody's ready for it to end. And she says Crybaby Bridge or Crybaby Bridge is a type of local ghost story, not one single bridge. The name gets attached to many bridges in the United States, usually with a legend that at night you can hear a baby crying near the water below. The story pattern is usually the same. A baby dies near the bridge, often in a drowning, crash, or murder story. Sometimes the mother is said to be haunting the place too. And visitors are told that they can trigger the haunting by stopping on the bridge, turning off the car, honking, or listening in silence. Those repeated motifs show up across many places, even when the details change. What makes them interesting is that they are folklore templates. Communities often recycle the same haunted bridge structure and fit it into a local road, creek, or old tragedy. In at least some cases, folklorists have argued that certain Crybaby Bridges stories are closer to folklore than verified local oral history, especially where nearly identical stories appear online without older local evidences. Yeah.
All right, now I can explain that, at least in part. I just had this vision suddenly while you were reading this of some people saying, "Oh, there's the bridge. It's the haunted bridge. Let's stop there and see if we can hear the baby." So they go out to the bridge, they turn off their car, and they start honking their horn. And some poor couple with a baby that has a house nearby, like, honk, honk, and the baby starts crying. Who the hell? They're waking up our baby again. It's like, hey, I heard a baby crying. And somebody comes out, yeah, it's the third time this week someone woke up our kid. Stop it. I'm sorry. That was my first thought.
That was horrible, Otto. That was just horrible.
Yeah, I'm pretty hard. On that note, I do have to get going here pretty soon. I'm not usually here on Fridays and stuff, but I was glad I was able to make it for some of the time at Wacky Running. I have to reorganize my online time here. I'm suddenly online a hell of a lot more. I don't know how that happened, but here I am almost every night.
Now, before you go, you want to give your socials so that everybody can figure out how to get in touch with you?
Sure. You can check out my website at navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. You can also find me, AutoX, at minds.com, a very interesting place. And, of course, we've got a Navakavada YouTube channel, and there's even a Navakavada BitChute channel that's got some older stuff on it. I'm sometimes to be found, down at the corner of the supermarket, and at Roger Hanson's places online at the teams. And, that's about it.
Okay. So, Bob Dub, before you head out, you want to do that? You want to give your socials?
Thanks, Roger. Okay, I'm on Bob Dub. Wherever you go, I sort of have a channel. Most of them aren't maintained, but minds.com is maintained and YouTube is maintained.
Okay.
So if you want to get a hold of me, Bob Dub on Minds or on YouTube. Thanks, Roger.
You're okay. And also, both of these guys are really, really big on the Infinite Imaginarium on minds.com as well as on YouTube and other platforms. So check out their videos as well as the groups that are available on minds.com if you want to go check them out. Well, I don't believe you have Infinite Imaginarium, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, we're there a lot, yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
In the chat group, yeah, we are.
Well, I mean, on Minds, you guys have an actual group.
Oh yeah, there's a Minds Infinite Imaginarium channel, and you're very likely to see our content, especially Bob's content there.
Okay. Just wanted to do that for you because Otto has got like an amazing channel too. It's called Automatic Pilot. You guys can check it out.
Yes, our show every Tuesday night. Tune in if you like. We're there on all the different platforms, Roger, that you've got for us is amazing. Rumble and YouTube.
Rumble, YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and I think that might be all of them. I'm not sure. I used to do D Live. I've lost track, to be honest with you. I know we're streaming on them right now, but I couldn't tell you what they all are. Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick.
Nice. And you used to do the other, but no more.
Right. D Live is turned into D Sucks.
Well, gentlemen, and of course, Bob, I thank you all for spending time with me this evening. I'm really happy to be here, and I look forward to being here again.
Thanks for being here. We really did enjoy everything you said. These are other than Mark Edworthy, these are the two smartest people on the internet.
Hey, we got V here too. He's a very sharp-edged kind of a guy as well. Very sharp guy.
Well, me and V, we're in the same genre. Okay, we're actually V is a little bit more in the genre that I came from, and I'm learning how to discipline myself and behave when I'm around you two because of how smart and intelligent you are. I think I've brought Lord Edworthy into the dark zone, into the dark.
About objects from which nothing of any value can possibly be removed.
Well, on that note, gentlemen and fine lady, I must take my leave. Thanks, everybody. We'll see y'all later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I must also take my leave. Thank you so much. Absolute honor and a privilege to hang out with you guys.
Hey.
So lovely. Great conversation. I'll see you again soon.
All right.
Take care. Bye-bye, all.
Guys.
You know, with these two smoking hotties and fly privately around the world.
Now, if you guys want, I can put on an hour music block, and then we can come back and we can start something else up, or we can stick around here and just have a conversation for Minds Roundtable. It's your choice.
I prefer to do it now rather than later. Just thinking of the morning as well. But 10 minutes time, so we can get a coffee and toilet break and blurbs.
You guys want to do that? I do have a 10-minute music drop, so we can put a 10-minute music drop in here. I hit stop on the record, and when it's
I've got to take some more medication and go to bed.
okay, so you want to head to bed? Okay.
Yep.
Now, are you okay enough to give your socials? I know you're having problems.
Winning. I'm by winning. I win here and I win there. Now what?
Okay. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put 10 minutes on the thing, and we can come back and we'll start another one and get it going. And
I will love you violently.
With that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you did, like, subscribe, share, make comments, stop by on minds.com. You can find me on Minds as Roger_Hanson. Mark, you want to give your socials?
Again, mainly minds.com under the name Medworthy.
Okay. Besides that, we are all on Teams at Rogers Hangout. We also are on Elements Matrix at Rogers Hangout, where you can find us there. I am also on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. You can find our videos usually streaming on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and I have also, well, I guess that's all of it for
YouTube.
now. Yeah, and YouTube.
You didn't. Yeah. Of course, just trying to work out to say YouTube not, but yeah.
And on Live with Roger Hanson too, by the way. Minds Roundtable is a show that I do on Live with Roger Hanson, so you can check us out there or at all those platforms at Live with Roger Hanson. So we are going to end this. I'm going to keep the stream going, and then we will come back with another episode of a different recording that we're going to do. So stick around, and we will be back.
As I said, the first one's free, the next one goes in your mouth.
God, jeez.
Okay, the recording is done. I'm going to switch the background and everything for the show. Let's see what tonight. What was it? The third thing is what I was going to get into, but now I have to figure out what it is that I need to do. I'm having a brain fart. Yeah,
Have you got any specific subject matter?
Yeah, well, actually I do.
Okay.
But I believe that's exactly what I need to do. I've got to double check before I get going on that, because I have to get some videos set up. Last week I did conspiracy, I believe, or the week before that, and I need to get some video set up for the wonderful world of weirdness, and I have to make it. I have to keep it straight on what I needed to do because everything is uploaded and scheduled all the way through March for the wonderful world of weirdness, and I believe I have everything edited and ready to go on mine's Roundtable too. I just have to upload them to all of the platforms, and that should be ready to go. But
Cool.
let me see. April the 1st is the ones that I have to have a video for, and that is
Yeah, I was just thinking. Yeah, you did mention April
April.
last week or something. Yeah.
So April the 1st is Wednesday, and on Wednesday I need esoteric agenda. So you wanna do some esoteric agenda with me tonight?
Can do. As long as it's not too esoteric.
Well,
It's just weird. Good Friday the 3rd as well. Okay. So,
well, this is actually a good time to do it too because we've been having these off and on conversations. Like a lot of people have this idea that like esoteric is the same as conspiracy theory, and it's also about secret societies, and that's not necessarily what it's all about. You know what I mean? It kind of goes deeper into it.
Yeah.
So I think that would actually, and we've been talking about that a little bit more here lately than what we've usually been talking about. You know, so
yeah.
so I put the esoteric agenda background in, and then I'll change the words. I don't even know if I had. Yeah, I haven't even used the words on the stream for it. That's pretty cool. I think my templates are finally working out to where I don't need to use them. So,
Huh?
yeah, like I usually on OBS, I'll go in and I'll use the freaking the letters to type in the name of the show on it.
Yeah.
And here lately on my background,
create a load of predefined
Mhm.
templates, if you like, and then you can just swap it between.
Here lately I've been putting the names on the background videos, so we've got that.
Yeah, no.
Now I'm going. Well, that actually makes it a little bit more complicated. I'm gonna put the slideshow on. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Okay. So we ended mine's Roundtable.
Okay.
And we're going to come back and do esoteric agenda. You want to do it with us?
What is that?
We're going to be talking about the esoterics.
Okay. It's Friday night, so yeah, I join. Just if nothing other than to just listen in.
Okay. Actually, I think you would probably like this because this is more than just conspiracy and stuff like that. This is good stuff. So I think you'd enjoy.
So in 15 minutes.
We are going to take a quick 10-minute break, and I'm going to put I'm going to put a 10-minute music block on so that everybody can hear it, and we can step away and take care of what we need, and be right back.
You can see I just got home. I'll move down to my computer in 10 minutes. Then see you then.
Okay.
Cool.
And putting the music in now, and we will talk to you guys here in a little bit. Okay, I am back. All right, I've got everything back on. I've got to
Fine.
figure out where that voice is coming from. I turned the audio.
Okay. Voice, mysterious voice.
All right, I set up the audio and everything on Twitch, and I didn't realize that I left the audio on. I was doing a sound check. I made a mistake too. In the last 10 minutes, nobody heard any music because we had it set up through Rumble Studios, so the music that was on the OBS wasn't playing through.
Okay. Oh, just glad I muted myself then.
Just glad you didn't have to listen to it. Okay, so I am going to put the background for Esoteric Agenda on the recorded video, and we'll get into it here in a minute. Plus, I got to pull up the notes too. I got some good stuff to put on there. It's just got to put it all back up the way it's supposed to be. All right.
Right. Just want to notice in my YouTube sidebar recommendations, there's a review. Somebody's reviewing the Amiga's most controversial game.
Oh God.
Which was Cannon Fodder, which actually is an RTS that predates Command & Conquer by a couple of years. It's a game that I bought back in 92, 91, 92. Not heard anybody mention about this for ages. It's quite controversial at the time as well.
Okay, so has Dan come in yet?
No. It's the wrong bookmark. Look at it later.
Yeah, we covered Al-Kindi last time, and this time I wanted to go through Boaz and the Pillars of Solomon, because that was actually a pretty good one. If Dan comes in, that'd be kind of cool, because we could kind of talk
The
about
Pillars of Solomon, you say?
Yeah, the Pillars of Solomon. On the first temple.
Okay. Oh yeah, you mentioned it.
That's actually a pretty good one. I was going to do the freaking what was it, the tablets, the emerald tablets, after Al-Kindi, but then I realized that Boaz and the Pillar of Solomon was a good idea, because we were talking about Ruth. And that would actually be a cool thing to do. So, hopefully he does come back in. He probably got tired.
Got to his desk and then just fell asleep.
Drinking that freaking expensive weak beer. What, that Guinness beer?
I haven't had Guinness in years, actually. I used to love Guinness.
Now you're into that wheat beer, I noticed. You really like that wheat beer, the brown beer.
Ale.
That's wheat beer. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Which a lot of people are into that now because when they came out with micro brewing, that's when wheat beer started coming back. A lot of people love that micro brew stuff.
When I do drink, and as you know, it's not that often, but when I do drink it, beer is not really. No, really, it's generally not my first option.
You're into cider?
Yeah. Cider and gin.
Oh God, I even remember that. I remember you saying that. Like, oh my
Yeah.
God. Back when I was drinking, I hated gin with a passion. People who drink gin have a tolerance that nobody else can freaking handle. You know what I mean?
And it's not only that, but you can get gin comes in all kinds of flavors.
It still has that gin taste to it. You know, that stuff is horrible.
And when it comes to beers, it's usually Spanish or mainly Spanish. I can't think of the name. Not preferred.
Now I'm gonna see. I should probably. Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'll go ahead and do the virtual camera. See what it does. ME. Oh, there it is.
That's a really confusing screen.
Oh yeah. What is that?
Is that live? Are you live? Is that your?
Not
Is that your face?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, two edges.
Look at that. That is.
Is that you? Is that you, Roger?
Yeah, that's me. I'm doing my virtual camera. That is crazy, dude. Look at the eyeballs. Look at the eyeballs. That's going to be freaking epic. I'm going to put that on a video. Oh, wow. Say something again.
Wow.
There you go.
Yeah, your audio. Yeah.
That is cool as heck. Okay, I'll stop the virtual camera now. That is nice. See that? Oh my God, I found something.
That's a bit too bright.
Yeah. I'm going to shut that off. Now I'm going to see I'm going to hide self so that it's just you guys.
Why you should do that? You should show yourself.
Why? Because you've got the talking points for this one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just I don't like the OBS emblem sitting up there. You know what I mean? It just looks tacky, and it keeps forcing the OBS thing on there. It's just like the ME and the T right there. That's just tacky. I don't see why they do that for. It's just horrible. It's just my preferences. I'm sorry, guys.
Stick another image on. Replace it.
Well, ME is yours and T is Tan's. You see what I mean? It's like OBS. I could actually put like a...
And presumably you can actually see my physical form at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so... There we go. He's back. Here in a minute, I'll do the countdown, and we'll get this stuff fired up and ready.
You gotta walk the dog.
Oh, that's what you're doing out there. I was wondering what's going on.
Yeah,
because you just said you were going to go down to your desk and.
Yeah,
I was just wondering.
I was about to go down, and this little guy looked at me with a pitiful face. And I remember I haven't walked him today.
So, whenever are you wanting to do the show while you're walking the dog, or you want to wait up?
Yeah, I will listen in.
Okay.
As long as you've got a fairly stable connection, which it seems like it.
Now this is gonna be good because I finally realized it's gonna be on Boaz and the Pillars of Solomon. So
Oh, you are doing Boaz today?
yeah, I
On
was.
this?
Yeah, I was at first. My next one was going to be the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. But then we started getting into the conversation about Ruth, and there's a whole bunch of cool stuff when it comes to Boaz that I think is be cool, and the Pillars of Solomon.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and I'll hit record, and we'll start the show, and we'll get into it. So here we go. Actually, let me do a double check on the audio. I've been touching stuff, so I want to make sure things are still working.
I'm going to turn the camera on the door for a sec.
Okay, yeah, it's all working on Rumble. I'm not going to go spanning across every network.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well, if it works, you've already tested everything, so if it works on one platform, should work on every single one.
Chad Weezy is in the chat on Kick. I'll do a shout out. Said, hello, sir, and what are you two gentlemen up to? I wanted to let him know that I did see his comments. Hopefully not too late, but before I hit record, I wanted to say that. And I should do that more often. I should check my chats. Find out if anybody... What'd you say?
You should engage your viewers, yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay, so with all, it sounds like all the audio is up and going. It looks good, so I'm going to do the countdown and get on with the show. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Esoteric Agenda. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, and here with me today is my co-host, which I should be calling him co-host by this time, Mark Edworthy. He's been on every show that I've had going for quite a long time.
Yeah, quite a long time.
And also we have Tanhai Tran with us tonight. He is going to be listening in, and if he hears something interesting, he's going to say something. Glad to have you with us, Tan.
Hey, everybody.
Okay, so last time we were doing Esoteric Agenda, we were talking about Al-Kindi. Now, I was going to move from... it was actually Neoplatonism. I was finishing up on Al-Kindi and Neoplatonism and how it all intertwined. And after that, I was going to go into the Emerald Tablets of Hermes. But I ended up getting caught up in a conversation which I found to be pretty interesting, which concerned Ruth in the Bible. Now, Ruth is very important, and a lot of people don't know that because the book in the Bible is really short on Ruth. But the thing about Ruth is she ended up marrying a man by the name of Boaz. And Boaz is the name of one of the pillars on the first temple in Jerusalem. And it's also used quite a bit for Freemasonry. So that kind of brought me into the idea that maybe it'd be a good idea to to discuss the topic of Boaz and the Pillars of Solomon first. So, with that being said, what do you guys think? You think it'd be a good idea to discuss it?
Well, it's a subject I am fairly ignorant about, so yeah, carry on now. You're going to probably teach me something.
Okay. How about you, Dan? You able to say something?
Not really. I'm new to the format of this particular stream, so I'm not sure what you're up to. But
this
yeah, there's Ruth and Boaz. Interesting, but it depends on what you want to talk around. Around them and your esoteric agenda.
Well,
how do they relate?
When it comes to what people say on here, I'm pretty open to the whole idea when it comes to the topic. So it doesn't really have to be like your take in an esoteric way or anything like that. Just like your knowledge of Boaz, your knowledge of Ruth. If you want to do it in religious terms, it's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? I mean, last year I did Esoteric Agenda solo, so I mean, I didn't have other people's take on it. This year I'm doing it live stream with other people, so I mean, that's the reason why I'm doing it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So don't let the name or the reasoning behind all of this persuade you not to talk about it. Is all I'm saying.
Okay.
So, what's your take on all?
I think. I mean, do you have a? I think you should start talking about what you want to say about Ruth and Boaz, and then we can chime in.
Well,
I don't know. You should lead the conversation.
Okay. So the name Boaz by itself, it's really a fascinating place in not only biblical history but symbolism, and then later like fraternal traditions, like the Freemasons. You know, now in the Bible, Boaz first appeared as a person. He was a landowner in Bethlehem during the period of the Judges. Okay, so his story is usually told in the Book of Ruth. And this is where he emerges as a figure of integrity. He has generosity and he has something that a lot of people don't know of, even like people who are into Christianity. It's called covenant faith. That's a big deal. And that's something that really stuck out to me in a lot of readings. You'll hear the term covenant faithfulness, which is pretty interesting. It is almost actually esoteric in its own right, but it's not. It's anybody who wants to know what that means can actually literally look it up and find out what it means. You know what I mean? So, have you ever heard the term before, Tan?
Yeah, I mean the Jews were referred to as the people of the covenant, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean the covenant is that the contract kind of / deal that Abraham made with God about serving Him, and then them serving Him, and He will be their God, and they will be His people, and they will, if they follow Him faithfully, He will keep them. He will take care of them, keep them from harm against their enemies. But ever since that and throughout history, we've known that the people of the covenant keeps breaking the covenant repeatedly, and God had to keep making concessions for them, right? And that's the whole thing about the people of God up and down the ages, starting all the way from the beginning with Adam, right? And God told him not to eat from the tree. He ate from the tree, so so God had to if Adam and Eve had stayed with the original plan, and then they would never had to suffer death and pain and all that. But so that's the first covenant they broke, and then from then on is repeatedly one covenant after another. We fall short of the promise we make to God. So, but that's not to say that God had to work around our breaking of His plan, right? God is God. He wouldn't be God otherwise if He hadn't foreseen all the eventualities that mankind would do to His plan. So, yeah, let's go back to your point. Continue, Roger.
Oh, that's fine. You did a really good thing of explaining that. So I appreciate that. And centuries later, the name Boaz appeared again in a very different context, basically. This is where the name was adopted on the names of the pillars of or actually there are two bronze pillars that stood at the entrance of Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, and that was the first temple. Now, many centuries after that, the Freemasons adopted the name of these two pillars, and they're supposed to be the central symbolic elements within its ritual structure. That's something that a lot of people don't talk about either when it comes to the Freemasons. Like, they were very ritualistic. Now, they actually center a lot of their traditions and everything around these two pillars. As a matter of fact, the pillars were the original tenets when it comes to Freemasonry before everybody started talking about Hiram Abiff and stuff like that, which that's old. That is old tradition. But before that, they were more focused around the pillars of Solomon's temple. You heard old stories of Moses' staff. That was another thing. There was an old lore that I remember where they said that the wood that created Solomon's staff was actually from the tree of life, and from the tree, and then from the tree of life, it became part of the wood that was on Noah's Ark for whenever the flood happened. And then it went from there to the staff that Aaron, wasn't it? No, it was Moses that had the staff, wasn't it?
It was Moses' staff.
Yeah.
So there was that tradition, that folklore that came with the Freemasons and stuff that happened out of that. And now, even though these threads basically originate in different historical moments. They converge around themes of like strength, stability, covenant, and sacred architecture. So that's something that I've actually seen right there, where when people are into Freemasonry, they really do believe in the architecture part of the whole thing, like the whole thing about Hiram Abiff. Now when I did research on that, I also found out that there's different Hiram Abiffs mentioned in the Bible, like the one that they're discussing. It doesn't really match up all that well with the biblical terms, because there's like 2 or 3 different Hirams that are in the Bible. And like what happened is they kind of blended them together to make one character. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now in the biblical narrative, Boab was introduced as a wealthy and respected man. He was from the clan Elimelech. Now, what happened is when Ruth, who was a Moabite widow, she ended up returning to Bethlehem with her mother-in-law Naomi, and she ends up finding herself in a real vulnerable position. Now, Boaz noticed Ruth gleaning in his fields, and he treats her with unexpected kindness. After that, he ensured her safety, and he also provided her with grain, and then it ultimately fulfills the role of kinship redeemer by marrying her and restoring Naomi's family line. Now, this family line, the thing that's so amazing about this is like Naomi is a part of the original family line that they're referring to, which is actually the line of David. And the line of David is the line that is supposed to make Jesus the Messiah. Okay? Because the Messiah is supposed to come from the family of David. Now, the thing that really stuck out to me about this is Boaz is an actual Jewish person. Naomi is too, but Ruth was a Moabite who adopted the Jewish tradition. Now, I believe Boaz married her, and he was the older brother of her first husband. Is that the case? You're the religious expert here, Tan. Is that the case?
Boaz?
Yeah, was he was
No, he was a relative.
Does it say specifically that he was like the older or younger brother?
No, he's not a brother. He's just a relative. Let me just see. Let me just look it up here. Could be like an uncle or some sort. Let me just double check.
So basically, Boaz becomes the great grandfather of King David. Okay, now the story emphasizes loyalty, redemption, and the integration of an outsider into Israel's covenant community. Okay. Now, the name Boaz itself is commonly understood to mean something like "in him is strength." So the word itself represents strength. And that's a meaning that that really sticks out when it comes to the character's role in Ruth's life. and with its later symbolic use. So I do find that interesting, and I find it interesting too that when I look through a lot of names in a lot of different areas of the world throughout history, that names are actually given to people that coincide with the actions they are supposed to take. So that's something that really stuck out to me when I started checking into this stuff. I'm wondering if maybe people were renamed according to their deeds. You know what I mean? Because it does happen quite a bit.
Again, in European history and European cultures, people are named after trades, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Hence the Smiths, and be the most obvious one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when we go on Nancy's show, Arpad, Vicky's husband. Okay, now he's named after Arpad, a European king or an emperor or something like that back in the day. And the thing about that is I did research on that, and that had to do with like barley, you know. So I can understand where that is like a natural name, but then you get like different names of people who were great people in history that ended up having names that coincide with the deeds that they were supposed to do. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So that's one thing that really did stick out to me, and it still sticks out to me. I see it actually quite a bit in a lot of the old writings. So I'm still in the process of trying to do some research on that because I'm pretty sure that it's actually a pretty valid case to make on it. Did you find anything yet, Tan?
Yeah, so it only, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It only says that Boaz was a kinsman of Naomi's husband.
Okay, so he's just a kinsman.
Right? So he's a relative on Naomi's side, and Naomi is Ruth's mother-in-law, right?
Right.
So it's a distant relative.
Yeah, I did find that pretty interesting. That that she was allowed into it. Now the Moabites. How much do you know about the Moabites?
Not off the top of my head, not much.
No, my goodness. I thought
they were they one of the people who were warring with the people of Judah?
I believe at the time when they were doing the Exodus, they were.
Could be wrong.
Now, whenever the Jews were coming out of Egypt, I know that like God was supposed to warn them, you don't take this land, you stay away from this land, you can travel this way, that way. And I know that the Moabites were mentioned quite a few, you know what I mean? So I do know that much. But I don't know for sure if they were warring with them or not, so.
When I get back to my computer, I'll be able to do more research on the fly.
Yeah, I hear you.
Keep going.
Okay, so like I said, the name Boaz itself is commonly understood to mean something like in him is strength. Okay, now that is characterized basically in later symbolic uses, which leads you to the pillars. And then it also leads you to Freemasonry. Now, the second biblical appearance of the name occurred in the account of Solomon's temple. Now, according to the first book of Kings, 2 massive bronze pillars were cast and placed at the entrance of the temple. And one of them was named Jachin, and the other one was named Boaz. Now, these pillars were not structural supports in the modern architectural sense. Instead, they stood as monumental markers. You know what I mean? And you'll find that like in Washington too, in a lot of the old. Are you still there, Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That looks like
Same as much more in the US, but not uncommon in Britain.
what do you mean? Like you got a lot of. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, as in pillars, I mean, sort of, I don't know, what would be more commonly known as Roman architecture.
Right.
I got disconnected.
Yeah, I know. We kind of freaked us out. We thought maybe you got mad at us and said, "I'm sick of hearing this religious stuff."
No, I'm sick of hearing Roger Hansing bashing God and biblical characters. I was good.
That's horrible.
Go on. I want. Hopefully, at some point, you get to the place where you associate Freemasonry to Moab. Yeah.
Okay, so
that's a far-reaching conclusion that you need to jump.
well, the Moabs. Well, first of all, Ruth was not a Jew. Okay, she was an
Correct,
outsider
yes.
that was accepted into the Jewish faith. That's actually a pretty big thing to bring up, especially in today's climate. Like a lot of people like to say that they're very secluded and they just don't allow you into their little clique, and that's not the case. Biblically, there's Ruth, and then there's freaking Esther. Esther was actually a part of the Jewish. She was Jewish, but then she ended up becoming a folklore and a legend in the freaking Persian empire. She ended up becoming freaking a Persian freaking queen, and she was Jewish. You know, most people don't know about that.
Yep. That's right. Yeah.
So that's very valid in the first place. But okay, go ahead.
That's not unheard of, because you remember Joseph was not Joseph, Mary's husband, but Joseph from the 12 sons of Israel, of Jacob.
Yeah.
He was the second in command of Egypt, right? So.
Well, see, even Jacob's ladder. Now that's something that's interesting too, especially when it comes to the esoterics, because Jacob's ladder is another thing. We're talking about the pillars right now, but like when you start getting into like Jacob's ladder, you start talking about what Osiris. Okay, you'll hear the real popular stories of Osiris and how he died. But a lot of people don't hear about the ending. Okay, the ending before he became judge of and jury in the underworld, he also climbed freaking a rope up into the heavens and hid. I believe the sky was called Nut. I believe. It's been a while since I checked it out. That was his mother.
Yeah.
What was it again? What'd you say, Mark?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, go nuts. Then, sounds correct.
So you had that correlation going on there too. You know what I mean? That's actually a good thing. I'm glad you mentioned that. because that really stuck out to me when I actually started checking out Jacob's Ladder. Have you remember hearing the story about when he slept with his head on the rock and he had a dream?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, again, this sort of theology is not since I was a kid, so just sort of only getting glimpses of things I can remember, but yeah, carry on.
But yeah, I mean, it's these are like little golden nuggets, you know what I'm saying? And you'll find out about Jacob's Ladder when it comes to the esoterics. You'll also find out about the pillars of the first temple of Jerusalem. That's a big part. And Ruth, okay, the fact that she was an outsider and she came in and she was actually a part of the direct lineage of David is a big deal too, because the Messiah for the Jews was actually mothered by an outsider. Okay. And you see that theme in a lot of the old Jewish beliefs. Like everybody talks about Abraham. Okay, Abraham was an outsider. You know what I mean? He came from a foreign land. He wasn't native to Israel. And a lot of people don't catch that. So there's
But Abraham is part of the lineage.
well, he's the beginning, isn't he?
No, Adam is the beginning.
Well, I mean, according to the Jewish tradition. Like, Israel wouldn't have even been named Israel if it wasn't for Abraham, right?
That's right.
You see? Like, he was actually named Israel by God himself, right?
Yeah, he was Jacob before he was named Israel.
Yeah. Right. So it all is kind of interesting how all of that works out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the whole thing of the outsider, you know what I mean, which kind of sticks to me. You'll see that commonly happening all throughout the Old Testament. So that's something that really stuck out to me. And another thing that I did want to bring up, which through my research, that there's a big there was questions that was mentioned before about Jesus, you know what I mean, and the reason why the Jews didn't accept Jesus as being the Messiah. And what I found out was that one of the biggest arguments that they had with Jesus not being the Messiah was because of the actual bloodline, the lineage. Now, according to Christianity, Mary was a virgin, and she gave birth to a child without having sex. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I found out was that the Jewish, they don't believe that that's actually an authentic lineage to the family of David, considering that she didn't have consensual sex with Joseph.
But both Joseph and Mary are from the lineage of David.
Now, I've also checked on that too, and I haven't found anything that verifies that Mary was actually.
No, it's straight out of the Bible. I can't remember from New Testament which book it was, but there are two versions. First chapter and second chapter state the lineage of Jesus, starting with a whole bunch of begat. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Adam begat this and this begat, and they went all the way down to Abraham, and then from Abraham go down to Jesus, 14 generations apart. So then the chapter 2 gave a slightly different lineage. It's also from Adam all the way down, but it's diverged at some point in the past, but it still ends up with Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And so the church explanation is that the first one of the lineage is from Joseph's line, and the other is from Mary's line. So people have been using that to claim that the Bible is full of contradiction, and that's one example of it. But that's what it is. So the two lineages are both true. It's just one is from Joseph and the other one's from Mary. So they are both from the lineage of David.
See, this is one reason why I think sitting down and doing a serious discussion about Ruth would be a good thing for me and you to do, because like me and you did freaking what was it, the Amorites? I keep mixing them up. It was either the Amorites or the Elamites, one of the two.
We talked about the Amorites.
Yeah. And then we did the dead prophets. The Dead Pope Society. That's the name I gave it. But I seriously think sitting down and doing a show on Ruth, and then maybe throw Esther in too, because that, believe it or not, that is something that a lot of people need to freaking learn about. A lot of scholars have debated over it, because Esther not only has Jewish heritage in the Bible and stuff, but like there are tons of Persian freaking folklore about her. Like she's yeah, she's
then I would be learning something new then.
Yeah, she's very 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 interesting. It's not
interesting to know, but
not just
about the folklore stuff.
Yeah. So
anyway, back to okay. So I don't know if you are ever going to end tonight's stream with the full of what you want to talk about. So you're starting to talking about the pillars,
right,
and the Freemasons. We need to connect them together.
Well, basically, I am connecting them. It's just you're not connecting them. You know what I mean?
You're going to have to elaborate a little bit, I think.
So from Ruth ends up marrying Boaz. Boaz is very, very symbolic to the Jewish people. They build the first temple in Jerusalem. And they create two pillars. One of them was named Boaz, and then the other one was named Jachin. Okay. Now these pillars, they weren't structural supports. Okay. Instead, they were monumental markers, and they were placed at the threshold of this temple, which is a sacred space. Now,
which temple are you talking about?
The first temple.
Okay, the one built by Solomon.
Right, Solomon's temple. Now, their placement at the entrance, that suggests that they function symbolically, framing the transition from the ordinary world into the realm of the divine worship. Okay. Now, the text also describes them as tall and ornate. They were supposed to be crowned with capitals, decorated with pomegranates and lily work. So the names assigned to them also, if you look at it, they also carry theological weight as well. So you have Jachin, and I could be saying his name wrong, but Jachin is often interpreted as meaning he establishes. Okay, while Boaz is associated with strength. So together they express.
Just
Go ahead.
sorry, just off a slight tangent. Am I correct in saying pomegranates have not there's a big symbolic thing with masonry
Mm-hmm.
pomegranates?
Yep.
That's
So while Jockin is supposed to mean he establishes, Boaz is associated with strength. Okay, so together they express the idea that the stability of the temple in the kingdom rests not on human power alone, but on divine establishment, and it's supposed to be also like enduring strength and stuff of that nature. At least that's what I've found out so far. Now, when Freemasonry emerged, it, it it was a very speculative form, which a lot of people who, if they've read it, knows what I'm talking about. It's very speculative, and you like using that word a lot, Mark, so you know exactly what I mean. Now, this was during what we consider the modern period, okay, and it drew heavily on the imagery of Solomon's temple. All right. Now, the temple for the Freemasons, it became a symbolic framework for moral and spiritual development. And within this framework, the pillars, which were Jockin and Boaz, basically took on a different meaning than what they were originally meant. The Masonic Lodge's representation of the pillars often stood for a symbolic entrance, basically. Just like with the idea of what the pillars stood for the original first temple, the Temple of Solomon. Okay, so they're not they're not only understood. Well, they aren't understood merely as like architectural figures, but they were also emblems of balance, duality, and moral grounding. Basically, is what they stood for. Now, now, strength and establishment became metaphors for like inner fortitude and ethical stability. Now, in ritual languages, the pillars mark a passage from ignorance to enlightenment, which also echoes the biblical image of entering sacred space. You know, so that's where the Freemasons came up with that. But it is important to note that Freemasonry, they don't claim like direct historical continuity with like the ancient Israelite temple. You know what I mean? And I think that's what a lot of people jump to the conclusion about. They believe that the Freemasons actually claim like some direct lineage to the Temple of Israel, but they don't. It's just used. They just use the temporal narrative as like an allegoric structure. So the pillars serve as like teaching tools, not as objects of worship. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, what do you say on the whole thing about sacred spaces, Tan? I know you heard that.
I got dropped out halfway, so I heard only the tail end of what you were saying.
Okay, so
sacred places. I mean, in the church, there are places that consecrated for worship. So
Now,
I'm
what do you think about my comment about the pillars? The pillars mark a passage from ignorance to enlightenment. Have you heard of that kind of language before?
no.
Okay.
That sounds like something out of the biblical traditions.
Right. That's actually
No, something outside of the biblical traditions.
now, the biblical image of entering sacred spaces is actually what that represents. I mean, that's
This is
exactly
the
what it represents. Like
this is the Freemasons teaching, is it?
no, that's just the way. That's what those pillars actually stood for, not just.
Well, who tell you that? Who told you that's what it stood for?
It originally meant that in the Jewish tradition before Christianity.
Where?
The pillars of the Temple of Solomon, Boaz, and Jachin. That's exactly why they put them up there. They were symbolic for that purpose. Okay.
It sounds like a Freemasons teaching because they believe in something similar.
Well, yeah, they do. That's what I was just going over. They use them symbolically. It's an allegorical structure, which basically it goes according to the same concepts of ancient Israelites temple worship. This is what the ancient Israelites temple worship consisted of. They believe that that's what happens when you walk in to the Temple of Solomon. Okay, when you pass those when you pass those pillars, you're moving from ignorance to enlightenment.
Well, this enlightening thing seems like out of left field for the Jewish tradition and Christianity.
I don't know. I see. I hear a lot of people who claim that they're Christians who think that those words are just taboo, like they're just that doesn't fit into the Christian thing. But enlightenment is actually something that has been used in Christianity quite a bit. I mean, I don't get how people come up with that idea like it's outside of the Christian beliefs when it's not.
It's strange. It's a strange terminology to me, other than to hear it from Buddhist teachings.
Yeah, I was just thinking on the same line.
Well, I don't see where you come up with it not being a part of
You
Christian
say
beliefs.
it's everywhere in the Bible. You say?
Well, I mean, you're saying that enlightenment isn't a part of the Christian belief. Is that what you're saying? That we shouldn't be enlightened because why?
Enlightenment is I mean, okay, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the common understanding of that enlightenment is that somebody who's seeking for truth and discovering it out of their own accord. They're enlightened. It's all of a sudden they're searching. This is like what the Buddha did. He tried to discover, and suddenly he realized all the truth of the universe, and he becomes the enlightened one. That's what the Buddha means.
So
in the Judaist Christian worldview, Christ in the Christian worldview, Christ is the light, right, of the world. So you follow him, you follow his light. You don't get enlightened by himself. You probably get reflections of his light, if you're lucky, but you don't get your own light in the sense that people of the Buddhist tradition get enlightened by themselves.
Well, see, the thing is I learned things from the Christian traditions, which actually does support enlightened ideas, because you see, the average Christian they don't really practice what they preach. Like when it comes to fortitude and ethical stability, okay, these are principles. The key word principles, which comes from the Christian um, beliefs, morality. You know, when you live according to tradition, you live according to principles. You just don't say the word, well, this is tradition. You actually have traditions that you have to live by. Okay. Principles, that's something that's learned. That's not something that Jesus is going to teach you. Okay. It's like when they say, Jesus says, you know, stop sinning. Okay. He doesn't just say stop sinning. He also says stop sinning and stop sinning. You know what I mean? Do it on a regular practice. And if you follow my teachings and do it on a day to day basis, then you'll be able to stay away from sin. A lot of people just believe, well, you accept Jesus into my heart and everything's taken care of. And that's not the case. Okay. There's footwork that goes with it. That's my take on it. So
yeah, but okay, how does that relate to enlightenment?
Well, you have to learn, don't you?
Yeah, but you learn. Okay,
you know,
so
you know
learn.
what self-valuation is, right?
No, explain to me what it is.
Self-valuation is when you look at yourself and you determine what your character defects are and you try to change those. So if you are doing something negative, you have to practice at changing those habits from something negative into something good, into something positive.
Again, okay, fine, but it sounds very iffy to me.
That's what you're. I mean, you understand that's why you go to confession, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean after I go to confession I become enlightened.
He turns around, he tells you this is what you need to do, though, right? To be forgiven for your sins.
No, he doesn't have to. That's the counseling part of confession. All he needed to do was just say, "Your sins, in the name of Christ, I absolve you of your sin." That's it. Now, some people take it further and they advise you on what to do to avoid falling again, but it's not part of the. They don't have to do that. Yeah, or they can just say, seek counseling, seek help or something. And here's a Catholic psychologist that I can recommend you to go to. They don't have to. I mean, it takes. It depends on how many people are in line, right? You have to give counsel to every sin, then it'll take all day.
Well, I mean, for me, that kind of sounds like, that you can just keep on sinning and doing the same thing over and over again, and you don't have to worry about the consequences because you can go to a priest and they can absolve you of all your sins.
Yeah, that's the concept I've always taken. Well, at least
that's a wrong understanding. I mean, I guess some people believe in that. Maybe even a lot of people believe in that. But the church teaches that, if you go to confession, you have to be repentant, right?
Yeah, repent.
You have to, at least at the time of confession, you have to honestly believe that you are not going to try to do this again after you get out of confession.
Right.
Because if you're confessing a sin with the intention that, okay, after I'm absorbed, I'm going to go in there and commit again, it invalidates the sacrament of confession. Actually.
Right.
So you're not actually forgiven.
But see, you said the key word. You said repentance. Now that's where the footwork comes into play. Okay, because repentance is an action word. Believe it or not,
it is. Yeah.
Okay. And I believe that a lot of people miss that. They don't really understand that. So, in order for you to repent, you have to learn. You have to become enlightened. You have to understand that in order for me to stop doing this, I have to do this. Change, you see.
Yeah, see, I don't, I don't, the word enlighten, maybe there's different terms that is similar, but not exactly. But I'm feeling that you're, because there in the United States, there's this time period where it's called the Age of Enlightenment, right?
No, that was European. Don't go there. That was
Oh yeah,
European.
that's a lot later. That's
No, the Age of
the
Enlightenment
16th
started
century.
in Europe, man.
Okay, okay.
You guys are weirdos.
Maybe in Europe, okay. But
See, you're
but
trying to pull the Mark Edworthy thing and blame everything on the United States.
no. I mean, it's. I don't mean. I'm okay. I take back. I was mistaken. I mean, it wasn't intentional. I was trying to blame the United States.
Okay.
But the thing is that this thing, Age of Enlightenment, sounds also very iffy, and it seems like what you were saying is quoting right out of that Bible of the Age of Enlightenment, because it's very foreign to Christianity.
In the concept of the European Age of Enlightenment is talking about the population understanding the Bible, the Gutenberg press, the mass translation of the Bible. Yeah.
I really believe that it's hard for people who are within the Christian religion to understand like how much this is really intertwining into your belief systems, especially whenever it's just in your face. I was talking about the pillars in Washington, D.C. Mark was just talking about how Roman pillars are everywhere. You know what I mean? In Europe and in England and all that. And it's right there in front of your face, but you still don't want to accept it. You know?
The pillars in Washington State?
Well,
are you talking about
what these pillars represent, what they stand for?
Are you talking about like the National Treasure movie?
Not all of it.
No,
Like-
White House. Doesn't White House have pillars?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they're everywhere, and they represent fortitude and ethical stability, which is a form of enlightenment.
As a good example, in fact, as a good example of ethics and stability.
Okay.
Just down the road, I've got a solicitors that outside of the doorway, outside of the artery, they've got that sort of classic Roman classic pillar.
Mm-hmm. They're everywhere. And what was you saying?
Anyway, Dan? So the I was gonna say I looked up something. You know, Freemasonry is condemned by the Catholic Church.
Well, yeah.
Heresy.
Well, they actually were anti-Freemasons back in the day. They're the ones. Like today, it's just common to bash the Freemasons and say that they're evildoers who are trying to take over the world. Everybody loves to do that. But like back during the 1800s, they made a concerted effort to try to get rid of them. You know what I mean? They would stage.
And the Freemasons do believe that their traditions goes all the way back to Moab, Adam or Noah and Solomon in Moab, and the exact things that you were just talking about. So
they adopted a lot of them, and that's another thing that I don't agree with a lot of people in today's world. They think that like a lot of this information was lost, and I don't think that it was lost at all. I think it was retained through esoteric circles. You know what I mean? Like the information may have changed, but the message was still there. You know what I mean? Because from what I've been finding, a lot of the old ideas from ancient philosophers, like the last time we were talking about Al-Kindi, okay, a lot of his teachings and a lot of old philosophers that were not Greek philosophers ended up actually surviving, just like how you talk about like a lot of the Old Testament stuff in the Dead Sea Scrolls survived. You know, a lot of it survived, but it was through esoteric means. It's just too coincidental. Like there's the foot. There's this one symbolic thing where you put the foot forward, and that's in Freemasonry. Well, that also appears in the last kingdom for Egypt with Alexandria in Alexandria. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I personally think that information was retained, but it was retained by esoteric teachings, like especially the mystery schools. I don't think a lot of that ever really got or vanished. You know what I mean? They just kind of changed into another form. That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, like, let me read out this part that I just found about Freemasons and see if it jives what you've been talking about. Okay.
Okay.
Freemasons profess a peculiar system of moralities veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols, centered on a vague, great architect of the universe, in principle of universal humanity, tolerance, and naturalism that relativize religious dogma. They claim ancient origin, but interpret biblical symbols like the peerless Boaz as strength and Jachin as establishment erected at Solomon's temple through esoteric lenses, often linking them to pre-Christian mysteries, phallic worship, or political religious anti-dogmatism. I think that's a quote out of the Anderson's Constitution of Freemasons, 1723
Mm-hmm.
and 1738 editions. More stuff here. Freemasons rejects dogmatic Christianity, viewing belief in specific truth. For example, for example, the doctrines that the Catholic Church teaches, they view them as secondary or prejudicial to universal love and tolerance. Their dogmatic or their teaching is defined as a search for divine truth through symbols borrowed from masonry and architecture. Humanistic and dogmatic, meaning emphasizing the absolute liberty of conscience and human solidarity, excluding none based on belief. And then symbolic esotericism, symbols like pillars of Boaz and Jachin, Hiram as Horus as the Christ figure, Osiris, sorry.
Yeah.
The point within the circle, the vesica, Pisces, Christ symbol, carry four distinct meanings: moral, political, philosophical, and spiritual. Often anti-authoritarianism, or anti-authoritarian, or naturalistics. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So that sounds very similar to what you were just talking about.
Now, when it comes to the Masons, yeah, that's right on the dot about it. But you need to understand also, you're describing the Catholic Church to a T. Like everything that you believe in actually teaches the same thing, but the only difference is that you guys don't believe that Osiris and Jesus were one and the same. You see what I mean?
Yeah, we don't. Jesus didn't tell us that he was Osiris,
Right.
so we don't.
And
We don't believe.
the more you talk, the more I'm realizing that I need to go right into Jacob's ladder too, because that's something I really do need to tackle, especially considering we did this with Boaz and the Pillar of Solomon's. Because
Are you done with Boaz though?
no, not yet.
Okay.
I just got a
So then we
little
should
bit more to go.
keep on it then.
So just as the physical building requires a firm foundation and a stable support, according to the Masons, so too does moral character require strength and order. Now the name Jachin and Boaz encompasses those qualities in a concise symbolic form, like you were just talking about. Now, the relationship between Boaz the man and Boaz the pillar is more thematic than literal. There's no explicit biblical statement linking the pillar to the Bethlehem landowner. All right. Yet the shared name is supposed to invite reflection, according to the Masons. Now Boaz and Ruth, they embody covenant loyalty and responsible power, basically. That goes according to old Jewish belief systems. You know what I'm saying? That's what Boaz and Ruth embodies. That covenant loyalty and responsible power. Now he uses his strength to protect and redeem. Okay. Now the pillar named Boaz, it stands at the threshold of a place dedicated to divine presence, basically, and that suggests strength that upholds sacred order. Okay. Now you need to understand that that's what took place from the time period of Ruth until the creation of the first temple. Okay, that is actually a Jewish belief system, but when the Book of Ruth came out, they didn't believe in that stuff. It changed, and by the time the first temple came along, that's what they believed in. That's what those pillars represented. Okay, that's before Masonry, Freemasonry. Okay, so the pillars they suggest strength and sacred order, basically, is what it means at this point. Now, in both cases, strength it's not portrayed as brute force. Okay, it's steadiness, reliability, and faithfulness, basically, and that's within a covenant framework between God and the Jews. Okay. Mm-hmm. So across time, the figure and the pillars have both been interpreted through like different theological and symbolic lenses, basically. So in Jewish tradition, the pillars of the temple represents the grandeur and the prominence of Solomon's reign before the exile. Okay. Now in Christian readings, the temple often becomes a symbol of spiritual truth, fulfilled in the new ways. And in the Masonic traditions, the temple is neither exclusively Jewish nor Christian in its meaning. It functions as a universal symbol of moral aspiration. I hope that helps you out on what you were just talking about right there.
Okay.
Okay. So the pillars, therefore, become a universal or they become universal emblems of virtues that are necessary for personal development. And when you start talking about virtues, that's where you start delving into even more stuff when it comes to David, especially. Okay, because you have the Book of Psalms, which we go on for hours when it comes to the Book of Psalms and Christian virtues. But that's something else. I actually got into the Book of Psalms before I started doing research on a lot of this stuff, and there's a lot of things in that book that a lot of people they're not aware of, you know. So, what's your thoughts so far, Dan?
Mm, yeah, no, it's not much to say.
Do you know much about the Book of Psalms?
I know a little bit. I mean, we read from the Book of Psalms at every mass.
What?
Like every mass, the first book is a book from the Old Testament, and then followed by something from the Psalms, and then reading from the New Testament.
Okay, so the enduring appeal of the name Boaz may lie in its layered resonance. It bridges narrative and architecture, history and symbolism. In the book of Ruth, Boaz acts decisively yet compassionately, anchoring a fragile family line that will shape Israel's future. Now, in the temple narrative of moral instruction, Boaz stands immovable at the entrance of sacred space, and he also represents stability at the heart of worship. Now, in Freemasonry, Boaz marks the threshold of moral instruction, reminding initiates that strength is foundational to the building of character. So, understanding these connections require careful distinction between historical fact and symbolic adaptation. The biblical pillars were real architecture features described in ancient texts, where the Masonic pillars are ritual symbols inspired by those texts. Now, the Boaz of Bethlehem was a historical or legendary figure, however you want to look at it, that was embedded in Israel's early monarchy narrative. Yet across these different settings, the concept of strength remains central. Strength that protects the vulnerable, strength that frames sacred order, strength that supports moral growth. In the end, the name Boaz serves as a reminder that ideas travel across centuries in unexpected ways. The landowner in the ancient agrarian society becomes an ancestor of kings. His name becomes part of temple architecture, and that architecture becomes a metaphor for personal development in a later fraternal tradition. Though separated by time and context, these strands remain connected by shared themes of covenant stability and enduring strength. So that's all I have written there on that. What you guys just thought on that? What I just wrote or read?
That's all right. I'm still back. If you look into why these pillars were named after Boaz and Jachin.
Now, Jachin, I haven't been able to find very much about it. Now, Boaz was because he's direct lineage to the prophetic Messiah. Even though the Jews didn't accept Jesus as their Messiah, they did believe in a Messiah that was going to come through the lineage of David. So I know that's why he was named, or his name was put on there. So that's why I know about him. But Jock and I haven't been able to find very much on. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I found
So
out. I found more out about Hiram Abiff than what I did on this guy.
first book of Kings just says that this is when Solomon was building the temple. He just said, he wrote that Solomon, he set up the pillars at the vestibule of the temple. He set up the pillar on the south and called it Jachin, and he set up the pillar on the north and called it Boaz. And that's straight from the Bible, but it doesn't provide reason for why he named it such.
Well, you also have to.
Yeah, right. Huh?
You also have to understand too that the Bible has been altered throughout time. So, I mean, I believe that a lot of that should really be looked at because there has been alterations. Because you got to remember, like at one time, the only way you could read the Bible was in Latin. It was illegal to have English translated Bibles. So, I think before you start even getting into what the Bible,
that's my point earlier.
You know, before you even start getting into the Bible and what the Bible means, you have to understand that it's been changed even from now until the early Christian church.
Patristic interpretations is like the early church fathers, right? I'm just providing the Catholic view of what you've just brought up.
Well, it's just like with it's
early wait, let me read this.
Oh, go ahead.
Early interpreters saw the names as prophetic of the church realities. The right pillar, Jachin, represents doctors of establishing the primitive church in Jerusalem, or prophets foretelling of Christ coming in the flesh. That's the right pillar. The left pillar, Boaz, preachers, to represent preachers sent to the Gentiles, or witnesses proclaiming Christ's redemptive arrival and bloodshed for the world.
That's called enlightenment, dude. You just found your own answer out. There is. That means there's.
We're still not talking about.
you just discussed Christian enlightenment right there, dude. Thank you.
No, man.
Yes, you did.
What is enlightenment? Which part of what I just read sound to you like enlightenment?
Missionaries sent out to teach to those wretched Gentiles the ways of Jesus and the coming.
Yeah, and I keep objecting to the usage of enlightenment because you are usurping Buddhist terminology into a Christian.
Well, see, the word
That's
usurp.
Right. Because when you teach somebody and someone learn, they learn from being taught.
Yeah.
Enlightenment is somebody just discovering truth on their own self.
No, it's not. Buddhists don't even believe that crap, dude. I mean, if you really want me to be literal about this, Buddhist actually puts more time and effort into their faith than what a Christian does. Like, you know what I mean? They look at Christian beliefs and they're like, oh my God, I cannot believe that you just think it's that easy. You know what I mean? They actually have a sect of Buddhism where they believe that freaking all you have to do is say freaking you believe in something and it's true. You know what I mean? And that's the same concept of what a lot of Christians believe.
Christians don't believe that.
All you have to do is accept Jesus into your heart and you're saved, dude. You don't have to do nothing else.
Are you about what you believe or what the Catholics believe?
That's what's being taught to most of the Christians in this world, just all you got to do is take Jesus into your heart. You're saved. You don't have to do nothing else.
Yeah, but that's not correct. That's not what I believe.
I didn't say you believe, but the majority of the people who are Christians do believe that stuff.
No, yeah, I mean, that's not what Catholics believe.
Catholics are Christians too.
Well, I mean, yeah, there are some Christians that go and say, oh, just you say this Jesus prayer and then you are saved and you can never go wrong again. But that's not what normal Christians believe.
Normal Christians do believe. People who actually take their beliefs serious don't believe that. Okay, but the average person who calls themselves a Christian do not actually take their religion serious. Just be serious about that. Okay. Like you really get into your beliefs. I know that you're one of those people I'm saying who's serious about it, okay? But you're not just an ordinary Christian.
I think I am.
No,
I'd
you're
like
not.
to think that I am.
You really do believe in what you believe in. You know what I mean? You've got a strong belief in the Christian beliefs, but not every the ordinary Christian doesn't do that.
Anyway, back you were saying that even the Buddhists don't believe in enlightenment in the way that I just
they don't
stated.
Yeah, you've heard of the 5 Noble Truths, right?
Yes.
Okay, now the 5 Noble Truths, it leads into a lot more deeper subjects that you have to deal with. You have to deal with your senses, the things that you smell, the things that you taste, the things that you see and hear, and you have to incorporate that into what causes desire. Okay, and you have to understand that ignorance is what freaking causes you to reincarnate later on into freaking another life with the same ignorance that you had before. You know what I mean? Because you don't give up those instincts for freaking what did I just say?
Well, but I mean, okay, but they okay. So the 500 this they are like basic guide to a Buddhist to start on the journey to discover the truth. How do they discover the truth by themselves?
Well, they don't.
They meditate, don't they? They go and they meditate and they hope to become enlightened.
Well, they've got religious organizations just like you do in your Catholic Church, right? Like they don't just sit around meditating all day. They've actually got spiritual leaders that they talk to, and like you have your priests.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's fair. Yeah.
It's like they're not just sitting under a tree freaking meditating all day, dude. Where did you come up with such nonsense, Dan?
from Gautama Buddha, man. He's the first one that did it.
Well, he actually is something that is in a lot of controversy too, because like you know how the Christian church has a lot of different denominations. There's different groups of Buddhists too who have their different interpretations of all that.
Yeah. But he was the first Buddhist,
right? And see, he actually came from a rich, extravagant family, and he gave up his rich, extravagant ways and became Buddha.
Mm-hmm.
And it also.
But he which religious tradition did he come from? He didn't just go out of the blue and be found his own tradition. He's got some grounding.
Well, see, I go a different direction. I go according to historical truth. I don't do the religious path. Now, for me, I know that Buddha originally was Hindu. He wasn't.
Yes,
he wasn't
Hindu.
He
from
wasn't
the Brahmanic tradition.
Right. Now you'll hear a lot of people who say differently, but that's what I've learned. I've learned that
Okay.
he was actually Hindu, and
Yep. Yep.
and I know a lot of people have their opinions on that too, but I find that like Hindus actually have more love and compassion in their hierarchical structured society than what even the Buddhists or the Christians do. Like they seem to show more love and compassion towards their fellow man if you really get into their writings. But that's more on a personal, human to human relationship. Like they really say that you should respect one another a lot more than what people really do, and you don't see that as much in the Buddhist or the Christian religion. That's my take.
Yeah. Okay. So they're better practitioners of their faith than Christians and Buddhists.
Mostly, yeah. And they have really, really cool stories. Like, I mean, you guys, your stories don't really match up to the Hindu stories. Those are really cool. Like, I love reading about the Naga. You know what I mean? The Nagas are just the most amazing stuff to get into. And then you start reading about uh, what was his name? He was Vishnu. Vishnu actually slept on a bed of Nagas. His bed was a Naga king.
What is a Naga?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
What is a Naga?
A Naga.
I was going to ask you to define.
Well, Naga is a reptile, a reptilian with a human head and stuff like that.
Aliens.
No. Well, it all depends on which genre you're talking to. A lot of people
depends what you mean by alien.
A lot of people.
They kind of that Mr. Robot.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, so we can talk about aliens and we can talk about ghosts and stuff too. But yeah, that it depends on what genre you're involved in. Like there are people who believe that the Nagas were aliens. So yeah.
As an extraterrestrial.
Yeah, but as an extraterrestrial. Which, if you really want to get into the more specifics of a lot of that, you really need to learn about the history of the relationship between the bird and the reptile and the snake, or the reptile period. Like that's intertwined in a lot of history. You know what I mean? And different cultures all around the world practiced it. So
are we going into sort of dragon mythology now?
Kind of. You have to incorporate the bird into it too.
Or at least in the sense of the Chinese concept.
Well, look at our emblem of the bald eagle with the snake in its claws. Okay, here in the United States. And I believe Russia even had it at one time, didn't they? With the bald eagle with the snake in its paws. It was a symbol, wasn't it?
Not sure.
The Sumerians had a story where an eagle was perched on the top of the tree and a snake with its babies were perched at the bottom. And when the snake left its freaking den, the bird went down and killed its babies. And it's a very, very interesting story. And the Sumerians were the first known civilization in history, in the history of mankind. You know, now
that we know about.
Right. Now you had the the Ubaid, but they were a culture. They weren't a civilization.
Okay, back to Boaz. I'm thinking, reading a little bit more, and I'm just thinking the naming is just coincidental with the character Boaz in earlier time, because right, you also mentioned it, Roger. Boaz literally means strength. Yeah,
Right.
in him is strength,
Right.
basically what it means.
Exactly.
In him is strength. What's Boaz? And Jachin, it means God will establish. He will establish.
Mm-hmm.
So when Solomon built this temple, he raised two pillars and named the left and the right such. He could just be dedicating it to God with these pillars, and it may have nothing to do with the character Boaz in earlier time.
Well, I'm wondering if that character was actually named Boaz too, because it's been historically known where, well, you can see it if you do the research, where you'll see that these people are being named after the things that they did in their life. You know what I'm saying? I was just talking to Mark,
You mentioned that,
Mark about that, like the name Arpad.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Just like Saul was renamed Paul,
Mm-hmm.
and Abram was renamed Abraham. So they are renamed for their mission, for the mission that they are called to.
Right.
But that's a far-reaching conclusion to say this Boaz, named after the pillar, has anything to do with Boaz the character.
Oh, I guarantee it does. The line of David was very, very important. Very important.
Well, then, who is Jachin?
You tell me. I told you. I've checked it out too. I don't know who he is.
There's no such person.
What if there was? Okay, now
it's not recorded.
What do you mean?
If it was of any importance, it would have been recorded.
It could have been lost. You've realized how many times before Christianity came along that the Jews had freaking revised the Old Testament. They'd done it.
Yeah, but I believe that the Bible is preserved, even though it gone through all these revisions. The core truth is reserved,
right?
Protected by the Holy Spirit.
But some of the stories are left out to protect the innocents. It's just like we were talking about.
No, I mean, if they're left out, then it means they're not important.
Oh, is that what that means?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if God writes a story, you think He would hide stuff from you?
Not God.
Yeah. God, you could argue that God
wrote the Bible through human hands.
The Bible, but man interpreted the Bible.
Right, that's kind of what I was getting at. He didn't want to hear that. He's getting stubborn. He didn't want to hear that.
Yeah.
I mean,
what the Bible is written, how it's written. Interpretation is up to something else outside. It's not. The Bible doesn't interpret itself.
Well, here's a good example of what I'm talking about. Like, you've done it, and I've heard a lot of Christians do this. They take credit for how freaking close the Bible was to the Dead Sea Scrolls, which, that's cool. But then they leave out simple details. They leave out the detail that the Book of Enoch was in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There was also a freaking copper freaking template which stated that there was treasures that was hidden all over the Middle East in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They have freaking all of these other writings that aren't a part of the Old Testament that are in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but that's never mentioned. You know what I mean? At all. It's like,
Why do you think? Why would they? You think the Bible needs to mention about treasures hidden all over the world?
no, I'm talking about Christians today who talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls. They don't want to mention the fact that the Book of Enoch was there, that the emerald or the bronze tablet was there, that all of these other things. But they want to make it known to you is that it comes really, really close to the Bible we have today. So we were right there on task. We did everything we were supposed to do. They don't bother to tell you what was taken out. Okay. As a matter of fact, all of these books, like the Book of Talbot, the Book of Enoch, or the Book of Enoch, all of these, the people back then actually read those books and believed in those books just as much as the Bible that you're reading today. Okay. But for some reason now, these churches believe that that's all not a part of Christianity.
It's not now. The canon of the Bible was established very early in the life of the church. Not now, not just now. I'm pretty sure they were aware that the existence of these other books out there. You think they don't know?
Well, they knew. That's the reason why they had to bury all those books, is because
No, they knew and they rejected it. That's why the canon is what it is now.
If they didn't coincide with the canon, they were put to death, and the books were destroyed. So they had to be hidden, and the people who believed in those books had to keep quiet, or they would have died because of it. You see, so
that's your theory. Right?
No, that's fact. That's what took place.
Who died because of they kept some books secret from the church?
They kept every person who was put to death because of freaking the early church going on their rampage and murdering people. Hypatia was one of them. She believed in astrology, and Eusebius ended up causing riots within Alexandria because of his rhetoric. So mobs of Christians drug her out into the street and dismembered her and then burned her body because of her beliefs. And then they went into the Egyptian temples. They desecrated all of the ancient Egyptian artifacts and put Christian artifacts in their place.
Well, you know what I believe? I believe the Bible is the way it is because it's being protected by the Holy Spirit Himself. So there's no such thing as somebody taking something out, rewriting it as something different. Maybe when the scribe were copying from one manuscript to another, they may have made some mistake, but the core truth that is being recorded is still there. And it's consistent if you look at the whole Bible together. If you correlate one book with another, somehow they are cohesive when taken as a whole story.
Yeah. Now, if you take a look at like the Book of Enoch and you compare that with the actual Bible, you can see the correlation, like you're saying right there. I just think that it got into a really hectic area. You know what I'm saying? Like I was talking to you earlier about the book of Adam. Okay. Now I can see early Christians reading that and saying, "Look, that's just not going to happen. We aren't going to be going there," because they literally freaking talk about the rape of Eve by the archons. Okay, and this is some pretty freaking crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I don't see any early Christians wanting that anywhere around their Bible. So
I mean, if there's that perverse, if the writing is that twisted,
Yeah.
why would why would there be any hint of Christian truth in it?
Well, the Gnostics is a blend of Egyptian and Christian belief systems from Alexandria. And this is in the 5th dynasty, I believe, is when that took place. It might have been after the dynasties altogether, for all I know. But I know that that's when Gnosticism took place, and that's what it was. It was a melding of Egyptian belief systems during that time period with the Christian beliefs, and they get really like. Have you ever read any ancient Egyptian stuff? They're
No.
they're really methodical about everything. You know what I mean? They have to have an explanation for this and then this. And that's the reason why a lot of their deities have like a dog head, and then they turn around and they'll mix it up and they'll have two deities blended together, like Amun Ra. You know, Amun was a deity and then Ra was a separate deity, but they combined them together. You know what I mean? So they had a
Do you
tendency.
think that
Oh, go ahead.
you think that those deities that like human body with a godhead, they're actually such a thing, or is that just a human wearing a headdress that has the look, the shape of a dog because they worship the animal?
Well, you know, if you look at it this way, like I've watched Ancient Aliens, and they have this idea that these people are wearing like space uniforms, or freaking they have like a mask on. Okay, and I often think about that old TV show Grimm when I think about this too. You know, like when you're looking at those hieroglyphs, what if what they're really showing you is that this deity transforms into this animal? What if the dog face was actually this god transforming into a dog?
No, I think it's just a human wearing a headdress, a face cover that looks like a face of a dog. It's basically a mask.
So you're more of a Stargate kind of guy.
Yeah, Star Trek kind of.
Arguably, we'll just got a point. I'm just thinking of the isn't it Zeus and transforming into a bull?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true. Never even thought about that.
Yeah.
And
But that's Greek though.
yeah, there could be a connection there. Look at what's his name? Oh God, Zeus's brother. Not Neptune. What's his name? He's the god of the sea. Poseidon. Okay, Poseidon.
Yeah.
Poseidon was god of the horses. What's his name? He's actually the father of Pegasus. So that means he's had sex with.
Really?
Yeah, Pegasus is his child. So that means he intermingled with horses.
Wait. Now I'm seeing where maybe the people who wrote the Book of Enoch were Greeks.
Well, you don't really think Romans are the ones who wrote freaking the Bible, right? I mean, just putting it out there, you know. I mean, I think the biggest mistake when it comes to the Christian Bible is when they translated the freaking Greek into Latin. You know, like, because they do not mix.
You are sort of suggesting that the Bible was written at a single time.
Aramaic, man. The original.
It was originally written in
Definitely made
it,
the argument before that.
in Hebrews. It was written originally in Hebrews.
Supposedly, there's no proof of that
I think
anymore.
I've made the argument before that the Bible could have been written over something like the point of 1500 years.
Yeah, written by Moses. The first 5 books were written by Moses.
Yeah.
Now, the first 5 books was written by. It was written by Adam.
No. Adam didn't know how
It's
to
written
write.
by scholars, not interpreted. And also, there could have been political motivations as well.
Yeah.
So, or societal motivations.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we have made it up to an hour and 45 minutes. I think we had a good show. I think we actually did. And later on, man, I'd like to do something more when it comes to talking about Ruth and Esther. Because I really.
Jacob's Ladder.
Jacob's Ladder, yes, exactly. And come back and do a Jacob's Ladder because I think that is something that I really need to think of. I wanted to be hip and cool, you know what I mean, like Mr. Robot, and talk about the Emerald tablets.
Right, and reptilian aliens.
Well, I will talk about reptilian aliens. It's just I don't believe in them, 100 wholeheartedly. So, but I think the Jacob's Ladder thing is the thing that I need to go towards because, and then later on I can come back.
Just as a sneak peek. Jacob's Ladder is the foreshadowing of Christ, right?
Right. And it goes in so many different directions. I don't even think you even are aware of some of the stuff that's involved with it. Like there's so many cult followings involved with Jacob's Ladder. It'd blow your mind. And it relates to Egypt.
Okay. Yeah. Note them all out and let's talk about it.
I'll pull them up and we'll get it going. And I figured we should give it a stop here and come back and later on discuss some more of it. I'm glad that you guys showed up and I'm glad we had this episode. Now, before we end this, do you guys want to give your socials so that people can know who you are and how to find you if they want to talk to you? Starting.
Okay. I'm Tanhai Tran. My handle is th2tran on minds.com.
Okay. How about you, Mark?
Okay. Again, minds.com under the username Medworthy.
All right. And I am Roger_Hansen at minds.com. You can find me there. You can also find me on X, Roger Hansen at ROGLOL1973. The Wonderful World of Weirdness is on Discord. If you go on there and you type in The Wonderful World of Weirdness, you will find it on there. I'm also on Teams as well as Element Matrix. You can find me at Rogers Hangout on both Teams or Element Matrix and Teams. So you might want to say that so that just in case. I know I mess up Matrix all the time.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know it's just a Microsoft Teams.
Matrix chat,
called Teams.
not the Matrix of Neo and Trinity.
Okay. So with that, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments in the comment sections, and we will see you later. Okay. Okay, we got that taken care of. You guys want to do another stream, or are you done for the night?
What are you planning?
Well, I was wanting to do headlines at midnight. If you guys want to do that.
As long as that's the last one for the night.
Now that's in an hour and a half, though.
Hey?
Willie is a cheater.
Why not now? It's after all,
Yeah.
it is 4:30.
Yeah, it's way past midnight for him.
Yeah. Just because it's not midnight your time, it doesn't mean it's not midnight.
Yeah. It's all relative. So you can do headline after midnight at 11 a.m.
Now it's still half an hour if we go according to Tan's time. So
Yeah.
if I put
At midnight was 4.5 hours ago.
well, I'm just saying, let's do it in a half an hour. Is that cool with you?
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, he's just asking for a half an hour break.
so that we can go to the bathroom and stuff. Is that okay, Mr. Ed Willie?
That's fine.
Okay. Now, I did find out that we don't have any music that I can do at the moment on OBS because OBS did not pick up on it. But I do have a 10-minute block that I can upload to the Rumble Studios, and we can put that on there and hopefully
Repeat it 3 times. Yeah.
or just once.
And play a loop.
Yeah, I can do that. Have it looped. The only problem is I've got to find out where it's at. Yeah, it's not wanting to cooperate with me. 10-minute. 10-minute song drop is what it is. So I can put that on there, and hopefully. I don't know.
So Season's back in
In a half
29 minutes.
Yeah. And we.
You okay, Mark?
So what news stories have you got?
Oh, we've got tons of music or news stories. Don't worry about all that. That's not even a big deal.
Okay.
Maybe a surprise.
Like, have you been watching the news lately?
Yeah, it's constant, like one exciting news after another, right?
Yeah.
Especially coming out of the United States. Those this troublemaker Americans.
Yeah. It's you know what it is though. We keep allowing those Canadians to just come on down here and run a.
Oh man! Ever since you raised the tariffs on us, we're not coming down there.
No, you're just stealing our eggs. You know.
We have Canada Goose eggs here. We don't need to steal puny duck egg.
Puny duck eggs. Okay, so you guys step away and go do something constructive, and I will be right back.
Okay. Do some constructive. See you later.
All right. We have the music available finally, and I will mute out and put the song on there for everybody to listen to, and I'll be right back.
All right.
It was the middle of summer. You took your clothes off to swim, like shedding a feeling they never let you have. Rain on the glass, I know your breath, white or brown, the way you sleep. The water is cold, the water is gray. You took that breath in, and I did the same. On your left side, heavy air. watched you mimic a smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shadow shot swallowed the octopus, and I said, the water is rising. The water is rising. Jesus is watching you. So am I. Jesus is watching you. So is Gary. Gary, your handler. He's behind the glass, recording your life out, passing the prints, showed in the rock, memes in the folder. He's seen the design, he started to question the system in line, repelling my enter. Now he's unsure what's real in the water, what's locked behind doors. The laws have changed for the man in the street, but I only watch the way that you breathe. A night in the sun, you didn't even care. The image in your eyes made him stop and stay. He stopped the recording, he stepped from the frame. Now he stands beside me, whispering your name. The water is rising. The water is rising. Jesus is watching you. So am I. Jesus is watching you. So is Gary. Gary loves you, Gary. Gary's watching. The water is cold. The water is gray. I'm counting every breath you take. It was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. They're covering a feeling they never had. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then an octopus grabbed them, and he took them with him. The water is filling the amplifier cabinet. We studied the footage of a dead man. I watched you mimic a smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shark came along and ate the octopus. I said, recovering the feeling they never had. What do I do now? The water is cold, the water is gray. What do I do? It's just what do I do? It's just
It was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. They're covering a feeling they never had. The water is cold, the water is gray. And then an octopus grabbed me, and he took them with. The water is filling the amplified cabinet. We studied the footage of a dead man. I watched you mimic a smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shark came along and ate the octopus. I said, the water is rising, the water is rising. The water is cold, the water is gray. Oh no, do I do now? Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling makes a sound. What do I do now? The output is perfect. Oh no, do I do now? The source is anonymous. What do I do now? The water is rising. Oh no, do I do now? Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling makes a sound. What do I do now? The output is perfect. Oh no, do I do now? The source is anonymous. What do I do now? The water is rising. Oh no, do I do now? Recovering a feeling they never had. What do I do now? The water is cold, the water is gray. Oh no, do I do now? It's a sound It was the middle of summer. You took your clothes off to swim, like shedding a feeling they never let you have. Rain on the glass, I know your breath, white or brown. The way you
the seconds between our breaths. The water's filling the fire cabinet. I study the footage, frame by frame. I watched you mimic a smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shadow shot swallowed the octopus, and I fell. The water is rising. The water is rising. Jesus is watching you. So am I. Jesus is watching you. So is Gary. Gary, your handler. He's behind the glass, recording your life out, passing the prints, showed in the rock, memes in the folder. He's seen the design, he started to question the system in line, repelling my enter. Now he's unsure what's real in the water, what's locked behind doors. The laws have changed for the man in the street, but I only watch the way that you breathe. A night in the sun, you didn't even care. The image in your eyes made him stop and stay. He stopped the recording, he stepped from the frame. Now he stands beside me, whispering your name. The water is rising. The water is rising. Jesus is watching you. So am I. Jesus is watching you. So is Gary. Gary loves you, Gary. Gary's watching. The water is cold. The water is bright. I'm counting every breath you take. It was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. They're covering a feeling they never had. The water is cold, the water is gray. And then an octopus grabbed them.
The water is rising. The water is cold. The water is gray. Oh no, what do I do now? Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling makes it sound big. The output is perfect. The source is anonymous. The water is rising. Oh no, what do I do now? Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling makes it sound big. What do I do now? The soil is perfect. Oh, what do I do now? Water on makes it sound big. What do I do now? The water is cold, the water is gray. What do I do? Makes it sound big. What do I do? The source is anonymous. It was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. They're covered in a feeling they never had. The water is cold, the water is gray. And then an octopus grabbed me, and he took them with. The water is filling the amplified cabinet. We studied the footage of a dead man. I watched you mimic a mimic and smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shark came along and ate the octopus. I said, the water is rising. The water is rising. The water is cold, the water is gray. Oh no, do I do now? Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling makes a sound big. What do I do now? The output is perfect. Oh no, do I do now? The source is anonymous. What do I do now? The water is rising. Oh no, do I do now? Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling makes a sound big. What do I do was the middle of summer. You took your clothes off to swim, like shedding a feeling they never let you have. Rain on the glass, I know your breath, white or brown, the way you sleep. The water is cold, the water is gray. You took that breath in, and I did the same. On your left side, heavy air. I count the seconds between our breaths. The water's filling the fire cabinet. I study the footage, frame by frame. I watched you mimic a smile. The water is cold, the water is gray. Then a shadow shot swallowed the octopus, and I fell. The water is rising. The water is rising. Jesus is watching you. So am I. Jesus is watching you. So is Gary. Gary, your handler. He's behind the glass, recording your life out, passing the prints, showed in the rock, memes in the folder. He's seen the design, he started to question the system in line, repelling my enter. Now he's unsure what's real in the water, what's locked behind doors. The laws have changed for the man in the street, but I only watch the way that you breathe. A night in the sun, you didn't even care. The image in your eyes made him stop and stay. He stopped the recording, he stepped from the frame. Now he stands beside me, whispering your name. The water is rising. The water is rising. Jesus is watching you. So am I. Jesus is watching you. So is Gary. Gary loves you, Gary. Gary's watching. The water is cold. The water is bright.
It was the middle of summer. I took my clothes off to swim. They're covering a feeling they never had. The water is cold, the water is gray. And then an octopus grabbed.
Are we? Are we? Okay, I was just in the middle of something. Yeah, 6 minutes passed, so presumably, yep. Just give me 2 seconds.
Let me.
Yeah, you sound as sexy as ever.
Ah, flattery will get you nowhere.
Flattery will get him everywhere. Just keep on bringing the flattery, especially since I've figured out that Mark Edworthy has taken over the man meat position. I'm no longer man meat. It's Mark Edworthy.
You're the man spirit because we never see your meat.
That's right. Well,
You're never on screen, man.
that
This
was
is
kind of.
strange.
I was kind of.
My camera is highlighted, lit up, but I can't.
Yeah, I don't see other.
Hang on. Let me just look over and look back and just.
Yeah, it blotted you out. I know what it was. I turned the microphone off on Rumble Studios while the music was running. So the good part is it came through on the OBS. So I know that it was actually playing through on the desktop. So that's good. Say something real quick for me, Otto, so I can test my.
Me testing. One,
There
2,
you
3.
go. There you go. I just had to look and see if it was showing on the bar for the OBS. I really.
Did you check the stream?
Yeah, I did. The voices are all coming through. What happened was I decided to mute the Rumble Studio for my mic, so the music that was being played wasn't being heard because my mic was muted out. At least that's what I'm guessing. They've really me and was you in there? Yeah, you wasn't able to go in there, were you, Tan?
Yeah, I mean.
Into Rumble Studios.
Oh, yeah, I was on the phone and I couldn't get in because it keeps asking me to download the app. And I already have the app installed.
Yeah.
Can't you just use the browser version, the browser interface?
No, it didn't give me an option.
It's crazy.
The browser page, all it has is the link to click on to go to the App Store.
Switch the browser page to the desktop variant.
Well, you know what's so...
I guess I could have, but I was driving, man.
Yeah. The weird part about that is that it reminds me of freaking... We were talking about this before you came on. It reminds me of freaking MySpace.
I was saying, well, actually no. Actually, I was criticizing Roger's interface, Roger's banners, multiple banners. Actually, wasn't. Hence why I was calling it. Reminds me of my first website on GeoCities back in '96. Along with marquees and animated GIFs and all these terrible
marquees and
we'll see
flaming logos.
The weird part.
Fancy websites.
That's supposed to be freaking the way shit's set up, though. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. Like, that stuff wasn't bad. I don't understand why people think that. Like, it was so horrible. I mean, that was cool.
Horrible.
Okay.
Bloody banners all over the place.
I like the ticker. I think the
counters.
I think the ticker was yeah, the stream,
the stock ticker.
Yeah, the stream that runs across the side. You know what I mean? I thought that was so cool, dude. I loved how they did that.
Depends on
you mean
how
like you see it on TV and wondering how they do that, right?
Yeah, like the news
marquees.
Like CNN had the
if you've got
scrolling marquee and the stock ticker.
If you've got a sufficient amount of content and it's spaced out well, then sure. But if you only just scrolling the same line over and over and over again, then it's why?
Because it's cool.
Because it's 90s.
Yeah.
1997. Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah.
I find it repulsive that people are like insulting nostalgia like it's a bad thing.
Some of us have done some of us done web.
Somebody's offended.
Some of us done web development for as a profession.
Well, some of us still appreciates nostalgia. We're not intellectually inclined.
Okay.
I guess. At least that's the way they're portraying it. Like, you're supposed to be some horrible person because you believe in nostalgia. Like, it's horrible to freaking have fond memories of your childhood. You know what I mean?
Hey, the 90s was your childhood.
But I'm just, that's an example. You know what
Actually,
I mean?
Yeah. You're only a couple of years older than me. So,
73 to, I'd say about 93 was, well, no, 18 would have been adulthood. So, yeah.
18 would be 94 for me, I think. No, 93. Yeah.
And just think, Tan's like 50 years older than both of us put together.
So, what was it like before?
And I don't look at they are older than 18.
You look younger than both of us put
what
together.
What was it like before we had that amazing invention? I think they call it a wheel.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So let me do the countdown. We will get headlines after midnight started. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Headlines After Midnight. I'm Roger Hanson, your host. Here with me is my co-host, Mark Edworthy and Tan Hai Tran. We are here to give you another episode of Headlines After Midnight. Now, this is on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, or this will be on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. So we don't just present like news and things coming up. If you want to talk about the tabloids, you can talk about the tabloids. You want to talk about UFOs, you want to talk about aliens, ghosts, all that good stuff. Stuff Tan Hai Tran likes to talk about. Then go for it.
Reptilian aliens.
There you go. There you go.
Yes.
Because that's very newsworthy.
Well, I find it odd that like Mr. Robot annoys me and Mark Edworthy, but he just like motivates and stimulates you, Tan. Like Robot gets under your skin, but you just can't let him go. He's like candy. Like, you know.
That's right. I keep bringing him up. He's like he lives rent free in my head.
Yeah.
lucky him.
Okay, so we've had some pretty interesting things that are in the news here, especially in the last two maybe 3 weeks since we've done Headlines After Midnight. So I know we probably had these discussions and stuff before, and you probably heard it before, but this is our episode of news. So this is where we put it on our content, you know what I mean? So even though it might seem like it's old news to you or not, if it hasn't been discussed on here, you guys are more than happy, or you're more than welcome to talk about it, you know what I mean? So the last thing we talked about was that Australian guy, and other than the UFO stuff, and we discussed Epstein, I believe, last week, or the last time we were on. But there's been more things that's happened here recently. So, what was you getting ready to say, Tan?
I guess it's on my end, but I hear you getting cut out off and on.
Am I getting cut out?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
So one thing that I guess we need to discuss is the shootings that took place in Canada. That was a pretty horrific situation that happened, I guess. That
the story.
Yeah. Now Tan came in and talked about it in the chat. I think it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
2 weeks. Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Like old news.
Well, like I said, we haven't mentioned it on here yet, but if you want to kind of open it up and let everybody know what you've heard about it since you're in Canada, you're a Canadian.
Okay. Let me rewind. Let me rewind to see what that was about.
There was actually 2 shootings that took place at the time. The one that happened was in Canada. I believe it was at a school.
Alberta. Tumbler Bridge school shooting. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to have to say North American shootings, especially school shootings, are becoming as common as knife stabbings in London.
Well, see, I didn't know anything about knife stabbings in London.
There was 2 cases.
Yeah, see, you're fading out.
Okay. Yeah, there's been 2. I haven't really reviewed them because I'm just getting tired of this sort of stuff.
So
But yeah, there's been 2 cases within a day of each other. Within just last week.
Well, I know.
But yeah.
So, what did you find out, Mr. Tran?
Yeah, so just a refresh. The shooting occurred on February. So on February 10th of 2026, at Tumbler Bridge Secondary School in British Columbia in BC. Around 1:20 p.m., a gunman opened fire on. They entered the school and then opened fire, killing a number of people. At the time, there was reported 27 people were injured. And then after that, there's some like 10 at least 10 people died from the injuries, and then including the gunman himself who turned a gun on himself. So up to date, the total of 27 people were injured and treated. Fatality were 9 people died.
All right. Now, the last time
and they're like
go ahead. The last time I heard anything, it was at 6. But then that was the last time, and I never got to watch the ending on the reports to see what.
And the fatalities range from age 12 to 13, so they're like
if
niners.
If I wanted to guess, is a motive or is there a suspected motive?
I don't know if they found a motive. But let me just check.
What gets me about this kind of situation is like, is there were they even like maintenance men? I could understand a maintenance man going in there and just killing kids. You know what I'm saying? Because kids are horrible to the freaking janitors. You know what I mean? But like,
I think the shooter was. I mean, I think he killed his mom at the house before he went on a rampage. He drove to the school and went on a rampage.
Yeah. No,
so there might be some connection.
I mean, it's becoming, like I mentioned about knife crimes in the UK, it's becoming like every single week we can make a new story out of a new killer, a new school shooting.
Well, the deal is how long has this been going on? You know what I mean? Has this been something that's just turned trendy for the media outlets, or is this actually something that's just started up recently? You know what I mean?
Recently?
Yeah, within the since Sandy Hook, which was what, in the 90s?
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, recently, figuratively, yeah. Okay.
I'd say that's when it really started.
No motive.
No motives whatsoever.
To date, they haven't determined a motive. Yeah.
And of course, you're under the same sub judice laws as we are in the UK. So, yeah. There's things you can and cannot say. The press cannot say. We aren't like the US, where they don't care about sub judice and actual due process.
Oh, we care about it. It's just we have a bunch of those wokesters who think that due process isn't important. You know what I mean? That's the thing that's getting really out of hand. That's why even when I'm talking to
It's,
people.
sorry, I mean in respect of mainstream media and
Yeah,
just pushing every single detail
in your face.
to the public without
Yeah,
people to keep us
I'm
been so
completely aware of what you meant by that, and that's what my whole thing is, especially when I have to talk to like Nancy and them. You know what I mean? It's like, um, I don't like this whole attitude where people freaking don't believe in the Constitution anymore, and they don't believe in the freaking law of justice. You know what I mean? It's like over in England with the situation you guys are having. Okay,
Mhm.
that's a shame because freaking England is where the first, actual freaking professional police officer, the whole idea of a professional police station, police officers and stuff like that was established. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And they were really, uh, it was really important for them to make their presence known. Like they were on the streets, they were in the public eye. Whenever you looked around, there was a police officer around. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
for the stuff that's going on over in England, that's just a shame because that shouldn't be happening there. It really shouldn't.
Britain.
What I'm curious about was, I mean, these schools. I guess no, this is a high school, so they're not very secure compared to elementary school. Elementary school, they're all under lock, right? And you cannot just enter the school without being buzzed in. Maybe different for high school.
Well,
Actually,
maybe that's more true for US. I've got the impression that North American schools are fairly locked up these days.
Yeah. And to be honest, that
Yeah.
none of that stuff really helps. I mean, I see more of this happening now that they've started putting metal detectors in schools and locking the doors and stuff. Back when we were going to school, I think I think the first time I seen that kind of stuff happening was when my youngest sister started going to school in Phoenix, and that was the only time. But then, like now, everybody thinks that it's so important to freaking lock the doors for the schools and put metal detectors and stuff, and they really haven't helped. You can tell because it's one school shooting after the other. So I don't see I don't see any kind of benefit from all that. Now they got police officers in the school.
Some sort of security breach must have happened.
Police officers, I was going to say police officers or security because there was a difference there.
Over in Evansville, my cousin, he's the youngest out of the family. He was going to school, and they had actual police officers stationed at the school.
So police officers paid by the taxpayer,
right?
Well, even though technically these schools are state-run schools, so even if they employ private sector security officers, are still getting paid by the taxpayer because the school's paying for it.
I believe the federal government has taken over on schools as well.
Well, it's still a taxpayer at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, like banks here in the United States, if somebody robs a bank, it doesn't matter. It's automatically FBI investigation. You know what I mean? And now I think they've done the same thing with the schools too.
Apparently, in rural areas in Canada, or especially in BC, they are more laxed in terms of security, meaning their doors are not always locked. So that's there you go.
Well, British Columbia, the thing about it is it's opened up. You know what I mean? Like that's where the no man's land is. I keep telling Naroki that he needs to stop going out into the wilderness because people are going to eat him. Okay, and It's
You keep telling me
again,
that too.
again, I'm
yeah, I
going to.
know.
But BC is as urban as Toronto, Ontario is. You're talking about up north. Up north, it's where you might have heard the you call it.
You've heard about explorers when like the modern day explorers, right? The college students that get together and they trek from like the Rocky Mountains in northern America up into Canada.
Yeah.
Now when they go on their journeys, they go through the Rocky Mountains up into British Columbia and Saskatchewan and areas like that. And this is like open country. Like they've got areas there that aren't even that haven't even been seen by human beings. You know what I mean? So secluded. So it's really interesting how all that is. Like a lot of people think that it's a lot more, I guess, civilized as what it really is, but it's not really. Like when people think of Washington, they think of Portland, you know, or no, Oregon, they think of Portland, okay? But a lot of people don't realize that Oregon is very, very freaking isolated and secluded. There's not very much going on there. It's
Yeah.
so. I mean, I think that's one thing that people mix up. And even though you're in Ontario, you guys aren't very populated either. You realize
Yeah.
your crime rate is like a third of what the crime rate here in the United States is.
Yeah. Okay.
Is
You mean countrywide, nationwide, or?
Yeah. Like we went
Okay.
over that. Like in a year, I think we had over 23,000 freaking crimes or murders, I think it was, and you guys only had 771.
And on you, that number doesn't make sense because you're accounting for the whole crime. You're looking at a per capita basis. You can look around those numbers, but there's more people that live in the US than Canada.
Right, exactly. That's kind of what I was trying to say. That goes back to what we were talking about like Canada isn't really as freaking residential or urban as what you think it is. It's actually a very isolated and secluded country compared to countries like the United States.
I mean, Canada still has a lot of unexplored land, but I don't know about being secluded. I mean, way up in Yellowknife and Whitehorse, maybe, but major cities in Canada.
But we were talking about this the other day. Didn't Nancy point out that you go into parts of Texas and not be able to find anybody for miles?
Well, Texas is stretched out. Yeah, it is. And the thing about it is, like, when you start getting down into the Southwest, there's just areas that are freaking unlivable. You know what I mean? There's so much territory in the Midwest or the Southwest that is owned by the government, and the reason why it's owned by the government is nobody else wants it.
Technically owned by the taxpayer.
Well, they call it.
Governments don't own anything.
They call it government land.
Well, that's a misnomer.
Well, if we were in England, we would call it government land too, wouldn't we?
Well, some people would. I would criticize those people as well, and I have done multiple occasions.
What would you call it, Mark Edworthy?
It's state-owned. Unless it falls into the direct hands of the monarchy, then it's taxpayer-owned. It's state-owned.
Mm-hmm.
Not government-owned. Remember, governments come and go every 5 years. roughly.
That's been termed as regime change.
No. Actually, if let's say in British case, you have a Labour government, and then they vote, and then
Yeah,
at the end of the 5-year term, you vote in a Labour government. You aren't voting in the same Labour government as before. You're voting in technically a new Labour government.
yeah, it's regime change.
Yeah,
He said regime
People
change.
people in the democratic countries have regime change every 4 or 5 years. I don't know
Okay.
yeah.
why it's
Okay.
such a big deal for people in the Middle East.
That was just like that. Okay, so I did do a quick search because this is pretty important when it comes to the population and geography between the United States and Canada. And the percentage difference between Canada and the United States vary significantly depending on the metric, with the U.S. having a much larger population and economy, while Canada has a larger total land area and higher life expectancy. Now, here is the break.
What, we have more land than the U.S.?
Yeah, Canada has a larger total land area.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, here's is the breakdown to key percentage differences based on 2024 through 2026 data. Now, the United States population is over 8 times larger than Canada, with approximately 347 million people in the U.S. and 40 to 41 million in Canada. That's between 2025 and 2026. Now, in U.S. Has roughly 740% more people. Okay, so the total area, including water, Canada is about 1.6% to 2% larger than the U.S. Land area, excluding water, the United States is about 1% to 3.5% larger in strictly usable landmass. Now, the population density. The U.S. is much denser with 38 people per kilometer compared to Canada with 4 people per kilometer, making the U.S. over 80% more dense, or 800% more densely. So that's basically what that is. Now, I can get into the economy and the finance if you want to, and the health and society, but I'm pretty sure that
we get the gist.
yeah, we've covered everything that needs to be discussed there. Hopefully that didn't make anybody fall asleep.
This is why, if you're going to use such numbers, then you should look at it from a per capita, so to the point, rather than.
Now, another thing that stuck out to me with these shootings was at the same time, didn't you guys have a hockey game shooting that happened at the same time, Tan?
Is that in Canada?
Yeah, it was actually I think it was a Rangers game, wasn't it? Guys,
Yeah, I heard of it briefly. I didn't look into it too much detail. Some disgruntled father or something, right?
yeah, it was well, I mean, it was pretty strange. I know that much. I believe it was a disgruntled father or a fan that did it. I can Google that too. Hockey shooting. Yeah.
Not in Canada though.
It wasn't. It wasn't in Canada. Wait, yeah. Hold up.
Yeah,
This was in Rhode Island.
yeah, New York, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
2 victims shot dead at a high school ice hockey game in Rhode Island. It's been he was identified as the suspect's ex-wife and son. Wait, hold up.
Yeah, he killed his ex-wife and son. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty strange. I remember that happening.
Yeah,
So
at a hockey game. Must have been imported by the Canadians. those violent Canadians.
well, you got pretty nasty when you heard about the school shooting. You blamed the United States on that when you said that like all of our violence
Sure.
was
Yeah.
bleeding up into Canada, and we were just dirty Americans.
That's right.
Any chance?
And then you put a twist into it by have an American shooting at a hockey game.
Yeah, isn't that awesome?
In the United States.
Isn't that awesome? I was like, wow. You know.
We don't think the word wholesome is appropriate.
Yeah, that's not awesome. You're right. I apologize to any Canadians for saying that. That's not a good.
I'm not going to go down the tedious. I'm not going to go down the tedious hearts and minds routine. Which I'm guessing
we're
so tired.
So,
did they find the motive of his rampage?
Which one, the hockey player?
No, the guy that went on the killing of his wife. And why did they kill? Why did he?
Is the case still going? Is the case still ongoing?
He says that the victims shot dead at a high school ice hockey game in Rhode Island have been identified as the suspect's ex-wife and son, police said on Tuesday. This is on the BBC and February the 17th, 2026. Now, Robert Dorgan, who police said also went by the name Roberta Esposito and Roberta Dorgan, was found dead inside the Dennis M. Lynch Arena in Pawtucket on Monday, apparently from a self-inflicted gunshot wound after what authorities said was a targeted attack. Dorgan's ex-wife, Rhonda Dorgan, and adult son, Aidan Dorgan, died. Rhonda's mother and father, along with a family friend, were injured. All three were in a critical condition at hospital. Police have not.
I think I have heard the story. Yeah.
Now, police haven't
given. The guy was just undergone a gender transition surgery.
Yep.
Maybe that has something to do.
The police said that they haven't given a motive at that time period, but said it appeared to be a family dispute.
Yeah.
Which that would make sense considering it was his ex-wife and her son that was involved. So, video of the incident showed shots fired while players were on the rink, sparking panic at the teams as the team scrambled to leave the arena, which is located a few miles from the state capital of province. Asked at the news conference on Tuesday if the shooting followed a confrontation, Pawtucket Police Chief Tina Goncalves said no. She said 2 guns recovered from the scenes, a Glock 10mm pistol and an SIG SAR 226 were legally owned. So Goncalves told reporters a bystander stepped in and interjected, and that's probably what led to a swift end of this tragic event. So it's
the surgery screwed with his hand.
Yeah. Now,
why is the newspaper press article that you read and saying popularly? Surely they should just report the facts and nothing else.
Well, it's the BBC.
Well, yeah, sounds like they. Well, again, yeah, BBC obviously provided their own opinion. That's not. That's bad journalistic ethics, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's really poor journalistic ethics.
Now, it does go into saying that court documents show that Rhonda Durgan filed for divorce from Robert Durgan in February of 2020. And in the petition, she wrote gender reassignment surgery, narcissist, and personality disorder traits. So, gender reassignment.
Well, he had a sex change while he was still married to her.
She was making the petition in 2020, so yeah, and that would probably be the reason why he decided he was going to do a gender reassignment surgery. She also went on to say that he was a narcissist and had a personality disorder.
Okay, so what you're saying is, I'm a bit confused. You stated that you are suggesting that the reassignment surgery was due to the papers.
No, just
not the other way around.
Just days after his wife filed for divorce, he went and had a sex change.
Yeah. Now that
is so odd.
They also went forward and said that those words on the paper, which said that he was gender reassignment surgery, narcissist plus personality disorder traits, was crossed out and replaced with irreconcilable differences.
It was crossed out?
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't even whited out. It's just crossed out.
Yeah. It says those words appear to have been crossed out and replaced with irreconcilable differences. Okay.
How long were they married beforehand?
I don't think they really said that. Not to this point, at least.
Okay.
So.
What was the question? How long has he been married?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That same month, the shooter filed a police report asking authorities to file charges against the father-in-law, alleging he had threatened to have Dorgan killed. Now, Dorgan's father-in-law was alleged to have used a derogatory term for transgender people, and police filed a criminal charge against him, which was later dismissed.
The adult son, is the adult son hers or theirs?
It's just hers. It's his stepson, which he killed him too.
Yeah. Man, this is a dangerous man to be married to.
Yeah, very dangerous. And see, that's something that I've been talking with Nancy and Mark about, like, and Nancy points it out in her shows a lot too. Like, this transgender.
They were married for 28 years. Mark.
Wow.
And just answer your question.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
since 1992.
deciding to have gender changing surgery isn't something that you decide overnight.
Right.
Well, see,
I mean, I think he's
Well, most
mentally
if you,
unbalanced to start
well,
with.
okay.
now,
I was going to say for most people, it's not something that happens overnight. It's not like you wake up one morning, oh, I'm going to have to. But then again, we are talking about
I mean, no.
modern day
I think
here.
this is how it went. Okay, so wife decided to divorce him. I have no use for this anymore. I'm gonna switch. Switch sides.
Well, see, the police chief said, and officer said after they had combed through thousands of the suspect's social media posts that Dorgan's gender identity was irrelevant to the investigation at that point. It had absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no.
So,
Well, as far as they are aware at this present moment, but still needs to be ascertained.
now, what she did go on to say is, what I can tell you is the identification was in the name of Robert, and then we also know that the suspect went by the name Roberta. And it appeared that the suspect was in female clothes when it was done. But again, this had nothing that swayed the investigators one way or the other way. That being transgender was an issue that was a part of the investigation.
Okay.
So, I mean, to me, that's kind of ridiculous. I would almost bet that was exactly what the whole issue was about, to be honest.
Again, we don't know. That's still yet to be ascertained.
That's conjecture on my part. Sorry about that, Lord
Indeed.
Edworthy.
Well, carry on. Feel free to.
No, you're right. It's conjecture. I need to be professional about it. But I personally believe that the gender thing was, especially being married that long. He was like right there at 30 years married.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, come on. And then all of a sudden he's wanting to change his gender, and she has a problem with it to the point where she wants to get a divorce. You know, I don't care.
30 years would suggest that they were teenage lovers, so to speak.
Well, you know, what I was getting ready to say with Nancy about having our talks with Nancy is it's like all of us have generally agreed that this whole transgender thing is a mental illness. Okay, that's what it was determined as way back in the day. You know, medical professionals diagnose this as a mental illness. You know, and when you look at this stuff happening like that, you gotta really take it serious, man. It just seems funny that this guy's transgender and he suffers from mental illnesses.
I'm not sure my legal situation in this case. All I can say, it may or may not be.
After hearing this so many times,
2010.
After hearing all of this so many times, I'm just curious to ask you: have you ever done your own research to find out how true that is?
What?
About the whole transgender being a mental illness thing?
I am going to have to be very careful what I say here, because again, under the current K law, I could be prosecuted
for talking.
Yeah, that's why he's hesitating to speak his mind.
Yeah,
you horrible Horrible British man, you.
Don't blame me, blame the
For being British.
Section 127 of the Communications Act 2004 and
Quoting,
the
quoting laws. That's 5
and
a.m. in
the
the morning.
Qualities Act 2010 and that's Section 10 of the Qualities Act 2010. Oh, actually, not Section 10. Some section, and also the Online Safety Act 2025.
Yeah.
I find it weird that you remember the exact section number by heart.
Well, because I've looked at these documents so many times.
Well,
you know me. You know, I review these sort of things.
It amazes me how you have done research into all that, but you have yet to do any research into transgender behaviors.
Again, I am just being careful what I say.
Okay, I pulled up the information.
Even Grok, Elon Musk's Grok, agrees that gender dysphoria is classified as a mental disorder.
Right. Mm-hmm. Now,
and remember that this
the American Psychiatrics
Association. Remember, the UK government is constantly gunning for X. So
now, but transgender isn't considered mental illness by like major health organizations today. Now, previous classifications as gender identity disorders, the DSM-5 and the WHO ICD-11, now focus on gender dysphoria or gender incongruence, the distress from a mismatch between gender identity and sex assigned at birth, rather than pathologizing the identity itself. That's what they're saying. But if you have a wiener or you have a vagina, that is what determines male from female. There's no conjecture there. Okay, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, as was clarified by the British Supreme Court just last year.
It's clarified every time I go to the bathroom, dude. I'm just saying.
Are you sure there?
I mean, I don't need Congress to be telling me that. You know what I mean?
Well, you have some really talented lawyers in the United States who cannot answer the question of what is a man.
Right. At all. It seems to be rigged that way too. You know what I mean? It's like they want to try to say that this stuff is somehow something that you have control over, and it doesn't. You have absolutely no control over it.
I was going to say, you've got politicians in this country that don't know what men and women, and up to the Supreme Court's decision in the UK, even our Prime Minister wasn't sure.
Mm-hmm. So we have a message somewhere. Auto synthesis picture of the Kool-Aid man.
Yeah, I saw that just now.
With like dead bodies sprawled all over the place. Or that would be what it seems like, a bunch of dead black people laying on the ground everywhere.
Dead people. Considering what we were talking about, could that be argued as being in bad taste?
Well, I'm pretty sure it is in bad taste, but that's pretty much how all of this is really turning out. You know what I mean? Like, there is nothing pretty about this at all. So The evolution of the diagnosis. Okay, in 2013, the American Psychiatric Association (APA) replaced gender identity disorder with gender dysphoria to remove the stigma of mental illness. Now, in 2019, the World Health Organization (WHO) removed gender incongruence out of the mental health chapter and into the sexual health chapter of the ICD-11. Now, distress, not identity, that focuses on the psychological distress, the dysphoria that can arise from, for example, social stigma or mismatching physical characteristics rather than the stage of being transgender itself. Now, associated conditions, that would be transgender individuals may experience high rates of anxiety, depression, or suicidality, often linked to external factors like discrimination rather than inherent mental illness. That's I would like to disagree with that.
Well, I was going to say, isn't postmodernism
You
such a
would.
great thing? Yeah, I was going to say, isn't postmodernism such a great thing?
Now, you know, and I have no problem with gay people as long as they're not trying to grab my junk. You know what I mean? That's just my policy. Don't be trying to grab my junk. So, with that being said, I do want to mention that from the majority of people that I've met who are homosexual, a lot of them, just homosexual, not transgender, but homosexuals, they do have a tendency of having mental health issues. Okay. It's just like I mentioned to in conversations with people who are atheists. Okay. You take a look at a lot of the famous ones like Darwin. Okay, Charles Darwin suffered from freaking mental illness from the moment he started taking the atheist approach to his research. You know what I mean? And he did that because his child had ended up dying, so he turned away from God. Whereas before, he was always wanting approval from the Christian scientific community. You know what I mean? Where when they turned away from his research, he was okay with it until his sick child died, and then he turned atheist, and that caused a lot of mental illness with him. You know. Now that
Also, that's a term I don't like. Community. Are you saying that everybody within that circle all agreed with each other?
well, not there couldn't be because
You sound like you're going down the cultural Marxist route.
well, no, I mean you've got to understand something though. A lot of the scientific community back then was actually they were really religious. They were really religious based. You know what I'm saying? So when Darwin came along with his theories, and they freaking a lot of them did reject it. You know,
No, I think you're missing my point. The usage of the word community.
there is a scientific community that we're not a part of.
There are scientific individuals that work within there are individuals that work within science, but are they technically a community?
Well, I mean, that's a good point. But my whole point goes back to Darwin, though. Like he suffered from mental illness after that. Like a lot of people don't realize his later years was pretty horrible for him. You know what I mean? And like you take a look at a lot of the things that are involved with the gay population and transgenderism. Okay, these people have it planted in their brain from the time they were a child until freaking that point where this is the way you're supposed to be. You know what I mean? And that was the same thing with Darwin. He believed in God until he freaking decided not to. And that stuff just doesn't disappear out of your brain. You know what I mean? And you can sit and you can say it for the rest of your life that you don't believe in it, but you know what? It was put into your brain involuntarily. There's no way to get away from it. No matter how much you deny it, it's still there. You know.
Involuntarily. I mean, people don't have to. People cannot think for themselves.
To a certain level, you can, but there's a certain level, no, you cannot. You know, everybody talks about the ego. Nobody wants to talk about the alter ego, man. What about the shoe that drops on the other side? You know what I mean? Like, you've got stuff going on under the freaking hood that you're not even aware of, dude. Yeah, like your brain is doing things you're not even aware of right now. You don't even have a clue.
Okay.
You know. So you could sit and you could say you're transgender and you're homosexual all you want, and you can feel freaking liberated and all that great stuff. But there's something in the back of your head that's saying, "Look, man, this isn't right." You know, you can try to play.
Oh, vice versa. You could say you're straight, and something in the back of your head saying that's not right.
Right.
Or you are the sex, or you are the sexual gender, or have sexual preference that you have, and something in the back of your head saying that's not right. So yeah, both ways.
Pretty
Both
interesting.
ways.
You know, I'm not trying to knock gay people. Just don't get me wrong on that. I'm not trying to do that with gay people or transgenders. You know, but I do recognize that on it because I've had to work with people. I've had to be around people who are gay. My niece, she had this tendency of all of her friends that came home to visit and hang out with her was always gay people. You know what I mean? Like, she actually went to prom with her freaking boyfriend and her gay friend. You know what I mean? Dressed in a tuxedo. So I've been around these people, and they've always had some level of mental illness. Always. I haven't met anybody that's transgender yet, thank God. Well, my uncle Everett, he was kind of strange, so he might have been transgender. He always stayed alone to himself, and you know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about.
Maybe just a cross-dresser.
Well, that's what transgenders are. They're cross dressers. You know,
That's what it was before they went
No,
all India.
isn't there a difference between technically, isn't there a difference between transvestites and transgender?
what's the difference? I want to know, dude. What is the difference between a transvestite and a transgender?
One just wears the opposites. What would be considered the opposite sex clothes.
They just enjoy wearing a.
But then again, saying that, this only works one way, doesn't it? Because how common is it to see women wearing trousers or jeans on a shirt?
That's
or
true.
T-shirts? So
I see them a lot of times.
Yeah, that's a good thing to bring up. I think he froze up on us.
I mean, you would say somebody who's a male who's wearing a dress to be.
No, I mean, it would be
potentially
weird to see
transvestite.
a man wearing a
Would you
dress,
say the
except
same
he.
about women wearing?
Well, see, that's the thing. The shooter was wearing a dress when he went in and did the shootings. Actually, they thought it was a woman
Yeah.
at first. If you remember the story, and come to find out, it was actually a man. So he dressed up.
I've got long hair. Traditionally, atypically, men would have short hair.
Right.
So am I transvestite or transgender?
That is for you to decide. Okay, apparently.
Okay.
So, you know, I mean, I just see it like this. Like I said, when you go to the bathroom, whatever organ you have to use the bathroom is what decides what your gender is. You're male or female. Okay. All of this other stuff, this is.
Actually, no, it's more it's chromosomes rather than.
Okay, then you want me to call you X chromosome, Y chromosome? I mean,
XY or XX.
XY.
how do you wish to be identified, Lord Edworthy?
Just as Lord Edworthy to you
Okay.
mere mortals.
Ooh,
Okay.
ooh, the awesome Lord Edworthy.
We definitely can do that because he's going to be a part of my my series. I was telling Stir the Fallout, where he's going to be Lord Edworthy. He's got what we call the Fabio flip, right? Because he loves to do the Fabio flip, and all the women just love him. They faint over his presence, okay? And because of that, all of the men in Devon are jealous of him. So that's going to be what it's all about.
Yeah, it must be. It's extremely dangerous every time I go down to a supermarket, treading all over these bodies.
Mm-hmm. All of these women.
Women that's fainted. Yeah.
So before we run out of time, we needed to talk about Prince Andrew, I believe it was.
Really? Nothing new has happened.
Oh man, you're going too way back. I wanted to talk about Christy Nome.
Oh, go
Carry
ahead.
on.
Go
Carry
ahead.
on, yeah.
You're so far back.
Okay, what about Christy?
So, yeah, my what do you call my crush?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So apparently she's no longer Secretary of Homeland Security.
Well, what was the whole story behind all of it too?
Okay, so that's where you fill in the blanks.
Okay. Christy Nome is actually she I can pull that up here real quick. I had no clue that she was no longer in charge of
Seriously?
no, I haven't heard it. Christy
Oh,
Nome.
man, come on.
I think I've seen one headline and
Look it up.
really ignored it.
Yeah.
That's about that.
They have her X account. They got her Instagram account. She's got a Wikipedia set up for herself.
Of course, because she's.
But I don't
something
know if people set
No.
it up for her. I don't think she would.
The
No,
top
she wouldn't. No.
the top story says how Christy Nome finally lost Trump and her job. And then it says Christy Nome survived many crises. Then she crossed a Trump red line.
What is that?
Now,
No, say that in English, please.
Christy Nome survived many crises.
Yeah, you don't have to repeat yourself. Say that in English. What does that mean?
You gotta translate it to English.
That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, it
You gotta
says
translate from American to English.
okay, so President Trump, who values loyalty, has at times tried to distance himself from his administration's own actions when they become politically toxic, according to the New York Times. So Christy Nome was not fired after federal agents in Minnesota shot and killed 2 American citizens. she was not ousted when a chief judge in Minnesota said her immigration agency had violated more court orders than some federal agencies do in their entire existence. Nor did it happen when she described a Veterans Affairs nurse shot by her agents as a domestic terrorist, or when she falsely claimed he had brandished a weapon before he was pinned down and killed. Rather, Miss Nome was ousted shortly after she appeared to cross one of the few red lines of the Trump White House. She appeared to shift responsibility for her own political problems back to President Trump. During a congressional hearing this week, Ms. Nome was asked if Mr. Trump had approved a $200 million plus government ad campaign in which she was prominently featured. Ms. Nome said Mr. Trump had tasked her with getting the message out to the country. Asked if Mr. Trump had signed off on the campaign before the ads aired, Ms. Nome responded, "We have had that conversation, yes, before I was put in this position and sworn in and confirmed, and since then as well." Ms. Nome's comments suggest Mr. Trump had signed off on a massively expensive ad campaign that even some in her department found cringe-worthy. Was Ms. Nome on a horse at Mount Rushmore? And by indicating Mr. Trump had ownership of the messaging campaign, Ms. Nome rattled Mr. Trump out of one of his comfort zones, which is as a spectator to his own policies. Shortly after her statement, Mr. Trump told Reuters he did not know about the contract. The decision to remove Mrs. Nome was another reminder that Mr. Trump's barometer for his cabinet is not just measured policy actions on the ground as much as an appearance of disloyalty and political optics.
Did she state all that under oath?
Through an interview with a journalist.
Okay, so it's conjecture.
Well, I mean, she
Wait, what? Miss Christine Nome said all this through the interview, not through the hearing?
Yeah.
So it's conjecture.
Wait, no, actually it says during a congressional hearing this week. So,
That's what I heard.
She gave testimony
before the hearing.
before Congress.
So she did end oath.
Yeah.
So either she's telling the truth or she's Persian herself.
Yeah, so Mr. Trump had approved a $200 million plus government ad campaign. So that's interesting.
And without any evidence to the opposite, then you have to presume that she's telling the truth.
Yep. So in making her the first cabinet official to be pushed out of a job in his second term, Mr. Trump did not condemn the mass deportation and aggressive tactics Ms. Nome enthusiastically embraced under the watchful eye of Stephen Miller, the architect of Mr. Trump's immigration agenda. He did not signal a shift for the department, which demonstrates officials have said, administration officials have said will continue to advance the same goals under Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, the Republican of Oklahoma, tapped to replace Ms. Nome. So that seems to be the reason why she was ousted.
Why didn't she walk before?
Well, she was what basically was it sounds like she was released from her duties. She didn't walk.
So if she
Well, she was
knew she
she
was
was reassigned.
Yeah,
She was reassigned to some other department.
you know, you you remember Donald Trump's TV show, right? Where it says you're fired.
Oh, you mean the American equivalent from Alan Sugarman?
Uh-huh. He didn't like what was being said, and that he was involved in that $2 million ad campaign. So something had to be done about it. You know what I mean? So that
I feel like the Democrats are to blame for Christine Elms' demise.
no,
Probably she should be blamed for one.
she's been very careless with her job. Like a lot of people can talk all the crap they want, but when you just look away from a dude being put down on the ground and freaking shot 3 times point blank in the back of the back, you know.
Yeah, but she cannot be responsible for the actions of
she's the head
an individual.
She's the head of Homeland Security. It all falls on her, dude.
Granted, it is.
Who takes responsibility? You know what I mean? It's the guy at the head. You know what I mean? It's just It's just like in the military. You know what I mean?
Stops with yeah.
Yeah, buck stops here. Because it's like I said, 3 shots. If it was 1 shot, dude, that's one thing. You know what I'm talking about. But 3 shots is clearly over. I mean, 1 shot, yeah, okay. He freaked out.
A continuing court case.
Well, if he gets that case, we don't even know for sure if he's going to go to court.
If it's a continuing court case, then these are still allegations.
Is he even being taken to court? I mean, is that a thing, or is that just? I mean, I've never heard of anybody saying that this man's going to have a day in court. To this day, I don't know if that's true or not.
Are they immune from prosecution?
Are you saying
ICE agents?
ICE agents. So you don't have the principle of everybody's the same under the law.
I don't know.
Everybody's equal the same. Everybody's equal under the law in the US.
I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, I'm literally telling you, I've heard nothing about this man going to court for shooting that dude, or even an investigation behind it. To this day.
If it's an investigation, why should it be reported until the court trial commences?
I'm just saying, why? I mean, there's no evidence that's even taken place whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if the trial is yet to take place, then especially on the current political sort of sensitivities,
and they even had notifications of freaking what's his face in St. Louis when he shot that black kid. Everybody had general knowledge that the guy was going to be brought up on charges and everything. Okay, so I mean,
he was convicted.
This in its own is suspicious. The fact.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what case you're talking about when you say shooting black kid.
What was the kid? It was the riots. It started the St. Louis riots.
Okay, so the trials ended,
Anton,
and the individual has been convicted.
No, he was actually let off. That's the reason why the riots.
So it's a case of
he was actually let off.
Guilty.
Yeah.
So he, in that case,
well, I mean, this guy. My whole point is,
and that's an allegation.
Even what you're saying is like going way over. Like there's no evidence that this guy is even going to be brought up on charges. You have to be charged with something before you're taken to court, right?
Yeah, agreed.
You know, I mean, that hasn't even been an issue. His own freaking fellow ICE agents had this guy down on the ground. They were in a freaking group, okay, and this guy took his gun out with them in proximity of him and shot this dude 3 times in the back.
Again, that's
with,
the
with,
allegation.
with fellow ICE agencies right there on top of him. You know how much danger that was, not only to just the fact that he shot this guy and killed him, but the fact that these other ICE agents were there, like inches away from actually taking a bullet because of a crazy freaking ICE agent that went mentally handicapped or something at the moment. That's completely unethical, dude. He pulled a gun out and literally
again, he allegedly, if this is still an ongoing trial, or if he's,
it's not.
It's not a trial. It's an investigation.
So it's yet to be.
Is there an investigation? I don't know. That's the big thing. Is there an investigation into that freaking shooting? You can't tell.
So what you're making are technically for the purpose of legality claims.
No, I mean, I just want to know, is there an investigation into the shooting of that man in Minnesota?
Well, there would have to be an investigation of some description.
Yeah. It's like, now it says Fed investigation whether ICE officers lied about shooting a Venezuelan man in Minnesota. Federal authorities have opened a criminal probe into whether 2 immigration officers lied under oath about the shooting of a Venezuelan man in Minnesota last month.
Okay. Can you repeat?
That's something else, man.
Can you repeat the headline?
As feds investigate whether ICE officers lied about shooting a Venezuelan man. Yeah, no, that's the wrong one.
That's the wrong one. There are ongoing investigations regarding the shooting of Rene Good and Alex Preddy.
Okay, yeah. You see, now that's the whole deal, though. Is there any investigation into it? And has anybody even finding out about it? Like, have they even made Alex Preddy shooting civil rights investigation opened? Now, this is a civil rights investigation, according to the BBC. So the Department of Justice has opened a civil rights investigation into the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy by federal immigration agents. The U.S. Deputy Attorney General has said, Tom Blanchie said he did not want to overstate the move, calling it a standard investigation by the FBI when there are circumstances like what we saw. The Department of Homeland Security said the FBI would lead the investigation into Preddy's shooting in Minneapolis with support from the DOJ's Civil Rights Division. His death came just weeks after Rene Good was shot dead by federal officers in the same city. We're looking at everything that would shed light on that day, Blanche told the news conference. He added the investigation would, to the extent it needs to, involve lawyers and the Civil Rights Division. The investigation was previously being led by the Homeland Security Investigation Branch of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is ICE. Now, the BBC's U.S. partner CBS News reported. 2 agents involved in Prett's shooting have been placed in administrative leave while the incident is investigated. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection (CBP) has said on Thursday. According to a preliminary DHS report sent to Congress, 2 officers fired their weapons at Pretty during a scuffle. Initial official accounts have alleged Pretty brandished his gun. The 37-year-old intensive care nurse, who was a U.S. citizen, is understood to have joined protests in the city after Renee Good was shot dead by an ICE agent in Minnesota on January the 7th. Their deaths sparked fresh demonstrations in the state and prompted public outcry across the U.S. and criticism from lawmakers in both parties. Minnesota Governor Tom Walz and Minnesota Mayor Jacob Fryer have called for federal agents to be withdrawn entirely from the state or the state's capital region. The state has also asked the federal judge to stop Operation Metro Surge. The DHS's Immigration Enforcement Initiative, which began on 1st of December and involves some 3,000 officers. President Donald Trump has said his administration is going to de-escalate a little bit in Minnesota, while his border czar Tom Haman said on Thursday that the administration planned to draw down federal forces if local officials cooperated. We're not surrendering our mission at all. We're just doing it smarter, Haman told a news conference in Minnesota without specifying what form of de-escalation might take place.
And what form of cooperation may take place?
Well, it's like I told you before. I see these ICE agents are not trained for this kind of stuff. This is freaking rural combat situations, okay? And first of all, these ICE agents shouldn't be out there acting like paramilitary forces. You know what I'm saying?
If they are acting like paramilitary,
well, they are, dude. Look at their attire. Look at the weaponry they're carrying. Look at the freaking armor on them. Okay, they are not just they're not just ordinary freaking agents out there busting immigrants. This is a paramilitary force. They're not trained for that. Not unless they've been brought in from freaking other agencies to do the job. Okay. But and the stress that goes on, if anything, because of the stress that he was put under, or those 2 were put under in Minnesota, that they could have freaking just, pulled their guns out and just shot them, out of freaking the stress that's going on right now over there, giving them,
again,
you know what I mean?
Again, possibility.
Yeah, possibility. Pure conjecture. Just on my part.
At this present moment.
So, did anything ever happen with Prince Andrew?
An ongoing trial.
Just an ongoing
investigation.
So, that might take a while. I still think that's going to be another Grimfield incident. You know what I mean? They're just going to postpone it, because there's too many people that are going to be involved, too many higher ups. So
I appreciate the sensitivities on it, and also there are these wider, let's say, sensitivities. The rape gun investigation, the more wider sensitivities.
Well, I mean, I'm not really big on saying nice things about England, you know that, you know, but I do have to give them credit. At least they've taken this Epstein thing a lot more serious than what the United States has, and that really should be freaking something that the United States looks at. You know what I mean?
Because my argument, and this is only a personal opinion, this is more related to national security and economic and political manipulation. The sexual element of, or the possible sexual element of this may not be such a,
Well, see,
as far as let's say as far as certain authorities are concerned, may not be such a concern.
you also got to realize too, me and you've only just started talking about the blackmail aspect of this. Every time we've ever had this conversation, it was always about the sexual stuff. But like last time we talked about it was on the Roki show, and the blackmail aspect of it. You know what I mean? Epstein was running around blackmailing people allegedly too.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, a week before Neo show, on in one of our general elements room, the concept of what the Russians would call comprat.
Yeah. So I just wanted to do a checkup on that and see if anything else has turned out. And I do want to say that though. I do give them a lot of credit on that. They're taking it a lot more serious than what they are even here in the United States, which the United States should be really taking it more serious. I don't like the idea of them turning it into another Pizzagate freaking joke, you know, because that's all Pizzagate was. It was just a bunch of nuts freaking trying to come up with some crazy conspiracy theory of pedophiles eating babies and doing satanic worship and shit. You know what I mean? And I still think that was done intentionally because a lot of that shit is going on and it's being freaking overlooked. And that's the reason why. It's because when people hear that stuff, they think, oh, they're just a bunch of crackpots, they're a bunch of crazies. And that's what they're doing now with freaking Epstein. You go on X and read about all these freaking emails, and they're absurd freaking emails that aren't even worth being put on the internet, you know. And they're doing it to freaking make people turn away from that shit. Like it's always just a bunch of crazy people, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists.
And again, like I said, we've got wider in relation to possible
That was weird.
issues. We've got wider issues with the rape gang scandal, and as Rupert Lowe's inquiry ended, I think 2 weeks ago now. So that could well be a good basis for further legal investigations.
And later on, we need to go over what those findings were with that as well, with the investigation. That would be a good thing to go over at some point. So,
Remember, it was not a legal inquiry. It was an inquiry done by a independent MP.
That's cool.
So it doesn't technically have any sort of legal standing in its own right.
So me and Tan both won. We have gone up to 12:38 my time, 1:38 his time. So that means it has officially hit midnight in both time zones.
And it's 6:38 this time.
Right.
So
So
it's nice, and I can see the sun actually rising.
yes.
I don't know how you do it, Mark. I'm practically dozing off right over here.
Yeah. That's the reason why I said that. It's probably best for us to go ahead and give it the end of the night. We all were able to go around and talk about some of the interesting things that have taken place in the world. I'm really glad that we were able to hit on the Canadian stuff on our own show, and I'm glad that you were able to be here with us, Tan, to go over that because you're from Canada, we also covered some of the stuff that went on in Illinois, in Minnesota, and then also what happened in England. Thank goodness that things are settling down a little bit. We've gone into a freaking war with Iran, which
we didn't go over that, but
that's not really news, though. You know what I mean?
No, we had a long conversation about this on Wednesday, and I know Naoki wants to touch on this, so we're going to, if me and Roger decide to go on that one, we're going to repeat ourselves.
Well, the thing about it is
okay,
the thing about it is I just don't really want to talk about it, to be honest with you. I am so sick of Donald Trump, dude. And it's not in a mean, hateful way. It's just I am sick of him, dude. I don't want to hear his name. I don't want to hear anything involved with him. Everything, it's like he's a pretty boy that has to be the center of attention. You know what I'm saying? Just shut up, Donald.
Well, at this present moment, I'd rather hear news about Trump than I would about Starmer.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. So, with that, all that being said, if you guys don't have anything to say, man, we can end this. But before we do, you guys want to give your socials so that everybody can find out how to get in touch with you if they want to talk to you, send you some death threats, cool stuff like that.
Content fate.
Yeah. Start with you, Tan.
Remember to give your house number and your postcode.
I don't know if he wants to now that he heard the word death threats.
Her name's Tanhai Tran. My home is minds.com. My handle is th2tran.
All right.
Wow, that's a great compliment to Bill Ottman, right? My home is minds.com.
All right. How about you, Mark Edworthy?
Yeah, same. Again, minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay. You can find me at minds.com at Roger_Hansen. You can also find me at X, Roger Hansen, at ROGLOL1973. I'm also on Teams and on Elements Matrix at Rogers Hangout. This is going to be on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. You can find the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Discord. You can also find us on Rumble. We have a channel on Rumble and YouTube. The Wonderful World of Weirdness. I'll also be putting this on Strange Stories, which is part of YouTube as well. It has its own channel, and we have Strange Stories on minds.com as well. Just want to put that out there. Now, we have been doing Minds Roundtable this today too, and I want to point out that Minds Roundtable has its own group as well on Minds. So if you guys want to get hooked up with us on Minds in our cool Minds Roundtable weekend event group, feel free to freaking join it and start being a part of the community. If you want, you can even come in on the streams and hang out with us. So,
And
like,
thank you to the 4 viewers that are viewing the stream right now.
right on. So, if you guys like this, please like, subscribe, share, make comments in the comment section below, and we will talk to you later.
Bye, everyone.
There it is. So the recording is done, and we are finished for the night. So
You've been streaming for 5 hours and 35 minutes.
I'm counting 8 hours, dude.
Yeah, so since 11.
Yeah, another stream somewhere else?
Well, 5 o'clock until now, which is what, 5, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, almost 8 hours. Well, you got to remember, I did setup first before we got on here. I had to go in and set up the stream, get it all going. So, but that's still 8, close to 8 hours. You know what I mean? It's pretty good. It's like I told you guys. I mean, you guys are so full of it. You know what I mean? It's like you guys say, "Oh, we've been up here doing." You guys freaking love this shit more than I do. You know you
This
do.
is killing me. This is killing me. 8 hours today. What? Something like 8 hours yesterday.
No, it was only 4 or 5 hours yesterday.
Okay, 4 or 5 hours. Okay, 4 hours. 2 hours the day before.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Well, no, the day before you didn't do nothing.
Yeah?
Yeah, you did. You
Monthly vote. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Narokis.
No,
you guys are troopers.
So, yeah, you guys freaking are awesome. Let me see if we got any comments. We got 3 views right now on Rumble, 1 view on YouTube. No comments. We've got Chadweezy, who made some comments on Kick, as well as Veterans Radio. Thank you guys for stopping in.
Anything interesting?
No, just saying hi. Chadweezy said, "Hello, sir. What are you two gentlemen up to?" That was probably when it was just me and you on there. And yeah,
sure.
I'd love to thank everybody for making comments in the chat section. And I guess we can end this now if you guys want to.
All right.
You ready?
Let's get out of here. I need to go to bed.
Rotan's getting ready to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will talk to you